Indeed they are. Nice little shotgun shot there from Cutie. Good start for Okami. And we mentioned earlier that this momentum could continue to develop and snowball into something bigger. And yes, Clubhouse traditionally is a little bit more defender-sided, but I mean, with these bans or lack of bans on the board, such as the Thatcher, I personally wasn't expecting it to be overly defender-sided. So Rhythm could find themselves in a little bit of trouble, especially if they cannot defeat Okami on their tertiary site.
Bedroom for what's going to be the third attempt now for Rhythm. At times they've looked good. They've been able to find opening frags, which has been a bit of a blessing, but the problem has been that they're not able to get out of it scotch-free. The quick refrags from Okami are just always there to make it at least a 4v4. And just get that feeling that the round can change as a whole if Rhythm can get that opening frag and then pull back a bit, keep 5 up, and then take that 5v4 advantage into the next engagement.
Indeed.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
I'm not cruel, okay, guys? I'm not cruel. You can say whatever you like, whether it's interesting, indeed, or hang on a second. I don't pick and choose here, but well, not everyone's cruel like Dev Marta.
Camera feed up and
Do you want to know what Dev Marta's crutch phase was? Do you know it?
I don't know it though. If you want to,
it wasn't even a phrase. It was it was the Dev Marta gasp. Yeah, that's from the Dev of old.
I don't even think I can do that. So actually, you know what? That's a bit of a skill rather than a crutch, I guess.
I mean,
but what did he just do it like? Someone would walk through the door and he'd be like,
yeah, he does it when we play ranked as well. It's quite off-putting.
Well, not too much of a surprise really so far. That a little bit slow going early on in these rounds, but Rhythm, to their credit, have been able to hold their footing early on and keep things close and interesting. It's just the execution down the stretch. They need to find another level too. Cutie just roaming around just below CCTV and Cash. May catch someone off guard like Nevakes if they're not careful. Joker as well, actually. So Kami are really going to catch Rhythm by surprise. And for the first time tonight, they're going to find an opening frag. It's going to be Leb who's eliminated. So if Rhythm have struggled after getting opening frags in the first 2 rounds, not sure how they're going to go. 2 down here. Cutie with a double kill. The C4 onto Drax catches him well and truly off guard. And minute and a half, they're down 2 and they're not even close to the bomb site.
Novakes does collect that diffuser that was dropped by Drex, who, as we saw earlier, was C4'd. And unfortunately now Rhythm, well and truly on the back foot. Okami are able now, if they want, to just turtle on towards site, refrag it out. Whereas Rhythm need to try and send some bodies in, but it be styled. I'm not sure why he's peeking that when they've got the man advantage, but that's going to hurt Okami significantly because now Rhythm are only really 1 trade away from being back in this round.
And they've still got plenty of time to as well. 1 minute remaining. As you said, 1 trade in the next engagement evens it up to 3-3. Joker just waiting for Bouncing to drop down that hatch. Triple kill now obtained for Cutie. Bouncing though going to be picked back up. Boats is still alive, of course. Rhythm though, this is going to be tough for them. 35 seconds left. They're outgunned, outmanned, and soon to be down 3-0 in the best of 1 series. It's not the ideal start to the Oceanic Nationals for Rhythm. 20 seconds left. Bouncing's got the diffuser, but is, well, a hair's breadth away. Boats does get Cutie. 2v3 just makes things interesting towards the end. One just hiding behind the flipped mattress here in the middle of bedroom. 10 seconds remaining though. Surely you would think Okami have got all the angles covered. Boats does get jacked at, but immediately the refrags come out from Joker and Specker. That's 3-0 in favor of Okami.
Probably what we expected in that round, particularly considering how strong the start was.
To plug back in and take back the lead in the rounds particularly, and now they've got the lead 3-0.
As we find ourselves back into the game, I think it would be fair to say that the rounds so far haven't been as lopsided as at least I probably expected. Rhythm have been a decent chance to try and find themselves into some of them. However, it probably hasn't quite been enough to do a whole lot of damage to Okami's confidence. None of the rounds, at least to my viewing, have looked like they have been thrown at all by Rhythm. Okami have been super strong from the start of the round, which has been setting the pace.
Would you agree that that last round, you know, for Rhythm, they lose too early on, that something in 6 Masters, they would have probably capitulated and thrown that whole round away, but it was good to see a bit of a fight back, being 2 down.
I mean, you have to keep fighting, especially considering, again, just how compact the format is. The second you drop your head and let it slide, you find yourself in trouble not only for this map, but for the entire season. So it's really up to the teams to continue to fight hard, because if they lift off that pedal, it only compounds for the rest of their campaign.
Back over to CCTV and Cash. Are you getting this lag, guys?
I am. I'm not laggy. That was a joke. That was a joke. It was pretty funny. He kind of laughed. Twitch chat probably won't be laughing. They'll probably be spamming some like cringe emote or something.
Oh.
I hope not.
Good start for Joker so far, though. Has been impressive for Okami. Minute 40 seconds remaining. Rhythm so far unable to find any entry frag. Okami have just sort of been doing the job, though, haven't they? They haven't looked completely outstanding, their best, but they're just pushing through, getting the job done right now, and keeping Rhythm at bay. And the longer that this goes on, and the longer that Okami just keep finding these round wins, it gets harder and harder to see where Rhythm's going to find a round.
We can see Rhythm have established some really nice control at the bottom of Garage, but they need to try and clear Ippy Style on the rafters. And as I say that, Jack Daddy will actually be taken down. Ippy Style frags one back and is still safe, lying prone here. Diffuser dropped. He probably has seen it as well, so he's just going to hold this position, and he gets another there onto Boats. Rhythm are getting some decent control in this Garage position, but they just can't clear Ippy Style. Finally, though, bouncing from the breach will take him down, leaving it in a 3-on-3.
And that means, of course, Lab can recover the diffuser and start to push up towards CCTV as well. And they've got sightlines over at Kennel. Specker watching that, though, from inside. 35 seconds remaining. 3 versus 3. This feels like it's the closest that Rhythm has really gotten. And even then, Specker just binds the head of Leb. Bouncing's just sitting up on Kennel. 20 seconds remaining. And by losing Leb, you just feel like that's just wasted so much time. Now Novax has to, of course, go get the diffuser, pushes in from an area that already Okami should have the sightlines of. Novax does get Specker, though. Joker's watching close by. He's been almost infallible so far tonight, but Bouncing, not only does he get his teammate, he gets Joker. Whatever way you want to do it, it works. In this case, Cutie going for the shots underneath and does get Bouncing. He got the down.
Can he revive? Can he revive? He might be able to revive himself here on the Zofia, the only operator that can pick themselves up. Bouncing has managed to somehow pull this off. Cutie now needs to retake the site. Bouncing is on a slither of HP, so Cutie only needs to hit a singular shot, and he might even be able to long arm it. Can Bouncing disrupt this? I don't think he will. Cutie's going to stick it. I don't think Bouncing can get the angle. He won't be able to get there in time, and what a crazy round that was. Okami will get their 4th straight, but that was in one hell of a fashion.
Just waiting for that little... If he could wave, I'm sure he would have just waved and said, hello, thank you for that. 4-0. But that was much better from Rhythm and Bouncing just showing up there towards the end. Unfortunately, though, and kind of summarizes the way it has been for Rhythm these past few months, just unable to capitalize, guys, when it gets down to these close 50-50s encounters. Just unable to find the round win, and now it's 4-0.
And that was by far the closest Rhythm have looked at taking a round, but unfortunately Bouncing at the very end of the round before he went for the plant actually hit a team kill. I can't quite remember who onto or exactly how it occurred.
The Bakes.
Well, there you go. It was a messy execute, and that's probably because they didn't leave themselves a lot of time. A lot of it was spent trying to clear Garage, and even that was a tedious task in the end, and Ippy Style was, again, a nuisance to clear. And finally, once he was, as I mentioned, not much time left. They filtered in towards the site, and that left such a small margin for error, which Okami were able to capitalize on the end. But that that Sophia res. That would have been absolutely sick if Bouncing won that round.
Well, what do you think of that though for Bouncing? That do you think by going back over to the Kennel's wall that, especially that far out with the rappel, that it misjudged how that could have been defended? Should have maybe took a different position.
I think if he had his time again, he may have tried to play in towards Con or even out on the bulk and then vault in to try and deny it, because of course, as we saw, he couldn't physically get the angle onto that diffuser that he would have liked. So it was a difficult position to be in. Being so low on HP, he had to try and take what he thought was the safest route. In the end, though, it was just a little bit too safe.
Still can't credit though the play. Oh, well, that's unfortunate for Bouncing. From almost the hero and now into the disaster in the very next round. Going down very early. 4-5 now in favor of Kami for this Church Arsenal defense. And considering down to the basement, down a player. 5-0, I should say, is looming. I don't think 5-4 is looming, that's for sure.
I mean, yeah, it's going to take one hell of a second half here and end to this half for Rhythm. And, I mean, being that man down so early on a clubhouse attack hurts a lot. The only saving grace potentially is the fact that it is Zofia and the remaining 4 operators can definitely hit and execute on towards site with the utility that is available. But having one less man on the board is going to allow some of these defenders to do some crazier roams. For example, you have Ippy Style, who again is playing off site. And if Rhythm don't have the preset drones in place, they can't really dedicate the extra man to holding it. So they need to be super, super mindful of that.
Of course, if they can get fortunate, maybe catch off one of these roamers. Jack Dad's also low, but has fallen back down to the basement. Maybe Rhythm can get back into this round. They are going to just open up kitchen though and try and utilize that hatch. So they'll spend a bit of time on that one and funnel their way in through eventually. Leb just trying to see what he can find, maybe get a bit lucky. Unable to achieve much there though in the end, at least for now. Still a lot of time though for Rhythm here, 50 seconds, but you're down a player, so the game plan does have to shift because of it, and Ippy Style is still just roaming around and may just catch someone off guard very shortly, just at the right time as well. You see it time and time again. As soon as the team wants to push in, then Ippy will turn around the corner and get one, and that will just blow up the attack right there.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So Ping 2.0 rather on perfect display there, trying to set up a floor bang for his team as Ippy Style on this roam. This could be huge if he manages to get that pick, but Leb, don't know how he managed to hit that flick, but that's a great pick for his team. That really turns the tables. They can drop down, try and go for the plant, but it's being shut down. Never mind, Cutie. He's left all alone to try and deny it. Once it goes down, surely the retake won't be on. He looks the wrong way. There is a player at the bot main. Manages to find the pick though, but the rest of Rhythm will be able to just retreat above and watch that diffuser.
And the Cutie's just going to have to watch this round play out. Unfortunately for Akami, they're not going to get the 7-0, that's for sure. I kind of called it as well a good minute or so ago that even though it's 4-5, if we do see Akami sort of still roaming around, there is an opportunity there potentially for Rhythm if you catch those roamers out, and exactly what Leb did. Made it 4v3, they can push straight into Arsenal, and from there they win the round. They're on the board for Oceanic Nationals, guys.
Woo! Let's get some claps in the chat. Let's go. Which means I'm wrong, because I said a 7-0 Akami, and for the longest time it was looking like that may well have been the case. I mean, if Ippy Style hit that flank, I'm pretty sure it would have been. It's a great shot from Leb to shut that down, particularly considering he's playing Sledge, so I'm assuming he's playing a longer range optic as well. And of course, that really short range, those optics are not ideal, so great play from him. Probably a little bit scary, the fact that he was able to roam around for that long and not be detected though, so hopefully Rhythm in this final attack can be a little bit more mindful of that flank.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Certainly impressive signs from Rhythm, tidbits here and there that you can take away from this so far. You'd hate to see this blow out to like 7-1 though, because, and look, we spoke about it in the pre-show. What do we expect to see from Rhythm, and what's a pass mark for them? Is it going 7-3, 7-4, but having those rounds be close? I don't think anything that's 7-2 and below would be a pass mark for them, but if they can get this to like a 7-3 or a 7-4, from what I've seen so far in the first 5 rounds, guys, there's signs of life here. They've had a couple of good opening frags. They've been able to get onto site a few times, and they've had a couple of close
5
rounds
seconds
that
left.
were 50-50. So not all horrible right now for Rhythm. The question is now, can they sort of build off this last round win and go for 2 in a row?
That's exactly right, and Rhythm as well do have the odds against them taking on Okami, who did finish second in Six Masters 2020, the first stage of the global program. So Okami are a tough opponent. Let's not sell them short. If Rhythm can, as we sort of alluded to a little bit earlier in the pre-show, get a couple more rounds on the board and hopefully have a few more closer rounds like the last one and the one before that, that'll at least give them some confidence heading into the later matches of the season where they're versing some of the lower seeded teams.
Kami going to go for Church and Arsenal again. Second time's the charm. Usually the third time's the charm, so maybe Rhythm could pinch it again, make it 2-4, which just then makes things interesting going into the half. Bouncing's been impressive. A couple of the new faces that we've seen. Spec has been great too. Not much of a surprise there though, guys. 4 kills already. Some crucial picks as well. Doesn't seem to be, from what I can gather here, too much of a roam from Okami this time around. May just want to turtle it up a bit more compared to their last attempt of defending Church and Arsenal.
Leb on the sledge, going 2 and 4. He'll be again looking to create some vertical opportunities for his team to capitalize upon. Expecting him to likely play inside of kitchen, get some of those angles above armory, and maybe with the assistance of 2.0, some of the drones on site can assist him in finding those picks below. And I believe there actually was a defender like deep inside that west or northwest corner of armory. Bouncer meanwhile pressuring from blue, so it looks like they're trying to squeeze Okami in towards the site, but they don't really look phased at the moment, and with a minute to go, Rhythm again needs to be mindful of time.
Still a lot of utility to be used as well from Rhythm though. Minute remaining.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Typically, you'd think that they just want to find that opening frag, try and get one through the floors here of kitchen. Leb still has 2 grenades available. 47 seconds. Knows that one's just that back corner of Arsenal. Hippie style just holding over at dirt.
Ooh.
And it just seems like Akami are sitting and waiting for this inevitable push from Rhythm. Nice opening frag, and now the nades are going to go out from Leb, and you'd think, here we go guys, the push is going to come out from Rhythm. They drop down, they're going to go for the diffuser plant.
Drex needs to try and stick this. Spec is close, but he's shut down. Player in the hallway as well is collected. A great shot from Boats, and that's a really clean execute there from Rhythm. It's left up the Joker in the 1-on-3. He has full HP and a C4, so it might be possible as Novax actually will now go for the plant. So it wasn't stuck. I was a little bit early there on the call, but either way, Rhythm will claim the round. And I mean, to be completely honest, a 2-4 attack on Clubhouse isn't terrible.
Especially the fact that they won the last 2 rounds as well. So a bit of momentum, a bit of a confidence booster there for Rhythm. Akami going to get punished for choosing to go Church and Arsenal back-to-back and losing both of them. And as you mentioned now, though, we are switching in the half. And for Rhythm's sake, they're going to be defending first. And it just feels like this opening round can really just maybe flip the entire script. Of course, it's a best of 1. So just somewhere along the lines of Rhythm now can find that momentum and extend it here onto their defense. Make it 3-4. They can just put that scoreboard pressure onto Akami, knowing that, of course, they're going to have to attack here. Have we got ourselves an early flip of the script already, guys?
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Well, it could be a funny script. The 2 things that are really standing out to me heading into this round is 1, the fact that Rhythm have elected to go to Gym Bedroom. For many teams, this is the tertiary side or the 3rd side that they'll head to, but Rhythm maybe trying to try and throw off Akami a little bit, will elect to go here first.
They can flow as well.
True. It could. It could. The second point, would you like to let me finish? Or
Attackers have located
No,
a
no,
bomb.
you go.
okay, that's fine. The second point I really wanted to highlight is the fact that Rhythm electing not to bring the Malusi to the board. So for almost every round that I noted, which could have been all 6 of the half, Specker was playing the Malusi, bringing those Banshees to the table for the defense. Rhythm, though, electing not to play that operator. So that could open up the aggression for Okami a little bit more, particularly late round.
Rhythm have done really well in terms of getting opening frags, and it's been their benefit so far. And you just wonder, can they continue to do that now also from the defense and make things difficult for Akami pushing in? As I said, Jim Bedroom, usually not the go-to pick for the opening attacking round, but I don't think it's going to be too bad for, obviously, Akami. They're going to enjoy this. Open it up with the Thatcher EMP, 15 seconds, disable, and well, there's the power of Ace right there being highlighted. Look how quick he can just breach through Kennel's wall.
Clean. And I mean, Ace is obviously quite new to the scene, but we have seen him be banned a little bit, at least in the North American League, which kicked off recently. And I'm expecting eventually for OCE to maybe follow that trend a little bit more, and we might see Ace taken off board a little bit, because there we go. Not only has he got a really strong gadget, but he also has the AK-12. You can chuck on the 2 times, I want to say. I believe it's the 2 times, right? Which is really strong in these sort of mid to even long-range engagements. So as I said, that as this season progresses, I'm expecting to maybe see Ace be taken off the board a little bit more, just because of how versatile he is.
Just trying to clear out those ADSs as well from Bouncing, holding rather aggressive position over at Red Stairs as 3 members for Akami getting ready to make this push very soon. AP style just trying to look through Con. Losing Lab though for Rhythm just opens things up, makes them look vulnerable here on this attacking round for Akami. Specker's going to rotate away from the site though. Beauty seeing what he can find, and he finds an answer onto Boats, and that makes it now 3-5 for the attacking round of Akami. And this would be an amazing round win for them, just to wrestle back momentum away from Rhythm. But Bouncing bounces into the round and takes out Joker with a quick headshot. 40 seconds remaining. And just wonder, will that knock the Rhythm out of Akami? How many puns can I fit in tonight, guys? I don't know.
The scary thing for Akami in this round is Bouncing gets that pick. He now has full control of cache and CCTV. We saw Jack Daddy establish a drone there to watch for the run out, but that run out could come out so quickly from Bouncing that they might not be prepared, and that could in fact be the drone that has now been taken down. It is Jack Daddy, no drones left on the board. So Akami, when they go for this execute, need to be incredibly mindful of that late round flank.
Oh, Bouncing's found a second one. Specker, though, is able to get at least a refrag. Cutie's on the board too. Navax, Bouncing, as it's gone. Jack Dad gets him. Cutie gets another one. And Akami will indeed wrestle back that momentum that was temporarily on the side of Rhythm.
It was close though. I definitely thought Bouncing would have a significant impact in the latter stages of that round. He did find 2, but it wasn't quite enough to wrestle back the early sort of dominance that Akami exhibited in that round. They now are only a single round away from match point. Akami, of course. Looks like we are going to be heading back down to basement. Let's have a look at this nade. This nade was pretty big. Don't know how he hit that, but there you go.
It's all about the long division. You bounce it off the roof at this angle. It hits this position. It's just all maths. I'm not good at maths. That's why I'm not.
But you're a
playing
caster. That's why you're a caster, because none of us can do math.
That's why you don't do maths on stream. 2-5 in favor of Akami. And then
I mean, that's easy math, because
that's easy math. Well, it's not even math. It's just reading numbers on a screen. Anyone can do that. But Akami getting closer and closer to getting this map win. If they can find a couple more attacking rounds, they will, of course, take the series, as it is a best of 1. Rhythm have shown good signs, though. They haven't shown signs enough that they can steal wins, but they've shown signs, guys, that they can compete.
I highlighted before the previous round that it was a risky decision to head to that tertiary site. It doesn't look like it's paid off, and Rhythm aren't going to reattempt it. That's the beauty of Clubhouse to an extent, is that 3 out of the 4 sites now are incredibly competitive. We don't, of course, see Bar in play, but the other 3 see quite a bit of play time, and Rhythm
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
sort of take note of that, I guess, and head to basement, which for most teams would have been the first pick, if not CCTV. That said, it does look like Rhythm, with that castle on the board, will be executing a roam above, affectionately known, of course, as the SSG roam. And Akami, they would have played against this for sure, whether it be in scrims or officials. So Rhythm need to be mindful that they don't get too overconfident here.
I'm not sure Rhythm's probably in the frame of mind to get too comfortable in any matchup, let alone against a team like Akami. Even more so when you're down 2-5 already. And you know they're going to obviously have a few tricks up their sleeve. Specker, though, catches Drex. There's the opening frag for Akami. And their attack has just looked like an elevated level extra than Rhythm's. And Rhythm didn't have a horrible attack, guys, but this just looks cleaner from Akami.
I mean, on the topic of opening kills and opening deaths, from what I've tracked, which hasn't been every single round, but the ones that I have, a lot of them have been Rhythm falling first, which again is just not great. That momentum is going to continue to build there as Specker gets another pick onto Novakes. And this player inside of Cash is basically doomed. Takes quite a bit of damage there, Bouncing. Still alive as Boats manages to find Specker and shut him down. But surely Epistyle can find that pick. He does. Of course, no points enabled. He doesn't know that Bouncing has been down, but that foot will reveal Nomozzi's position, leaving it in a 2-on-4.
Barring a miracle from Boats and Leb. It should go 2-6 in favor of Akami. And I think at this point now you just push out, see if you can find a frag somewhere, and they do. Lab gets it, style 2-3. I'll use the mantra that you mentioned before, Gaz. If you find one more, you can tie it up 2-2 and things don't look as bad.
Both defenders have been able to retreat back towards site, but given it was a heavy roam, these attackers have a lot of time to work with. Cutie deep in towards side as Leb actually finds a second. So Joker now with that diffuser needs to try and get it down, and it should be a relatively safe plant considering both defenders are stuck in towards armory.
Well, this round has just flipped on its head now, courtesy of Leb and Boats. Well played so far, but can they now execute down the stretch and confirm their good mid-round work? And with 20 seconds remaining, they should get the sightlines they'd like. Cutie, though, gets his Boats, and he gets a second onto Leb. And again, it's just this theme for Rhythm, guys. They do well in the middle of these rounds, but just can't get it to go their way at the very end.
A clean start there from Okami and a very clean end as well. We saw Ace again, just highlighting how strong he is with those Salma breaches. Often in the past, we would have seen Habana flustering a little bit to try and open a hole in towards that default plant or in towards that box position. But Ace made it look easy, able to get that plant down. Cutie with a great cover. And that really was just a steamroll of that early momentum established by Specker, who he himself, I am impressed. He has been playing really well tonight. I didn't expect him to probably perform quite at this level just yet.
Certainly impressive for your opening debut of the Oceanic Nationals, and Specker just looks like he's been here for months at this level. Comfortable, slotting straight in, 6 frags. Cutie, though, with 11 has been the front runner from both teams even in this matchup today. Match point, though, now for Akami and Rhythm on the verge of dropping their first map of Oceanic Nationals. And if it does end up that 7-2 way, guys, I think many of us then predicted just about spot on.
Except for the 20% of people at home that voted for Rhythm, but that's besides the point. Well, I mean, what was it? It was like 70, was it 70 or 80%? I can't remember, but that would be, my point is, it would be pretty reflective of what the end round differential is, because if it is a 7-2, then around about 80% of those rounds went to Okami. I don't know the exact numbers because they have a caster, but it has been dominant from Okami. That's the point I'm trying to get across, and that's probably the result that we did expect heading into this one.
Can Rhythm show us anything else here tonight before we bid them farewell? Just want to see one more round from Rhythm, though. If they can win this, make it 7-3 by the end of it. It's a respectable effort, but I think these guys throughout the season, guys, are going to want to move away from that mantra of honorable losses or respectable efforts or what's a pass mark. For them, they want to find wins. They want to improve and get dubs. Obviously, it's not going to happen right away, but they're showing good signs in the opening match.
Just thinking in the back of my head, it is so strange to see this meta of the CC wall being opened so easily. The combination of the EMP, which is disabling those mute jammers, in combination with that Salma breach is just so beautiful to watch. instead of having a Maverick painstakingly trying to trick the wall, they can just throw a device and there you go. But unfortunately for Rhythm, that means that they're on the back foot. They can't cross inside of this room anymore, so they need to try and play off the top of the stairs. There's a player there inside Cash as well, and the rafters. So I mean, so far Rhythm should be in a good position to take this round as the timer continues to tick down.
Attackers have
Well,
dropped
you've
the
jinxed
bomb
them now, haven't you?
I have. Sorry, Rhythm.
Well, it's still 5 up though, apiece, so it's not
Attackers
impossible
recovered the bomb diffuser.
for Okami to just clean sweep as they push in onto the site, get a couple opening frags, and quickly turn it into a heavy advantage. This one's certainly going slower compared to the other rounds of Okami's attack. Joker just trying to either clear out some ADSs or throughout the utility itself. The smokes to just block a couple of sight lines. There's a 1v1 trade. Ippy style down to bouncing. Specker gets leapt. Joker's also still down. Nevak's watching in on the smoke. Can't see anything, but as it dissipates, now gets sight lines into CCTV and again trades. It's 3v3, 30 seconds remaining. It's the battle of threes right now. Novak though times this right, but can't get the down. Specker's got a triple kill. Looks over to red stairs, just backs out Kennel's wall just to gain their comp. Oh no, Specker, what are you doing? Oh no, that ain't it. You can still salvage the round. You got 16 seconds on your feet, Jack Dad. He's just testing you. Gets him back up. Needs to get the diffuser down. Oh, bouncing gets Jack Dad. Specker's just bouncing off the walls right now against bouncing balls. He's not going to win the round. Oh, he would love his time back again, guys. I've never seen anything like that.
Well, I mean, it was a clean shot. That
was a one tap.
It was very
just like,
clean. It just wasn't shooting the right person because Habana is an attacker and Specker was on the attack. So that's obviously not what you want to achieve. Okami just dragging this one out a little bit now potentially, but that said, it was actually a really clean round for Rhythm for the most part. As I sort of highlighted, the wall was open, but they did establish those key areas around the objective and were able to at least shut down the rush enough to disrupt the momentum of the attack. The diffuser got dropped, Specker was then left shooting his teammates, and it was all downhill from there.
Well, look, I don't think Rhythm are going to be complaining to pick up an extra round win, courtesy of Specker, who was popping off that round though, guys. I mean, besides taking down your own teammate, picked up a triple kill, could have easily got that diffuser down and won the round and looked like the hero despite the comical play. I think just that round just sort of highlighted maybe the potential of Specker, what he can do, but also maybe lacking a bit of that experience just when that clutch critical moment maybe was just a little bit chaotic for him.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds
Rhythm
left
now will
before
be
insertion.
hoping to get just a couple more on the board and maybe have a sniff at overtime. Of course, if it is 6-6, these games do go to overtime, no draws, which I'm sure everyone will be cheering about. Because no one likes draws. Well, most people don't like draws. Just waiting for Joker to get this wall open. We have seen Ace be incredibly proficient on the wall as we see the ping come out. Joker will follow that up with a Salma, and that will be a nice entry point for the attack.
Yeah, I don't think I see Okami collapsing from here and allowing Rhythm to send this one to overtime. At best, maybe Rhythm get another one, and well, 7-4, 7-5 is certainly respectable from Rhythm in this. But while Okami had a messy round in the last one, they're going to look to be a bit more clinical here into this 10th round. Pushing on in, Specker into CCTV. They're going to catch bouncing balls, though. At the top of red stairs as Ippy style gets that opening frag. You'd think from here they should be able to overwhelm them. Although Specker is below half health and does have a gun and could potentially shoot his teammates still.
It's also an incredibly lopsided attack on this half of the map. I think it's important that Okami rotates someone towards the jacuzzi wall and maybe try and work that a little bit. That could be Specker and maybe Jack Daddy, or even Specker and Joker. And I mean, there we go. Right as I say it, they are going to rotate. So this will, in fact, disrupt the defense even further. Novax is there potentially to try and bandit trick the wall. He hits it successfully there onto the Stalma. Can he get it on to the X-Kairos? He does. So that is very clean from the bandit. And now he'll be able to juggle those, pick them back up if required. And it's going to be tough for the attackers to clear this. They can't just give up.
I don't think they will. Yeah, I think they're going to have to just move away from that now. Really nicely done from the Novax, and 55 seconds remaining for Okami. Are they just going to have to funnel in, go guns blazing now? Seems to be they're running out of ideas. Zippy styling com, but Leb gets Joker, 4 versus 4. So now they even lose that man advantage. They're all going to just funnel in from one direction. Specker does get Leb though. Decent frag as they push closer towards the site. Gas canister going to be used. Boats is low. A lot of this is going to have to be done now from Novax and Drex, because Boats is illuminated by Jack Dad. I think they got this ping as well. Didn't quite get the frag, but it... I was about to say Impy Cutie. Cutie. God, I hate that name. I think they're going to win this round, though. There's not much Novax is going to do. Surrounded. And in the end, the GGs do come out finally in favor of Okami.
It was the result, really, I think, that we expected heading into tonight. A 7-3 in favor of the favorites, if you would. A good performance from Okami and a great performance, in fact, by Specker. His first match here in Oceanic Nationals going to plan, I would at least suspect from his point of view, 10-7. Great performance from him. Cutie as well as, I almost said it'd be Cutie. Cutie going 13-5 too. So some strong fragging potential. It's really tough. I really hope he changes that.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Esports for Oceania in 2021. We're proud to share with you the timeline for our 2021 season and the format of our Oceanic Leagues throughout the year. Through a sustainable approach to the region, we now have 2 clearly defined tiers and a proper flow through from our newly created Oceanic Challenger League to our returning Oceanic Nationals. Both leagues will meet for 3 stages in the year-long season, with participating teams accumulating points based on results from each stage. So how exactly will each stage be played out? We have 8 teams per league, playing single round robin best of ones with overtime. A regular win is rewarded with 3 points, while a loss gives 0. When the 2 teams fight up into overtime, the winner gets 2 points, while the loser gets 1. At the end of each stage, the top 5 teams will qualify into our new Gauntlet format playoffs, while the remainder of the teams will have their placements and points locked in. Playoffs for both OCN and OCL will be best of 3s, with best of 5 grand finals. At the conclusion of each stage, teams will be allocated points based on their final standings. For OCN teams, the conclusion of Stage 3 will show us which teams have earned enough points to enter a promotion relegation tournament and fight for a chance to enter the Asia Pacific Regional League, whereas OCL teams that accumulated enough points will have their promotion opportunity into the Nationals, OCN. For both OCN and OCL, the top teams from each league will compete in seasonal finals to be held on LAN, where we will crown a champion in each league. This will be a great opportunity to celebrate Rainbow Six Esports in Oceania and come together as a community. We will have more information on these events later this year. Ubisoft's commitment to the growth and sustainability of esports in the Oceanic region is higher than ever, with 2 exciting leagues of 8 teams, broadcasting over 9 months of the year, and direct pathways through to the coveted APAC League and ultimately the 6th Invitational. Opportunities are abundant for players in Oceania. You won't want to miss this exhilarating year of R6 Esports, so follow us at R6 Esports OCE to stay up to date with our season, support your favorite teams, and catch exciting content from the best players in Oceania.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time.
Playday number 2 of the Oceanic Nationals. We kicked it all off yesterday with some bouncing matches. And of course, we return for 4 more matches to close out the week. My name is Xenox. Joining me tonight is my lovely bearded man in crime. It's Guz. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I mean, it looks like you're fresh back from a holiday, so I hope you had a good one over in the Bahamas.
Got the tan on and everything.
Yeah, it's looking really nice. Keen to be back for OCE, best region in the world. So yesterday was a lot of fun, and I'm sure today will be even better because we have the best casters in the region as well.
Exactly. Although I don't know about the best tipsters anymore. I think I'm letting the team down a little bit there after yesterday's matches. You know, let's before we move on about today, let's have a little bit of a thought here about how everything sort of transpired yesterday, guys, because there were quite a few little surprises that did come out of Playday number 1.
Yeah, I mean, where do you want to start? We can talk about maybe Elevate Knights first. We saw the Knights drop their first map in a while against a team that we probably weren't expecting them to. So it was a 7-5. Elevate getting their first win on the board here of the year. So massive for them. And then I guess the second biggest result after that, for me at least, would probably be Order and Wildcard. Wildcard, they are not looking good at the moment. Honestly, a little bit grim for them. So hopefully they can bounce back tonight. But yeah, another good start for Order. Specker seemed pretty happy. So that's what we like to see as well.
Yep, 100%. We're also going to have a look at the schedule for today, Playday number 2. Look, I'm going to be completely blunt here, right? I went 0-4 yesterday in my predictions, and we'll get to all of that again. But looking at the schedule today, guards, I can't help but feel I'm going to go 4-0. Like, today's matches surely are a little bit more straightforward. We kick it off with ROFLCOPTERGG versus Knights, then Rhythm Order. Bliss Elevate, I think low-key that could be match of the day potentially. Wildcard versus LFO then to close out is another one that could surprise as well.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing we know about Oceania is whenever you think a game is clear-cut, it probably won't be. So I'm not expecting any of these games to be particularly one-sided. I guess looking further down the line, as you mentioned, Bliss Elevate, that's going to be a banging match. Elevate really looking to continue that form, and then after that, that Wildcard LFO game I think is also going to be pivotal. Both teams trying to get their first win on the board, and Wildcard really just trying to survive this first stage.
Let's get to my favorite part of the segment, or at least what it used to be. It's the quote, the expert panel predictions by Snowball Esports. Look, today, as I've kind of tried to allude to, guys, it's a bit more simplified today. Only the last match, Wildcard versus LFO, has any of us divided. Everyone else going with the expected results.
Well, the unfortunate thing for you is you're not really going to catch up. If anything, you could fall even further behind if LFO wins tonight.
Yep.
I think it's important to remember, actually, that we do these predictions. We do these predictions before both play days.
Yes.
If we had been able to change it before tonight, honestly, I reckon I would have flip-flopped on Wildcard and put LFO down. Honestly, I genuinely think Wildcard are really not in a great spot. So I'm sure Manic and Dev, they'll be laughing, as you can see their picks if LFO managed to get a win. And it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility.
Me and my mate Owen down the bottom there, 0-4. Look, can I just say, before we move forward, yesterday's results, Gus, they really could have gone either way, some of them, right? So, like looking at it here, I tipped LFO. They were in a 5-3 winning position, and let's be real, kind of choked it towards the end to Bliss, right? They should have won that. I tipped Knights over Elevate. I don't think anyone could really blame me for that decision, right? Knights are considered the best team in the region, should be winning that. And I did vote for Rhythm, thinking maybe there would be an upset. ROFLCOPTERGG, you know, the newcomers to the league. So, look, I could have easily been 3-1, let's be real. Let's move on, though, to the matchup we've got today, where it all kickstarts, which I think is also going to be quite exciting. ROFLCOPTERGG versus Knights. You've got the team that's come from relegations versus the team that's considered the best in the region, who's not off to the best start.
Yeah, ROFLCOPTERGG's first big test on the big stage. The Knights are definitely not to be underestimated. Sure, they lost last night, but maybe that was just a blip on the radar. They'll be looking, of course, to bounce back, but here is that ROFLCOPTERGG roster, Xenox. As we mentioned, this is their first real test in the big leagues. We're not expecting a win from them tonight, but I do expect them to put up a good fight. I think they actually played quite well last night. They brought some really calculated aggression. Their refragging was very, very impressive. So I'm sure that they can probably get some rounds against the Knights here.
Look, I think ROFLCOPTERGG coming into this matchup can play stress-free. There's no expectation for them to be winning against Knights, but they can do it. Like, I honestly believe that they could do it. They have to be a little bit more tricky, for example, whereas I think Knights are going to be a little bit more structured. Let's go and have a look at the Knights lineup as well. Of course, they are the team to beat this season. Elevate's already done it though. That's one team that's already knocked off the Knights. Are there going to be any more teams? I'll tell you what though, guys, if ROFLCOPTERGG beat Knights, their season's looking pretty bad already.
Yeah, look, I don't want to put that cloud of doubt over them just yet. I'm keen to see how they actually perform in the server. It was a little bit tricky to pin the loss against any particular players. It just felt like the Knights weren't really in the server as much as they would have liked, so I'm sure they'll be looking to bounce back, and they're probably heading into this matchup thinking that Roffle will be a bit of an easier opponent, and they can use that as a bit of a launch pad, I guess, for the rest of the year.
I don't think you can go in with that mentality though, not in Oceanic Nationals, whether a team's an easy opponent. If Knights come into this matchup like 10% off, they probably lose, or at the very least it goes to like OT or it's a close one. If I'm ROFLCOPTERGG though, I think pushing to OT would be like amazing. Getting anything out of this matchup would be surreal. Of course, for those who aren't aware, bit of a new system involved this season where if you can get to OT and lose, you get still 1 point. So you'll walk away with something. And if you win in OT, you get 2 points. So it's one less than a regular win. So I think that would be, I guess, the goal here for ROFLCOPTERGG coming into this matchup.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's important to remember as well that that point system is now global across the entire R6 scene, which is awesome to see. We didn't actually see any overtimes though last night. I'm sure the games were a little bit tight, but no. I don't think we saw a single OT. Every single match ended in regulation. The closest was Elevate Knights 7-5. So yeah, maybe Roffle can push this one to OT. They're gonna have to play at their best, but I think there's definitely some weaknesses there from the Knights that can be exploited.
Right, let's get into the nitty gritty. Let's get into the nerd out a bit here. Map thoughts, I guess, where we're going. Of course, best of one means there's a lot more bans than there is picks. There's only one pick in the end, and it's a decider more than anything. What are we thinking here for this matchup? It feels like it comes down to, can ROFLCOPTERGG find an even ground?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to quickly look at the map stats. I think it's tricky to guess because ROFLCOPTERGG, of course, doesn't have as rich of a history as the Knights. That said, I don't think the Knights will want to go to the same map they did last night because that did not really work out for them on Clubhouse. And in fact, their record on Clubhouse is quite poor. And we mentioned that last night, that it was interesting that they decided to go to Clubhouse because if I remember correctly, they actually banned out Oregon last, so they could have headed to Oregon, which they actually have a lot better of a win-loss on. So yeah, we can basically rule out Clubhouse, but as for the other 6 maps, who knows? It's anyone's guess. Maybe the Knights will head us back to Chalet. They won that in APAC.
What kind of analysis is that? It's anyone's guess. Jeez. Well, let's get into the maps and see where we are heading. It's probably going to be Clubhouse, knowing my luck. It's Oregon. That's our map.
Hey.
That is the Xenox and Guz map. Last night was all about Clubhouse for those who didn't watch Playday #1. It was, I think, 1 Oregon and 3 Clubhouse. We head back to Oregon. The biggest thing, though, is ROFLCOPTERGG had the final ban, guys, and they essentially got to choose between Villa and Oregon. We don't see as much Villa compared to Oregon.
Yeah, Villa looks, again, from that small amount of history we do have from Roffle, it's the actual most banned map. 3 bans over the course of, I assume, around the last 6 months or so. That said, it's actually not a great map for the Knights. They haven't played it a whole lot. They've gone 1-4 over the course of the last couple of years. So I guess Roffle just don't feel comfortable in Villa. They'd rather just take it to Oregon, a little bit closer in that sense. But as I mentioned earlier, Oregon is a pretty strong map for the Knights. So again, Roffle will need to bring their A game.
Yeah, it's one that I look at Oregon and I can't help but think Knights are going to be favored here. I think they're going to have too much structure as well. Villa would have been more of a curveball, but if ROFLCOPTERGG themselves are not comfortable on Villa, then you can't really hate the pick really in the end. And hey, you know, ROFLCOPTERGG, maybe they've got some strats here that they think can get them across the line. They did play Oregon last night. They beat Rhythm 7-4. And it was kind of close at the start, then they pulled away. So we'll have to obviously see how it goes. But I'm not changing my thoughts or my tips, guys. I don't know about you, but I still think Knights come away with this.
Yeah, it's difficult to look past the Knights. If I had to put it down to a percentage split, probably 80% Knights, 20% Roffle. It's going to come down, I think, to the very start of the match. If Roffle can dictate the terms and play the way that they did last night with the aggression, their refrag, if they bring that to the table from the very start and try and match the Knights or even surpass them, then hey, this match could open wide open. But the Knights, they'll be looking to basically take in the same mentality, try and shut down ROFLCOPTERGG and prevent them from playing as confident as they want.
Obviously, we know for ROFLCOPTERGG, it's their first time in the big leagues, guys. They got to play Rhythm yesterday, which is a team they've actually got a little bit of history against. But what they don't have history against is some of these top tier teams in the region. This is really going to be the first time, at least in a competitive match, that we're going to see them go up against a team of Knights' caliber.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, some of the players maybe from Roffle, like OJ, have played against some of the players against the Knights, harping back to like Six Masters 2019. But I mean, again, that's basically ancient history by this point, right? So we haven't seen, like you said, these 5 on the ROFLCOPTERGG versus the 5 on the Knights. So lots of question marks, lots of answers to come, I guess. And yeah, Knights to win, hopefully, but my prediction. But a lot of storylines to develop.
Look, I mean, if anyone's hoping for any prediction wins, it's got to be me here. I think coming into this, though, Knights will just have too much for ROFLCOPTERGG. But if ROFLCOPTERGG's to win this, if there's a way, we put our thinking caps on here, how do they beat Knights on Oregon? Besides mentioning kids' dorms, how do they win?
You stole it. I was going to mention Kids' Doors, most critical map. Look, we'll save that for when we're in-game. We'll probably mention it 15 times. I think the attacks are going to be put under the microscope here. Roffle and Knights, from what I've seen so far, have a very similar playstyle on those executes, so they'll need to really perfect that heading into this first map here.
It is the first map of the evening. ROFLCOPTERGG versus Knights. One's a laughing helicopter. The other one is a very fearful team who are very much seeking a win for the first time here for Oceanic Nationals 2021. Is ROFLCOPTERGG gonna get off to a 2-0 start, or can Knights bite back after their loss to Elevate yesterday? We go into the ban phase here on Oregon.
Will we see anything unorthodox? Well, some might say that Capital's a little bit of a strange ban. He's dropped off a bit in the meta. I'm sure some of the OGs in chat would remember when Capital was almost a must pick on a lot of different maps and a lot of different objectives. I guess maybe that's a target ban there from the Knights onto Roffle, and they'll be followed up with a Thatcher and Xenox. I think that continues the trend of 100% Thatcher bans so far.
It does, yeah. 100% ban rate for Thatcher. In fact, I was speaking to you yesterday, obviously we weren't on air, but about what more needs to change for Thatcher to really get played. And it's just kind of just got to make him someone who has no ability, I think, too, if he's going to get played. I feel almost bad, but I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Jaeger also going to be banned out. Mirror, no real surprises there. As you mentioned, the Capital is like 1, but I mean, we've seen enough Capital, I think, on Oregon that it does warrant it. And if it is a target ban as well, then that goes with the territory there. Round 1, ROFLCOPTERGG on the attack, Knights on the defense, and we will start us off here. Down the basement, no surprises there.
Yeah, not too unsurprising. Probably the strongest site in the current meta. But it is a site, as I sort of alluded to earlier, that really does favor teams strong in the final 15-20 seconds on that execute phase of the round. So I'm very excited to see just how confident ROFLCOPTERGG here are, as they are starting on the attack, meaning that the Knights, of course, picked which side to defend, I believe, because Roffle had the final.
You mentioned it before. Really, for you, the lookout here is the attacking teams, or the attacking rounds. 63% win rate for attacking teams on the sites here on Oregon, so it really is a must win. If you're going to win Oregon, you're going to have to do well in the attack. Look at the Snap Fitness community vote, and 64 to 36%, actually a little bit closer than I would have thought.
Closer than I would have had it. I mean, I sort of said earlier it would be around about an 80-20 split, so clearly some fans in the community of ROFLCOPTERGG. I know they do have a couple of fans, you know, especially in the ranked community. These boys go pretty hard, so sure that they have some Twitter presence over there. Again, you can get your votes in at R6 Esports OCE. Tag Xenox if you think he's a bad caster, and I'll like your tweet.
Me too. Can only agree with all of the facts there. Vigil Mozzie Knights seemingly going to play bump here. Don't sense they're going to go for too much of a turtle, trying, I guess, to deny as much from above.
Not really a whole lot happening at the moment. Josh on the Vigil roaming. Presence spotted at least by bouncing, but won't know exactly where this player is positioned. In fact, Josh is actually getting quite aggressive. Over towards the double window, a gunfight ensues, but neither player will end up on top. Josh uses an impact to create an additional angle, also wary that he might get pushed from behind, sandwiched into a pinch of sorts, but Roffle aren't really committing to this too hard at the moment.
Still a lot of players outside, and I think that's really just what you want if you're in Josh's position. His position is known over towards Attic, but he can now start to fall back through Big Tower. Just buys a little bit of time, puts a bit of doubt into the minds of ROFLCOPTERGG as well. Falls back closer to Hayward as well. Can fall down the stairs if need be. Bouncer now pushing through Attic. Does have to be a little bit careful here as well. Doesn't quite have as much information on Josh as he did about 20, 30 seconds ago. It's a minute and a half into the round, and I'm not sure if ROFLCOPTERGG have actually made much progress down towards the basement. Townsend is getting super aggressive here.
Really need to pinch this player out, and I mean, they're not going to know exactly where he is. The trade will be very precarious as Josh actually maybe repositions into a worse spot, but he's going to hold it. Oh, please be careful of the wall bang. That's very, very well done there by bouncing. Almost wall bangs a second player on the rear stage stairs as well, but he'll get away with his life. Leaves it in a 4-on-4. Hatch opened as well here by ROFLCOPTERGG, so some decent progression despite being halted earlier in the round.
There was a trade elsewhere as well, literally as that wall bang happened. Campo copying a nitro cell from Hayward, so that evened it up. There was no advantage at any time there for ROFLCOPTERGG. 40 seconds left into the round. Now going to start to push through Freezer as Boydie on the Ying, which we haven't really seen much of recently. Of course, in last year, it was mostly banned. There's 30 seconds left into the round. Boydie is now going to start to push in. Headshot onto Sage on as well. Can find a second. Oh, I thought he got a third. It was actually a team kill from Juicy onto Dino. 20 seconds left, and ROFLCOPTERGG can come away with the round win.
Really only one player left, I guess, with Juicy so low. What can they both do here? Try and clutch up this round. Juicy gets taken down. Hayward as well. Roffle to take round number 1.
I mean, what's that? About 20-second meta and having it all sort of just come down to the last few seconds. We have seen in the APAC region, guys, that's not as prevalent. The Oceanic region, of course, has its own way with things. A good start for ROFLCOPTERGG, though, winning that basement site. They were a little bit slow to get going at the very beginning of the round. Credit to Josh on the vigil, but he did get undone in the end with the wall bang.
I could hear your voice then, Zonox, and I didn't.
I could do. I had to stop just to listen.
Like it very much.
Ah, shush.
Wow. It only took us 2.5 minutes, and now we can start talking about upstairs. So we are in our element right now, which is awesome to see.
Well, I mean, not a repeat from Knights. That, for me, is actually the discussion here, that they don't want to repeat basement. I mean, there was only one round. I didn't even think it was really that bad of a round either.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that maybe had Josh been a bit more effective on the roam and maybe didn't get wallbang there, which arguably was a little bit unlucky, that maybe the Knights could have won that round, because once he was sort of cleared, I don't know, again, that like late round execute on site was super strong from Roffle, a continuation from last night. So I think that the Knights, for the rest of this defensive half, probably need to try and extend and delay as much offsite, because the closer that the attack gets, the slimmer their chances really are of winning the round. I think another thing to mention in this one is the operator picks as well, right? You've got a Rooney in play, and they recently got taken out of quarantine, and yeah, Warden as well, a direct counter to Boydie, who stuck the Ying. So I really like that 6 pick from Juicy.
See if it has an impact in this particular round. I mean, Boydie made that push through Freezer in the previous round, which was successful in finding, well, ultimately 2 kills. One of them not by his own doing, though. That was a team kill from Knights' part, but you're putting the pressure on the board and things happen. The Rooney, intrigued to see how this plays out as well.
This is super quick. This is super, super quick from the attack. I mean, Campo bouncing already inside of Kitchen. Often teams can struggle to get control below here and establish vert, and sometimes the defense will actually have presence below. Sure, they've reinforced, but no one's actually really holding it. So we're already a minute into the round, and Roffle can start pressuring the site from below. That said, they need to be careful, of course, of roamers, and Hayward is lurking down below, and he might be able to come up late and find a couple of picks. Well, this could be a close engagement rear stage, if Sage is aware. Actually, no, they're on the same team. Look, okay, that was a bad moment for me.
Yeah, look, you kind of confused me there for a second.
Sorry,
a lot of pressure though from ROFLCOPTERGG early on to the round. Minute 40, they got vert control outside on the balcony as well. Sajon getting pressured here on the stairs. Does he make the decision to fall back or take the engagement? Nothing's going to come of it just yet. In fact, it's It's actually going to be ROFLCOPTERGG who fall back. Just slowing down over the last 30 seconds. They're in position, ROFLCOPTERGG.
Engagement down below though. Critical one between Campo and Hayward.
Oh, juicy.
Still on the bottom floor, but that's a good nade in the meantime. 3 players stacked outside the double window. They'll be looking to send out some Candelas, flash the opponents in sight, try to get that plant down. It looks like it's popping up right now.
Orange is going to start to get that plant down now. They're going to be able to get control. If he sticks this, they've got the window control as well. Diffuser's down and planted. 2 kills there quickly though for the Knights. Does make it a 3 versus 3. Bouncing's going to go back outside. Boydie though gets caught through the hole in the wall. Josh is down at the moment, so it's just Dino and Sage on. In fact, he's going to go for the pickup. Sage just falls back at the last second. As Campo and Bouncing.
Watch it from below.
But if he gets... Oh, nice kill onto Josh though. That was so vital. Can he get the second one as well? Sajon has to find 2. Doesn't quite get it. Now Bouncing's in that position where, as you mentioned, Guz, from below can actually watch the diffuser. Dino's sticking it. He's on it for now. Does he know? Nah, he doesn't do a digital.
Haha. Way to do Digi a bit dirty. There was actually contemplating between using an Ash Charge and shooting with the R4C, and in the end, he made the right call. The Ash Charges don't do as much damage these days, so that could have been a real opportunity for him to have fluffed that up. So good composure in the end there. ROFLCOPTERGG secure 2 rounds straight. And now, I mean, is this getting a little bit scary for the Knights? They haven't looked overly convincing on either side. And if they lose 3 in a row, then really, I mean, that's very scary because it means that they can't defend any of the sides unless they're going to end up heading over to dining, which could be a real possibility as well after this one.
But we set the precedent though, didn't we, by saying that the attacker side on Oregon is favored. So ROFLCOPTERGG are kind of just doing what they need to do. Yes, winning basements, nice. Kid Storms is obviously the big one. We harp on about it, or at least I do. And at the end of the day, they can only do, they can only play the sites and the rounds that are in front of them. Their attack first, it is what it is. You just still got to get the job done. And Knights is a team that can ultimately shut you down if you don't do your job. They're doing that. They're putting the pressure on the Knights on the scoreboard, and that's all that they can do right now. And Knights will probably start to feel it, Gus. I mean, if they go down like 3-0 here for a team that already lost to Elevate yesterday, the mental pressure would start to mount.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning for the Knights. On the other side of Ruffle, though, I'm admiring their confidence, still sticking the Ying despite Gordon being played once again here, which would have been quite predictable. So Hayward will be looking to have a big impact in this round. He can pop off. I mean, he was one of the top-rated players in the league last year, so keep an eye on him on the Warden to get some work done. As ROFLCOPTERGG, they all spawn over towards Big Tower, so we might see a rear stage execute here from the attack, which basically nullifies any of the setup over towards Kitchen, which I think the Knights have extended to.
Well, the Warden, I don't know if that played much of an impact in the last round. To be fair, there wasn't much Knights really could do. Once Juicy was flushed out, they were able to just get a pretty comfortable plant down. Not too many issues there. Just trying to figure out how many players Knights have got sort of roaming around. It seems like 3 of them are sitting in meeting at the moment.
Well, the goal here really for Ruffle is to try and get that main wall open. They'll likely use hot shot for that, maybe even OJ, but then they need to, of course, flush out some of these positions on site. Oh, Bouncing, that's aggressive. 5-0 so far in the first 3 rounds, and that's 2. Not much you can do against an aggressive Ash like this. The Knights struggling to win their ones. Bouncing can lock down that split angle, and now it's up to the likes of Josh to try and retake and find a pick. If he loses this, though, the round's over. Narrowly avoids with his life.
There's just no pressure, though, at all on ROFLCOPTERGG because Knights are just all sitting on side at the moment, getting picked apart. We saw Bouncing push in, does finally go down. Punished by Dino. They're at Kitchen Corridor. Gets a second one here, and they're definitely back into the round, but if he loses this trade, I mean, I don't see a 4v1 happening at all. Just missing that engagement. Still a lot of time on the clock as well. Minute 15 in the round. It's not going to do anything. Oh, the timing, though. The frag grenade from Campo. He definitely would have got the kill there had he not been priming that nade. And in the end, it's like a net draw. They just both fall back to the same position. Minute left, no one's touched anyone. Oh, he found the angle, but he just didn't shoot. Dino's got 2 in the blink of an eye. He's now got 3 for the round. It's a 2 versus 2, 50 seconds. And this is just starting to fall away from ROFLCOPTERGG.
Oh, Dino could find yet another. Lights up Boyd, who's now half HP as Hayward gets taken down. Didn't have much of an impact in this round. And it's up to Dino to find the last 2, get the ace for the round. He has the diffuser nearby. He can play off that. Boydie and Hotshot, they both know it's right there. They need to try and collect it, but they can't. Dino holding firm.
He does have information on both of them as well, though. Knows that they're going to be able to get that diffuser. Give it up, move away, and just try and rotate off that area. Now knows they've got the diffuser. Drops down into meeting. We'll head back over towards kitchen. 13 seconds left. Not going to be able to deny this, or maybe will. The shield. He knows they're right there. Is he going to push or not? He does push, but Boydie will punish him. ROFLCOPTERGG have won 3 from the first 3 rounds here on Oregon.
Wow. The slits in the deployable shield proving fruitful there for Boydie. That's 3 straight for Ruffle. Such a valiant effort there from Dino. I mean, he's literally the only player having an impact in that round. Everyone else died. Hayward spent the entire round watching split in case the attack tried to pinch when they really weren't. So something lacking in the intel department there for the defense. And yeah, it was up to Dino to try and be a bit of a hero. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it all. And Ruffle, they are playing super well right now.
Yeah, they are.
Honestly, I can't fault them on too many things. Yes, that round was a little bit spicy, and they probably got baited into Dino a little bit too much there, but they put it off in the end and clutched it out.
How much of it, though, is... You know, I don't want to take anything away from ROFLCOPTERGG there. As you said, they're playing absolutely amazing right now. Bouncing really just opening up that entire round for them as a team. But Knights just seemingly don't look awake right now defensively. Their roam game hasn't worked at all. Like, whenever they've tried it, it was just shut down in the first round quite easily. We saw in that last round in particular, it was like 3 on site. They just got picked apart. It just seems like nothing's really working for them so far. In saying that, though, we kind of expect the attacking teams to do well here on Oregon. So might just keep things in check for now before, you know, we switch later.
Yeah, I believe we were in a tactical timeout there. So, of course, now in 2021, coaches for the teams in online games can now call timeouts similarly to offline events on LAN. Of course, with the new pause feature, which is really cool to see. I believe it would have been the Knights that would have called that there. We could probably get confirmation on that. I'd be very surprised if Ruffle, after 3 wins straight, would call a timeout. But that's a great opportunity for the Knights to try and reset and work out what the hell is going wrong, because you shouldn't be losing 3 rounds straight on Oregon.
It was Knights that did call the timeout, though. No surprise, really. Yeah, we go back down to basement, which, of course, we saw in the very first round. ROFLCOPTERGG winning that one quite comfortably after the pressure we saw from them applied over towards Big Tower, getting that early kill, and then just sort of pushing. It was Boydie pushing through Freezer that really found the majority of the frags. There wasn't too much in way of counter pressure from Knights at all. And the question will be, do they pull back from that kind of... It wasn't even a heavy roam. Like, they didn't even heavy roam in the first round. They only had like 2 players roaming off site. No Mozzie, though. They do keep the Vigil. And Sajon on the Legion. So maybe a bit more of like a defensive roam potentially could be the play here for Knights.
Yeah, maybe. So far, it's looking like ROFLCOPTERGG is setting up to try and clear that more efficiently and as a unit. We saw last time it was really a one-man show. I believe it was bouncing, kind of solo clear Josh on that Vigil, but this time they're stacking on tower, draining out for one another, and might look to push in together, which I think is really good to see, and will only speed up that clear, make it a little bit more efficient, and open up the opportunity to trade those picks.
Pressure on Campo. I don't know if Knights are in a position here to be swinging around. Just missing that one onto Bouncin. That would have been a huge frag, because Bouncin has been popping off so far here on Oregon. 6 kills in the first 3 rounds. They had taken off the Ash from the board. Knights would have been in a really good position for the remainder of the round. Missed chance, though, which has happened a couple of times for Knights in this series. A few missed chances.
I just want to talk about Dino for a second. He has been looking so sharp. Last night, he was playing so well. Just his mechanics are on point at the moment. And so far here this evening on Oregon, it's looking really strong as well, despite the rest of the Knights struggling a little bit. So props to him for stepping up. We
Boydie.
need to continue to. Yeah, Boydie. Got a solo push blue. So despite Roffle stacking and trying to clear some of these positions, it doesn't seem to really be that effective, and they're still struggling. It looks like they're now going to rotate over towards bunker and clear that instead.
Opening up meeting as well, trying to just get rid of 2 players for Knights here on the second floor. Bouncing's been downed. Didn't quite get to see how that one happened, but it is Dino, as you said, who has been playing very well. Not just tonight, but also last night. Campo's found 2 elsewhere. Boydie, though, going to be eliminated through the wall.
What? He's just standing in front of a breach and gets shot in the back of the head. So that was very questionable there. It leaves OJ and Hotshot now in the 2-on-3. If Hotshot finds this, it could be winnable. But he doesn't hit a single bullet. And now they're disjointed, separated as OJ tries to enter the site. The player inside of Freezer lights him up as Hotshot pushes down the main stairs. But that Banshee will give away the sound cue. His teammate drops, and now he's left in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, it's much better from Knights. Don't see a chance here for Hotshot. Doesn't shoot. Josh does. Knights on the board for the first time here tonight. They win their first round. 3-1.
Yeah, I think the most confusing thing about that round for me was the player getting shot right in front of a breach or draining. So maybe there was a miscommunication that the wall had been opened and he wasn't aware. Not too sure exactly what happened there, but it was a free pick for the defense. The Knights capitalized and they finally get a round on the board. Still need to win 2 more though to even out the half. So by no means easy from here. We saw a pretty efficient top take from the attack last time over towards double window. So if they go for that again, I'm keen to see how the Knights try and counter that sort of playstyle.
Had the pressure down as well in kitchen, so that vert pressure plus double window just seemingly overwhelmed Knights really in that round that we played Kid Storms last time. But just on that last round, I thought that just came down to Knights playing better. They were able to contain ROFLCOPTERGG from getting into meeting for quite a bit longer as well. Didn't really give up much ground. And when they did fall back down onto that basement site, they were just a lot more methodical. The big one was Boydie. I don't even know how he dies there. I don't know exactly what happened. He was on drone. They opened up the Rio or something. I didn't quite get to see it, but that really just changed the round. You know, it feels like if Bouncing goes down or Boydie goes down, ROFLCOPTERGG do lose a lot of that firepower. As I mentioned sort of at the start of that last round, Dino had the chance to kill Bouncing like almost immediately. And that's just a chance you don't want to let go begging. Fortunately for Knights, they did win the round. They're on the board 3-1. It's a huge opportunity now over to Kids Dorms for ROFLCOPTERGG to get back in the winning side of things.
3 C4s here from the Knights in this round. So they might try and play vertically, help with any sort of plant denial, and maybe, I mean, there's even a couple of other cheeky C4 throws you can set up for the likes of the game's push as well, which it actually looks like Ruffle is shaping up for. So remember, casting our minds back to the previous attack, we saw Ruffle stack the main window, abuse the Candelas and enter from that way, but it looks like maybe they're going to go for a little bit more of a traditional take here. We've got the 2-3 split, 2 of course over towards Big Tower, and 3 pushing from the game side or the bedroom side, which is a little bit more typical here in Oregon, and probably what the Knights would be anticipating.
Yeah, this is more of the stock standard here from ROFLCOPTERGG. I've got to say that I think this probably plays into the hands of Knights. Any sort of structured play, Knights will prefer. They know how to deal with it. But hey, I mean, the way that ROFLCOPTERGG are hitting their shots right now, they can just win a few of their 1v1s. Huge opportunity here for them.
Oh,
speaking of that though.
Yeah, not bad there from Sage, and it looks like that was actually on the roam. So that's Bouncing taken down. He's been quite impactful on this map so far. I believe if we can have a quick look at the extended stats, he is top fragging. So taking that Ash off the board is really quite important. Thanks, Mandy. There we go, 6 and 3. So shutting him down is really nice there for the Knights. And Stage as well, who actually can frag off when required, and that'll give him a nice little confidence boost as well.
Well, Bouncing was 6 and 1. That's now round 4 and round 5 without getting involved. Not going to be ideal for ROFLCOPTERGG. Down a player as well, down a fragger. The round's not over yet. Still 1 minute and 5 seconds here, Kid Storms. But they just don't seemingly have a backup plan here for this round. It's sort of continue on regardless of Bouncer being dead or not. Campo expecting to get pinched, and in fact did end up getting pinched. Juicy finds 2. onto OJ and Campo, and really the frags now just flowing for Knights, lighting up the screen. And they're going to make it 3-2 with a big win here on Kids Dorms.
Boydie still having an impact in this round, blinding his teammate, and Josh capitalizes, finds the final pick, and it's a flawless round for the Knights. So they're recovering quite nicely at the moment, and yeah, as you said, Ruffle really just picked apart. It felt like a disjointed attack. I'm not sure how much of that was really the Knights being able to pick it apart, or whether or not Ruffle really just didn't look comfortable in that sort of take. But either way, the Knights now in a great position to even out the half and I guess salvage it a little bit.
Like even a 4-2 half here for ROFLCOPTERGG is probably not end of the world for Knights. I don't think it's end of the world. 3-3 is still a great half though for Knights, considering they were down 3-0. All comes down to though, of course, that second half and how you're able to perform. We head to meeting in kitchen for the final round of this first half of the first game of the night.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Long way to go in this though. Even if it is just the best of one, Guz, it's by no means over. Knights now just showing what they're made of. It feels like they've woken up in the last 2-3 rounds.
Yeah, the Knights have been activated here a little bit. Surprising that we're not actually going to see them attempt dining kitchen in this half, or on this map at least. I mean, maybe if we head to OT, but of course incredibly doubtful because they haven't played it in regulation. Instead opting to go meeting, which for some teams is a personal preference. They just prefer playing that objective. Of course, it didn't quite work out for them last time. Good control was established by Ruffle earlier, or early into the round, over towards Big Tower, and they converted that, despite it being a little bit tight at the end. So keen to see if they go for the same approach here. The operator selections on the spawns would suggest they probably will. So the question then lies in, what are the Knights going to do to better their performance compared to that first attempt?
But you say that like they didn't do well on this site last time. Well, they didn't do it well on any of the sites last time, Knights. So, I mean, at the end of the day, they've come back on the other two. Kind of expect them to come back on this one as well and tie it up 3-3. Kind of learn your lessons approach here from the Knights on Oregon. This is where Bouncing's got to be careful because there has been pressure from Knights. He almost got his head ripped off a couple of rounds ago from Dino in that spot too. We did obviously see Bouncing die pretty early on as well in that last round. Hasn't quite been the same Bouncing as he was in the first 3 rounds. Needs to get on the board here.
Bit aggressive there from Josh. I mean, Hotshot's trying to work the wall and get it open. Created a small little line of sight, and Josh, whilst falling back, took some shots but doesn't hit its mark. But that does do some damage. Hotshot now down to 50 HP. That means he'll need to be quite cautious for the remainder of the round as he tries to get that wall open. Bouncing, meanwhile, flushed back with a pretty aggressive smoke grenade there from Juicy. Not quite sure if that's the best decision using it this early into the round, but does apply some pressure as Dino gets the first pick. That's OJ taking down, who has been quite a strong support so far on this map. So good start for the Knights.
The biggest difference is the last time we saw this site, Bouncing was able to just walk into meeting basically and just find 2-3 kills. Now he's getting absolutely pressured, cannot get near meeting at all whatsoever. Pushed back, taking damage. They've lost the player now from the Nitrocell. That's OJ down. It's a stark contrast, although Campo does find one. Josh still holding this very vital position. And with Boydie's elimination and a minute left on the clock, Knights are definitely in position here. Hot shot. I think he's going to get... Yeah, he's dead there. As soon as Dino gets that cross and then Hotshot's just stuck. Campo does get the headshot though onto Dino, fighting back here. ROFLCOPTERGG not giving away too easily this round, but unfortunately Knights are just a little bit sharper right now. Campo does get the down onto Sagion. And make it a 1 versus 2.
No nades left in the pocket though, so it'll all need to be done with the G36. He is rocking the Knights skin.
Dead.
Against the Knights, but he gets taken down. And that is a very strong first half here from the Knights. They bring it back, and 3-3 will be the scoreline.
well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of this first match of the night here for Oceanic Nationals. 3-3. First half, guys, a quick 3-0 to ROFLCOPTERGG, and then a quick 3-0 to Knights, and we are all tied up once again where we started off.
Yeah, I guess my throw at the end, I said that it was a strong half for the Knights. I'd probably put some quotation marks around that. I probably didn't emphasize it well enough. The second half of the first half, the last 3 rounds were strong. I wouldn't say before the second quarter. I mean, we're getting pretty mathematical here, which is a bit of a pitfall, but to simplify it, the last 3 rounds for the Knights were quite strong. I feel like they actually learnt from their mistakes made in the first 3. They made those adaptations and they pulled it off. So now, basically, the match is nullified, right? No team has the lead. We're at 3-3. And now the Knights, arguably on the favoured side of the attack, can really start to get to work, try and chip away against ROFLCOPTERGG, who, all props to them, are playing super aggressive here. I mean, this is quite the extension.
But that's the thing, and I mean, I could be completely wrong here, but I feel like in those last 3 rounds, Knights was able to counter ROFLCOPTERGG's aggression, try and just stop them a little earlier rather than allowing ROFLCOPTERGG to kind of get into these cheeky spots and find a few early frags in the round, which is what they were kind of doing in the first 3 rounds, at least in particular. And then after that, Knights are like, right, well, let's kind of stop them a little bit earlier, not let them get 2 feet away from the site and find some picks.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the Knights really displayed that their strength, which is adaptation. It's an important one to have, and they were able to feed into that. Question will be, how long does it take them to warm up into this half? Because they don't really have that opportunity, I would say, on the attack to adapt as much.
And I kind
of really are struggling. So.
And I kind of feel like as well, ROFLCOPTERGG, do they keep playing with that aggression here now on the defense? When the Aussie
yeah.
Castle, you kind of sense that they're going to be having some sort of roam game. But how aggressive is the question? Well, we'll find out very shortly. Campo just sitting in kitchen.
I mean, so far, the Mozzie Mute combo is actually causing some pretty big issues. We've already seen multiple occasions where the Knights are trying to gather intel, and they just cannot get their drones near this roam to actually work out exactly what's going on. Are there players there? What utilities in place? And it looks like now they're really just going in quite blind. A shoulder peek there from Campo. Quite risky, but gains the intel now on Josh, whose position has been revealed, and that can be relayed to the rest of Roffle.
Yes, vice versa, though. I guess they do confirm at least Campo's position inside a kitchen, so it goes both ways, but probably more beneficial for ROFLCOPTERGG than anything. They get some information. Campo doesn't have to really move. There's a trade, at least, when it's all said and done. Boydie, OJ, and Campo, though, are all hanging around close by to each other. So in the event that if they do find, say, Josh, and he might get one, there should be the trade.
This is so risky. Josh doesn't have any drones that he's working off here. No one else really supporting. So this could be a big play from Josh, or it could be a fail. It'll be the latter. Campo with a clean shot can now fall back towards site. Now there's only 3 members of the attack up. Only a couple of drones in hand. They're going to have to get really gritty here in this plan to try and pull something up.
Knights are just like, look, if they're not on site, let's just go down into the basement and see what happens. OJ just copping the down. The numbers are on the side of ROFLCOPTERGG here. Although it was on the side of ROFLCOPTERGG. OJ's going to get picked back up by Campo, who's having a very big round here to kickstart the second half. Hayward going to get the diffuser down in a 2 versus 2 night. Trissell is going to be successful from OJ. Not only denying the plant, but also finding the kill onto Hayward. Dino's not going to have enough time here. Does run in. Will start the plant, but it's a 2 versus 1, and they know exactly where he is. Round win, ROFLCOPTERGG.
Good work there from Roffle. The roam pays dividends. It did get a little bit scary towards the end there. I think it was Hayward that picked up a 2K on towards site from Pillar. Then we saw the res come out, but that was a great res at that. OJ still had that C4 in the pocket. Nailed the C4 there onto default. What? Res?
He's not dead.
Res, revive, pick up. It's all the same.
Anyway, good.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Good round win for
Look at what I'm working with here.
Oh
my. No wonder you're going 0-4 in the predictions, mate. You don't even know the game.
I'm about to be 0-5 if ROFLCOPTERGG win this game.
Well, no one's going to get it right, so it's okay.
Kids' dorms. I mean, I know I always say this is an important site, but I'm not going to say it. I'm actually going to say this is an important round. If ROFLCOPTERGG win this, they go 5-3. They edge closer to that match point. And the pressure then just sort of absorbs back onto the Knights. Knights kind of counter-pressured ROFLCOPTERGG in terms of that scoreboard. You know, you're down 3-0, you tie it up in the half, okay, breathe a sigh of relief, you're back in it, you can control the game from here, especially on the attack on Oregon. You lose that opening round on basement. It's really back on Knights, I feel like, to make something happen here.
I totally agree. Ruffle, they're just playing their game, right? They're playing super aggressive, not afraid to extend. They haven't fallen into the trap, which some teams do, in which they overthink and they fall into a bit of a shell, I guess, against strong teams. Ruffle have just completely thrown that mentality out the wind and said, we're going to play our way. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I mean, so far, it's looking pretty impressive. Not too many teams in recent history, of course, except for yesterday, have been able to really push the Knights hard at all. They've always been that team, maybe just under Wildcard, that will just wipe the floor and beat every team below them. But Ruffle, the new challengers in OCN, putting up a really valiant effort.
Yep. That was actually one of the notes I wrote down for this as well, is that I felt ROFLCOPTERGG would put up a strong fight, but Knights would just be too clinical. I'm waiting to see that clinical prowess, though, from the Knights on the attack. They showed it in the end, at least, on their defense, but see what they have here. It looks like it might just be stock standard here onto Kids Storms. Attic push, games push. Nothing over towards double window. I mean, Hayward's kind of close by to Arsenal, but Armory, but OJ and Campo are going to have to be dealt with down below. It's pretty standardized right now. I don't think there's anything too surprising.
I would agree. Knights with some decent progression, getting the games well open, and that's also a great pick from Sage. As you said, they'll need to clear these players from below. Campo is one of those taken out. Keen to see if maybe Ruffle now try and get all members back on towards site. They'll need to now as Dino finds that pick. Low on HP, but he gets away with that engagement. Same with 3-on-5 with still a lot of time to work with. I mean, we've only just eclipsed the halfway point, and the Knights have a lot to work with, but Dino does get down, so Ruffle's still standing firm.
OJ's still roaming around on this first floor, only 2 above now for ROFLCOPTERGG, so it's a very vacant site. Only Boydie and Hotshot. Hotshot was over in Attic. Dino's down. Hotshot not going to move from this position. It's not a chance. So they've still got, at least, considering there's only 2 players up on the second floor for ROFLCOPTERGG, there's actually still a lot of sightlines covered from those 2. OJ probably needs to start maneuvering somewhere else and try and get involved.
Does Juicy know there's a player here in pit? Oh, I don't think he does. That nade would suggest otherwise. Nah, surely Hotshot can swing wide here with the shotgun. Sees the barrel of the gun, hits the shot. It's a 2-on-4 now. Oh, that's aggressive from Hotshot. Doesn't get traded immediately, but surely he's cut off. Surely he cannot get out of this position as the C4 hits the mark there on to Dino. I don't think he can. He needs to try and get back towards site. Josh cuts that off, and OJ is spotted at the top of White Stairs. He too will be taken down, and the Knights will get the round.
How did he not get that kill peeking out of the window? I don't actually know. I think he got off it too early.
I think he just whiffed it.
Yeah. Whiffed it and then expected the trade, but yeah, I mean, look, not enough time to really go back through Big Tower and roam down below. There's like, what, 15 seconds left in the round. He would have been out of position. He had like 1 health anyway. Did everything he could. This was a nice kill from Hotshot. Thought maybe the round could be salvageable. There's the whiff.
Oh, yikes.
How low did he get him?
Like 25 HP, so
yeah.
1 more shot would have killed him. Pretty unfortunate. I still would say that that play on the rappel wasn't really having a huge impact on that round anyway. So even if he had got that pick, he still would have had to get back in towards side by dropping pit, right? And we saw Josh actually cut that off in the end anyway. So it would have been a nice stat for Hot to get in the kills column, but it really wouldn't have meant much. It was really just honestly a constellation. So a bit frustrating that he didn't hit it.
Was it a constellation, guys? Was it?
Well, it would have been if you hit it. It would
a constellation?
Constellation? Did I say constellation like the stars?
Stars in the moon, out at night.
No night maps in Siege anymore, so no constellations to be found.
So 4-4 now, all tie up again, back and forth. I do like this though for ROFLCOPTERGG. I mean, going back and forth, if it does continue this way, the likelihood that this at least goes to OT is pretty strong, right? So, and I think, as we said it in the pre-show, an OT for ROFLCOPTERGG, even if it's a loss, is still a massive result. That's still 1 point that you wouldn't have got last season.
100%. I think that realistic target here, especially if the Knights really switch on here and play at their best or near to the best, that would be a great result for Roffle. But I mean, I don't want to write Roffle off at all at the moment. I mean, there's a great chance that they actually do get 3 points in this matchup by winning it in regulation. That said, they'll need to continue to step up in the face of Knights' reactivity, which we saw on the back half of the first round, and I'm sure that trend will continue where the Knights learn from their mistakes
Bomb located by
on a couple of these initial attacks, and they can carry on that knowledge later into the map.
Seeing the Echo come out, haven't seen this in a hot minute. OJ playing Ring Around the Rosie of the Echo drone and the drone just missing each other down below. Will this be a slower round from Knights though, considering, well, the last round wasn't exactly rapid fire, they were still in a pretty decently paced position.
Gotta say, that was really well played there from Boydie, swinging Zulu and getting his 6x Kairos off the wall. Man, some of these gadgets are tongue twisters, but that was really good work from him. Might not have a massive impact on the round, but still well played nonetheless, as the rest of the Knights look to try and get control of Big Tower. So it's quite a similar execute by the looks of things from what we saw from Roffle. Who will be more proficient though? That really is the question that needs to be answered here.
Hot shot and OJ still over in kitchen. Bouncing up above on that second floor. Campo just loitering around in meeting. Not sure if Boyd is going to really find much action over where he is, as Campo does get the opening kill onto Haywood, and that's huge for ROFLCOPTERGG. Dino, opportunity to get one back there and tie it back up. 4-4 goes missing. Like a few things that have happened for the Knights tonight. Sejon does get one onto Campo though. The Rooney is down. Dino's still struggling over here in Garage.
Yeah, Dino really cut off well here by Roffle, and these players as well do have angles in towards the site, but Juicy
Juicy's
is getting that plant down. Can it be stuck? That's the question, as Bounson does find one, but do they have the angles onto the planter? No, Bounson narrowly misses that and leaves it in the post plant.
Laser array still up from a Rooney as well, but I mean, this is tough actually because of the Rio being quite open. It's not like he can get a safe defuse on this plant. I mean, this is going to be really difficult for ROFLCOPTERGG, even more so when Juicy just snipes Bouncing. 3 kills in the round. That's round over. Thought it was round over. As soon as that plant went down, I didn't see a way back for ROFLCOPTERGG. Knights just kept the foot on the throat.
Yeah, 100% agree. Very, very tricky post plant there. The major mistake there from Roffle was allowing that plant to go down. They didn't have the lines of sight. I doubt they had the intel because no one was really reacting to that plant going down very well at all. I think maybe Bouncing could have got the angle there, but he was a little bit too late, so unfortunate for him. But if you're a Knights fan, you can be happy now because your team's finally leading on this map.
That's credit to Knights though. They got the frag onto Campo, who was sitting in meeting. Once they get that kill, there's no pressure at all from Roffle. No one comes over quick enough to sort of get into that position that Campo was in, or at least just have an eye on it. You mentioned Bouncing, but it just gets here a little bit too late. Unfortunately for ROFLCOPTERGG, as soon as Campo went down, the round kind of went down with him. And we head down as well to basement. 4-5, Knights edging closer to maybe ending this round and spoiling the hopes and dreams of ROFLCOPTERGG, who have quietly so been really amazing in this matchup.
Yeah, and it looks like Roffle again will try and execute a roam. They're bringing the castle, the mute Mozzie combos, so that is very much indicating that will be the case. We saw it quite effective last time Roffle defended below. They won that round off the back of slowing down the attack quite significantly, and it was a bit of a hectic late execute in which ROFLCOPTERGG had the C4s to deny the plant. So they'll be looking to replicate that. And the Knights, of course, will be looking to be more efficient on that roam clear, try and find that intel and act upon it a little bit quicker, try not to stall out.
So the last time out, a lot of the focus was around that kitchen area. Josh really couldn't get himself involved. Got, as he said, sort of shut out of it really on that west side. the ROFLCOPTERGG themselves now down 4-5. Do they keep the tempo going, or do they pull it back a little bit? They don't have to bring it back to, say, a full turtle on site, but just making sure that they don't lose a player early or two, that they can win that late round push from Knights when it does come through at some point.
Player above here, near the top of
It's
White
bouncing.
Stairs. Dino looking to maybe push that out, but I don't think he really has intel. Sage, though, is droning ahead. Bouncing, hears it, thinks about falling back, but doesn't commit. Dino to capitalize. He is looking so damn sharp right now. Juicy as well will pile on to the pain. Now Roffler left in a 3-on-5.
It's I literally was saying it all of 10 seconds ago that this is what they didn't really want to happen. You lose 1 or 2 early. Trying to play this roam game, that if Knights find those kills, that's the game. That's the round. It's over. At that point, what are they going to be able to do in a 2v5 or a 3v5 scenario with like 2 minutes left on the clock? The round's over.
Jeez.
Flawless indeed from Knights, and it all just comes down to winning those ones early on in the round and shutting down that roam game of ROFLCOPTERGG.
I think this match really just encapsulates how good the Knights are at reading their opponents. And sure, they might lose a round against a particular setup or strat or operator or whatever the case may be, but when they attempt it for a second time, they look so much better. I mean, wow, like, how efficient was that? I'm still trying to think back to the last time that the Knights were trying to attack that side, and it looked pretty bad, to be completely honest. Like, it was super slow, super rough, lack of intel, and basically it was the exact opposite that time. We saw the Knights attack super aggressively, just get in the map. Drones were there, they played off it, and I mean, it happened that quickly we couldn't even catch it all. The round was over.
I think this has just been a staple of Knights so far in this matchup, has been sort of second chances and second goes and learnings and lessons, right? They kind of started a little bit slow in the matchup, went down 3-0, and then they obviously picked themselves up a bit and improved on really all 3 sites. And I think you can almost say the same as well here for their attack, and really just sort of shutting down ROFLCOPTERGG. As really the entire match has gone on, Knights just keep edging their way as the superior team, and that's been noticeable. That was, of course, attack timeout from ROFLCOPTERGG. The down match point now to Knights. They need to win the next 2 rounds in a row if they're going to at least salvage a point from this, because it was only 2 rounds ago that it was 4-4. It was this sort of back and forth style going on, at least for the first 2 rounds. I really felt ROFLCOPTERGG would walk away with this with at least a point. Now I'm not so sure, Guz.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Roffle did use timeout. We saw the Knights use that quite early in the map, and they actually bounced back quite well from that. So maybe we'll see similar here from Roffle, depending on just how effective that timeout was. Keep in mind, of course, it is only a very short amount of time to quickly go over things. Try and work out probably where they're going to go for this round, and then the preceding round, if they manage to survive. The great thing for the Knights side on the flip side is they have secured a point, at least. Their first point in OCN, believe it or not, because they didn't get any from last night. So I'm sure they'll be happy with that. Maybe the pressure now is relieved a little bit, and they'll be like, hey, like, we're actually playing all right now, let's just close it out. Whereas maybe earlier they were sort of stressed. They might have been stressing a little bit, saying, hey guys, like, hello, wake up. We don't want to lose 2 maps in a row. That would not look good.
Oh boy, dude, that's so cheeky. Well, Juicy had no idea. And that does give ROFLCOPTERGG at least a leg up in this round. 5-4 for literally the entire round here on out. And edges them a little closer to at least making it 5-6 overall. But yeah, look, I agree with you. Maybe Knights were just a little bit slow to wake up in this match, but their raw skill showing through.
Bit close. Yeah, not a great start though for the Knights, as you highlighted. I mean, that's 2 nades taken down. Sure, they still have 4 in the pocket, but it is also one of the hard breaches taken down as well. So Dino has a lot of work to do. If he wants to get the hatches, then I mean, that's at least 8 pallets down the drain. That limits what he can do on site late round over towards Pillar or Blue Bunker as well. So not a great position for the Knights, by no means unwinnable. Hayward needs to win this though, and doesn't.
Man.
Maybe that has flipped the round around, if you would, because this is very difficult to come back from. As long as Roffle plays smart here and don't throw picks, they should be able to hold on.
Didn't quite catch how Campo died there. Josh sitting in freezer. Just going to try and drone himself forward there. Bouncer knows exactly where he is, though. That's another drone gone.
Oh, he gets out. You didn't see him.
Yeah, that just gives Bouncer a lot more room now to move around as well.
Really?
You can see there they have diffuser, so they're changing up sort of their tactics and their positioning based on that.
I was going to say, I'm not quite sure how I feel about this aggression, but if you do have that kit down, it can be wise to sometimes play off that. The Knights will be aware of where the kit is, whether or not they know just how aggressive it's being held in Big Tower. Who knows? It's Josh and Sage. They're still pushing in towards site. Josh trying to get the angle there on the boost, believes the player's behind the box, but is actually to the hard left, sends out some utility to clear the shield. He allows Hot Shot to swing, but trades it eventually. It's now Josh and Dino left to try and get this diffuser and get back towards site.
Dino's got like no health though. Yeah, Boyd just breathes on him and pushes him over. 3-1 now. And obviously for ROFLCOPTERGG, they still have the diffuser in their sights. Josh, though, with a headshot onto Boydie. I mean, surely he doesn't just make one of the plays of the tournament already. Grabs the diffuser and he can go back down free of charge. OJ and Bouncing in a 1 versus 2.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, no, wait. No, way!
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Had he got that, guys, I don't know what could have happened for the remainder of that round.
Yeah, Josh looking pretty sharp there, but his hands were full. It's a good round there from ROFLCOPTERGG. They survive for at least a little bit longer. Of course, still match point for the Knights, but they only have 1 more round to close it out and get 3 points in this match. ROFLCOPTERGG looking to steal that away and at least claim 1 by heading this match to overtime. It will be the first overtime for OCN if they manage to pull it off.
This point is so important. Look, I understand that we've got 7 play days to get through, 7 games everyone plays, but and there's going to be a lot of teams that do get a point or 2 here or there that of course messes with the 0-3 system that we used to have. But getting this point early means that your round differential is not as important. Obviously, it all depends on how everything plays out by the end of the season. But for instance, if ROFLCOPTERGG say force this OT then lose, they go actually to 4 points, which right now would actually put them in first place and above order. That's sort of what this extra point does versus say a regular time loss where they just walk away with nothing. A 5-7 loss is more heartbreaking now than say last season, right? Because you were just that 1 round away from at least taking something from this matchup. And rightfully so, ROFLCOPTERGG have deserved at least 1 point from this.
Yeah, we often see tiebreakers play a pretty big role in how the final standings can look at the end of a stage. We've seen it last year, and this year, as you sort of were mentioning, won't be any different, but it won't be necessarily the round differential as it was previously. It's going to be a single round here or there because you've been able to push a loss to OT. So Ruffle, as you mentioned, it'd be huge for them even to just get a single point here.
On the flip side, though, of course, if Knights lose this round, they cannot get all 3 points. It would be 1 or 2. I think you mentioned it before. At least at minimum, they've secured 1, which gets them on the board. Dino going down early is massive. I mean, talk about the 2 players going back and forth for frags in this match. Bouncing and Dino. Bouncing coming up clutch here. As ROFLCOPTERGG have an opportunity to send this to OT, which would also be our first OT of the season.
That is a gnarly setup there from Bouncing, leaving the left side of games all open and playing behind a shield. Super dirty. I mean, there's a chance that Dino rappelled up there or came up onto the balcony via a vault and had absolutely no idea he was exposed to that angle. So fantastic work there from Bouncing.
Oh.
The pocket strap plays off. Sage narrowly misses a potential trade opportunity there, but OJ survives and can link up with his teammates over towards Pit.
3 in Addict? So this is not something we've actually used to see from ROFLCOPTERGG so far in this matchup, guys. This is like anti-roam at this point for them. Like, they are just like on site playing defensive, which could work into the hands of Knights. I think Knights, obviously, I mean, they're just, at this point, if you're Knights, you're checking everything because you don't know what ROFLCOPTERGG could be doing or where they could be.
Oh, this could be an engagement. Boydie. Yeah, they've got an aggressive Edwards dining there. May have been able to catch Josh off guard, but thinks better of it and will play top white. I think Josh knows below is clear, but he's still, of course, being cautious of the angles above. Player tucked deep in towards the corner there. Then he might be able to catch off guard. Oh my word. If I'm hotshot, I am not moving a muscle.
There's just no reason. There is absolutely no reason to peek that. Absolutely no reason, and he somehow survives. But his position has been compromised. Hotshot, how are you still alive? It's like a cat. He's got 9 lives. 54 seconds left. But that's massive in the end for ROFLCOPTERGG. They keep their player alive. They now know where Josh is down below. And Josh gets nothing for that other than a little bit of information. But it's not even that much information either.
And he survives a nade, I think, as well on top of that. So that is absolutely disgusting as OJ's taken down below. That's, I believe, the kit dropped as well. It's falling apart here for the Knights. Roffle really pushing hard here for OT, but the Knights have control of site. Campo and OJ stuck down below. Oh, their options are limited. They're missing their shots. They're hitting the metal bars. Oh my word, this is the messiest gunfight I think I've ever watched in my life. It's the 2-on-3 down
it up.
on site. Oh my word, it's Josh now in the 1-on-2.
10 seconds left of the round. Josh swings around, catches hot and shot on the left. Campo still alive. Can he deny? No, he's not even remotely close. Josh will get this off. Campo pushing through game through. Oh, he got off it. What are you doing? I'm done. I'm out. I'm out.
Josh.
I'm done. See ya.
Ah, Josh. Look, I'm going to play devil's advocate as, look, I'm probably going to have to talk a bit here as Xenox has literally left. Maybe there was an opportunity there that if he did stick it, he would be taken out. But I just feel like on the balance of all the options you had, sticking it was the highest percentage chance of winning the round. Look, production, what production? Why are we looking at a replay of that? Why are we looking at a replay of that? That was disgusting. We're not allowed to show that. That was just, what was that gunfight? There was so much in that round. I was just...
Sorry, yeah, it was 0... he literally can't get off that though. If he, like, as we saw.
There was so much wrong with that round. I don't even know where to begin. But Ruffle did get OT, so both of these teams will get at least 1 point. The Knights, I don't think we are overjoyed with that result.
Man. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm not too surprised that the match has played out the way it has. To be completely honest, I definitely rate ROFLCOPTERGG and their ability to push Knights. I did feel like Knights would have too much for them. I mean, if I had to have had a numbers guess or a numbers prediction, I probably had it like 7-4, 7-5 Knights. And obviously, as you can see, it's now gone to OT. And this is just a free punch now for ROFLCOPTERGG. You've got 1 point secured. That was like the ultimate goal. Can you now get a second point to go with it? Both teams can no longer get 3 points. Just to make that clear, it's 2 points for OT win, 1 point for OT loss.
Yep. That's where we stand at the minute. Of course, Ruffle back on the attack now. Really liking some of their aggression that we saw earlier this evening. And I doubt they'll change much. It looks like a pretty similar operator lineup as well. Boydie standing out as one of those players who's played quite well on that Ying and continues to stick it. Juicy. Oh, wow. This is so aggressive from Juicy on the Legion. If this does not pay off, he loses Goo Mines and the Knights will be a man down, but there is potential for him to go big here and find a couple of picks of his own.
Oh, there's a second one as well. Hot shot. Finding Josh.
Oh, no.
There's a third one. What is going on? We're at the 2-minute mark of the round and 3 players are dead for Knights?
Yeah, this is not great. The Knights, I think, are trying to compensate for Ruffle's aggression, maybe, but it's really just not paid off. This round should go the way of Ruffle unless there's some kind of minor miracle. Sure, Dino's been pretty sharp and Hayward can pop off at times as well, but in a 2-on-5, it's looking very, very grim. Maybe Hayward could go for something aggressive, a double window and find a pick, but no, he will not. Hotshot shuts him down, and Dino now needs to clutch up.
So ROFLCOPTERGG are going to have overtime match point, guys. It's a fact. So we can, if you want, just start talking about the next round.
Yeah,
because this one's over.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, yeah. There you have it. That's our confirmation. Oh,
wow.
Okay.
That was quite... I don't know, was that quite pathetic from Knights, or was that just ROFLCOPTERGG just hitting some clutch shots to begin the round back to back to back?
I don't know.
30, 40 seconds into the round, they find 3 kills that easily?
I'd say it was questionable from the Knights, and well played by Roffle. I don't think it was absolutely terrible from the Knights. They tried something a little bit different, that aggression over towards small tower and some of the players off site. But if you're not winning your ones in that sort of scenario, you're going to lose rounds. It's kind of like that analogy in other sports, like you have to win catches to win matches. Well, you need to win your ones to pull off aggressive roams in Siege.
Yeah.
Like, you can have all the strats in the world, but if you want to play aggressive like that, you need to win gunfights, and they just didn't. It took them a minute for the round to just absolutely collapse. So, unfortunate for them, but...
I like that word collapse, by the way, and it's about to happen tonight.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
They're about to collapse to a 0-2 start for OCN.
Ooh, you're already writing them off.
Mate, I think I've seen enough. I'm on the ROFLCOPTERGG bandwagon.
Okay, all right. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm that convinced yet.
You know what else is going to collapse? My tips. I'm going to go to 0-5.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Look, there's still an opportunity here. Knights on the attack. And they showed enough, at least Knights did, on both attack and defense. I feel like, though, this actually might suit Knights a little bit more, rather than ROFLCOPTERGG's sort of aggressive, unpredictable attacking style, which evidently paid dividends in the last round. You know, ROFLCOPTERGG will be a bit more on the defense. They do like a good aggressive roam as well, but Knights themselves
Dino
can take their time here.
Dino's getting spawn peaked from somewhere. I don't know exactly where that was, but gets away with his life nonetheless. That would have been very disappointing, and he have fallen. I mean, just looking back at the round history in this match, you'd have to probably back Roffle. They've played this, they attempted to defend this site 3 times. They've won it twice, so that's a pretty good win rate for them. Whereas the Knights, of course, have struggled a little bit.
Yes, but there's the other part of this equation, Gus. ROFLCOPTERGG have never won 4 rounds in a row. In fact, both teams right now went ROFLCOPTERGG 3, Knights 3. Knights 3 and ROFLCOPTERGG 3, and then there was one elsewhere in the middle. Boy, did those short-lived lead. It's now 4-4. Good trade from Josh. A much-needed one as well. If Campo doesn't go down there, you know, having only 4 onto the 5 going in down into basement would have been so difficult for Knights. It's a massive trade. Bouncing up above. OJ will catch out Josh. It's a big player pushing down into Freezer as well. This gets harder and harder for Knights. The more players they lose, Guz.
Yeah, a lot of utility gone begging as well here for the attack. I mean, you've got Josh on the Zelf, Juicy on the Mav. A lot of work can be done by those 2 operators, and they'll have to forfeit that in this round. Bouncing, aggressive over towards a big tower. He won't want to give away his life cheaply here. If anything, he'll want to waste time as much as possible and open up the opportunity for a very late flank. Narrowly misses the shots over towards satellite window. But yeah, I think his job is just to post up here. Just try and put some doubt in the backs of the minds of Knights and stop them from pushing here.
He also doesn't want to put himself in a position where he just kind of gets pinched as well. I can't honestly remember who it was, but the very first round, the Vigil got pinched.
Josh.
Yeah, Josh it was. Dino takes a bit of a beating, just falls back. They're going to leave. Bouncing alone over a big tower. 50 seconds left in the round. Overtime match point for ROFLCOPTERGG. They've just got too much control here. I mean, Dino, they're going to have to push through Laundry or something and just make a rush push onto site with 30 seconds left. Sage is now going to go through Freezer, but Hotshot sitting in there. Oh, he gets naded out by Sageon, though. This can open up Freezer. And a second avenue along with Laundry as well. Bouncing, though, is going to be roaming in from behind. Does eliminate that throw, and that gives away the position, though. I'm not sure if that was the play. Hayward with a good snapshot onto his head. Bouncing goes down. ROFLCOPTERGG were in position. I thought he would get the kill. And Hayward has just come up so clutch when it matters most. 1 versus 3. OJ, 8 seconds left. Whoever's got the diffuser, do not let it go. He's going to deny it. 4 seconds left. And just run. Hide. You don't have to peek. This is OCN.
Operators, you are out of time.
What? ROFLCOPTERGG will take the map against the Knights. I don't know how they pulled that off at the end.
Why was he even peeking? You just have to hide.
But it's an 8-6 victory. The Knights embarrassed in that final round. They lose the 3-on-1. Huge from Ruffle though. They'll be very pleased with that result.
You think? Very pleased. They should be bloody ecstatic with that result. 8-6 win over Knights, who go to 0-2 on the season. The supposed favorites, guys. What has happened? What has transpired here? There's just a giant copter ruffling around in the air, and they're gone 2-0 to start the season. They don't get all 3 points, but hey, they get respect and they get a huge skull.
Wow. Look, I'm just still trying to digest that final round. What in the hell was that, right? We had the plan. Firstly, we had that flank that Hayward shut down out of nowhere, hit an insane 2K to even give his team the chance.
He shot the drone, and that meant Hayward then turned around and he was ready for him to come down laundry stairs.
Yeah, and then he unfortunately had the kit, couldn't stick it, got shot in the foot, and then the trade wasn't there, but then should have been hit in the end. He tried to run. OJ faced his back to where 2 attackers was and didn't get shot in the back of the head. And he just got away with that.
I love Siege, man. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you said these games tonight. You were saying it before.
Oh, I said it yesterday.
Oh, these are gonna be easy games. Oh, they're gonna be straightforward.
No.
Oh, one-sided. Yeah, nah, mate. You were completely wrong already.
Hey.
Just like your 05 predictions, just absolutely terrible.
Man, look, what can I say, guys? That was intense. That was absolutely intense. I think you mentioned that because yesterday's games, none of them went to OT. All of the games tonight will go to OT.
Oh, jeez. I mean, look at our money's worth. Let's just put it that way. I mean, it could well happen.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look. Let's get someone in who's probably even happier than us. We're gonna have an interview here with Boydie. Well, geez, he doesn't look happier than us. We're sitting over here pumped, mate. Great smile. Congratulations, firstly, on the win.
Thank
How
you.
How does it feel? You guys are 2-0 to start the season.
Feels pretty good. We're expecting a very tough game. Not essentially a win, just it would be a very interesting game. We know Knights weren't trying so as they normally would be, probably saving shots right back south, but still was wonders, especially with the new roster changes.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I want to talk about is you personally and also the team's aggression, right? I think you guys came into this match and just went your hardest. You were bringing the ying, you were playing super aggressive, particularly on attack. Is that a conscious decision from you guys, and were you happy, I guess, with how that sort of transpired throughout the map?
Yeah, we read Nice Like a Book. We knew they'd be banning Capitao. And just, Jaeger instead of Amaya and bring the ying and Sabuza. Then I think one of
Sorry, I cut you off there. Sorry, finish that.
That was fun. Yeah, after one of the rounds, we knew we repeated the same push, I think, twice, and just fell apart. Same hold twice, fell apart, and we just knew we needed to get more aggressive. Can't just do the same stuff on Knights, so just pick it apart.
How was the comms at the end there, especially just in overtime in general? Did you guys keep it, calm and collected, or was there a little bit of hype at all?
We're pretty hyped after making it overtime, especially 4-6 down, I believe it was, and got some points at least. And attack favored. We're better on attack on this map than defense, shown from the last 2 nights. And yeah, just we were very, very happy at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you boys post the comms from that final round, because I don't know how the hell OJ clutched that up. I don't think I've ever seen him play that one in my life. So better say that on the
I'm not sure Twitter would allow some of the comments, to be honest.
Yeah, potentially.
Well, look, I'm going to let you go, mate. Thank you so much for coming on and having a quick chat. Go and celebrate with the boys and have a few days off as well.
Yep, thank you very much. Cheers, lads.
I'm not going to lie. I was kind of expecting him to be as pumped as we were. Maybe it won't hit them for a little bit, Guz, but in the end, a huge win for ROFLCOPTERGG. Overtime win. I should probably repeat it, that of course, it's not 3 points gained, but I mean, they're not going to complain about that, right? They got the win against Knights. Huge.
Yeah, this really honestly throws a spanner in the works. I had Knights as clearly the best team for OCN, but they've literally already lost 2 games. Even if they were to win every game from now on, there's still a very real chance they don't finish first at all. So, wow, honestly, this has just opened the season wide open. Again, congratulations to Roffle. I really loved the explanation there from Boydie. They knew that Knights were going to read into them, but they just stuck to their guns, continued to play aggressive, did the necessary adaptations, and as we can see, the stats reflect that. They got that double on the board.
It's a good point that you bring up there for Knights. Can they finish first now? You know, there's 5 more games at best. Like they've got 1 point, like at best, right? You can get, say, 5 wins with that 1 overtime loss. I don't think that's going to be good enough. In saying that, you'll mention, guys, not as if there's like a wild card of old that you kind of expect to sweep everyone like 7-0, right? Like maybe there's order, but is order at that peak where they can actually go 7-0 or 6-1, for instance? So I would say this: I think Knights would have to win every single game from here on out.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, and I guess that leads into the follow-up question: can they win every game from here on out? And their results so far are not convincing. Honestly, I understand what Boydie did mention there a little bit about the whole APAC South v OCN, but honestly, that's crap. If you're playing bad in OCN, that's a bad excuse. It is. It's a bad excuse. I don't care what people say about saving strats and all this rubbish. It doesn't mean anything. If you're playing bad in OCN, that's going to eventually lead into bad results in APAC South. So
I'll put it this way: it's not as if Josh is sitting there like, oh, I could kill him here, but I'm not going to because I'll just save that for APAC South. Like when you're in there, it's like what is it in Australia? We call it like white line fever. You cross the line, you're gonna end up giving it your all. Look, maybe you could say Knights maybe want to save certain maps or certain strats, but even then, once you're in Oregon and once you're playing these rounds, guys, you're trying, and yeah, it's bullshit. If anyone says otherwise. Regardless, though, huge win for ROFLCOPTERGG. They do defeat the Knights 8-6 in OT. What a start to night number 2 here for Oceanic Nationals. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got 3 more bangers to play out.
My name is Jacob Stefancic, and I play Fragger for Team Rhythm. But what you don't know about me is I'm literally always listening to music. Whether I'm doing something with friends or family, or I'm in scrims, or I'm even sleeping, just always listening to music. I think music helps a lot with just like relaxing, and just a really powerful thing. I just have a big playlist and put it on shuffle. Whatever comes on, from like rock music to rap. I think it's something like 13 or 14 hours. My dad got me into the more like rock and rap style of music, and my mum got me into the more like EDM and like kind of trance type of music. Even when I play drums, I do have my right earphone on my ear, but it's just my left one's the only one in. I'm sure people are always frustrated that I'm listening to music, but no one has ever interfered and told me so. I'm actually a really heavy sleeper, so music's never woken me up, like in particular. I had a picture frame fall once and like glass broke all over the side of my bed, and I just slept through the whole thing. And my mum walks in and she's like, what's going on? And I'm out cold most of the time. The Siege operator that I believe has the best taste in music would be IQ, because of her elite animation where she's jamming out to tunes, some EDM, getting the vibes high.
I'm Nathaniel Williams, and I'm Fragger for Order. But what you don't know about me is I have an obsession for cars. Even when I was younger, I used to go to like drag races and stuff with my dad, and I love the racing part. I'll sit there and watch it, but I also love obsessing what car I would want and what I'll do to them and stuff like that, like even older cars. I grew up watching my dad and my brother fix cars. That's basically a family tradition at this point. My current car is a 1991 Nissan 300ZX. I love it. Just everything about it, the aesthetic. It almost looks like an old Lamborghini, but it's not the price of an old Lamborghini. So the only issue with my car is obviously it's old and I'm constantly working on it. The biggest job I think I've done on my car is basically going from front to back and fixing every little problem. Like I'm pretty sure the only thing that hasn't been replaced is the actual core itself. I think that's why I like it. It's like a constant job, something new every month basically. My favorite operator is Vigil, and I think that he would drive a low-spec Aston Martin, some undercover. My dream car would be a fully blacked out Mercedes-Benz AMG. It looks like a tank, pretty much. It's legal to drive, won't be getting in any trouble. I would describe myself as a good driver. Don't know if my mum would say so, but yeah, I'd say so. I've had a couple dodgy experiences in cars. I remember I was driving with a friend actually, and he just bought his new car. It's like you could feel the car wobbling, and he looks out to the right, and his right wheel wasn't connected to where it was supposed to be at all. If we didn't pull over, it would have been rolling down the street, and so would have we.
This could be huge. Manages to find them.
Well, I hope you guys have gone and got a drink, sat back down, wiped your sweat off your forehead, because what a cracking game we had before. ROFLCOPTERGG defeating Knights 8-6 in OT to kickstart Playday number 2 here for the Oceanic Nationals. We've got 3 more best of ones to play out tonight, guys. And I tell you what, if that's anything to sort of indicate what tonight's going to be like, I'm pretty pumped. Aww.
Oh, no. Look, I was just saying about how wonderful of a caster you were, but unfortunately production didn't want to hear that, so they muted me, or I muted myself. As I was saying, I'm already pumped. I was already pumped getting into this matchup. But yeah, the good vibes should continue. We still got a couple of banging matches coming up.
Yep, we definitely do have still some more to come. First up, it is going to be Rhythm versus Order to play out. Talk about, though, similarities, I guess. Maybe not so much Rhythm having the prowess of, say, ROFLCOPTERGG, but, David versus Goliath kind of battle here. We just saw Goliath get knocked down, and could it happen 2 games in a row? Can lightning strike twice, guys?
Ooh. I feel like this match is more clear-cut, and even more clear-cut than in the first. It does look heavily dominant in favor of Order, but as you mentioned, maybe that first match is only a precursor to what could be an even bigger upset here at OCN.
Let's go and have a look at the Rhythm lineup for this second match of the night. They, of course, have had a couple of roster changes, guys. Not quite the same Rhythm that we saw last year in the Oceanic Nationals 2020.
Yeah, they've undergone a couple of changes. Again, keeping in mind that Rhythm had a pretty rough 2020. Of course, it was a difficult year for all of us, but at least within the Siege servers, Rhythm, they really struggled. A lot of losses on the board for them. Unfortunately, they were knocked out in relegations, but again, with Meloncat disbanding, they were invited back. And I think they're really here to try and make a statement and really prove to themselves and to the community that they deserve to be here at Oceanic Nationals.
Yeah, look, I obviously tipped them yesterday for those who didn't see the predictions. I didn't really get to sort of explain it, but I did feel as if going into the Rhythm ROFLCOPTERGG game that some of these players on Rhythm, Drex, Nevaix, Leb, like they've got that experience. I thought that would help them out, but ultimately wasn't to be. They were quite competitive. They were quite competitive for like the first 7 or 8 rounds, guys, and then ROFLCOPTERGG just kind of, ruffled their way to victory. I think in terms of if there was a power rankings, Rhythm would probably be last. Like someone has to be last, and I think Rhythm just for this season really need to just get a couple of scrappy wins if possible. Maybe just pushing some top teams to OT, like this particular match. In fact, against Order, if they can somehow get to OT, that's massive. But it's just going to be a learning season, I think, for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow burner, and as you mentioned, they'll really be pushing for OTs. They were known for pushing a lot of matches to OT last year and weren't rewarded with points, so they'll be looking to try and replicate that on the occasions that they can't get wins.
So let's go and have a look at the lineup for Order, of course, under the new banner, formerly Okami, and now, of course, part of Order. They do have a sub coming in tonight, though, guys. Can you pick him out? It's Nate.
Ooh, so Nate will be jumping in for Specker, of course, the biggest personality on the team, and I think this comes down to him not being able to play Monday nights. Of course, someone can correct me if I am wrong, but either way, it's a great opportunity for Nate to fill those boots, show what he is made of, and yeah, keen to see how it plays out. Sometimes roster changes, particularly ones like this where it's more of a substitute situation, don't play out well for the team in question, but who knows, maybe Order will prove us wrong.
I think Nate will be switched on, ready to go. Can I just say, are you a bit of a Game of Thrones fan, guys? Because I tell you, Nico looks exactly like Theon Greyjoy.
I've never watched an episode of Game of Thrones. I'm too busy watching Siege of Odds.
For the people in chat, if you think the same, let me know. Maybe on Twitter at XenoCasts or even the R6 socials. I reckon it looks like a spitting image of the Greyjoy guy. I can't see Rhythm winning this. I'm just gonna be completely blunt. Like I don't want to beat around the bush here. This is gonna be a very difficult task. It does set up the premise that if they can do well here, that that surprises many of us, guys. But ultimately, you'd have to agree, Order should be winning this and winning it comfortably.
Yeah, I expect nothing less than a clinic to be put on here from Order. We saw them actually put a bit of a clinic on last night against Wildcard, who sure they have their own problems. They're probably not in the best form, but I still think that it was a nice little warm-up game for them here in OCN. I guess maybe you could pull a bit of doubt from their result in Apex South against 7th Heaven. That probably should have been a win as well, but they actually played quite poorly there. But let's be honest, 7th Heaven are probably significantly better than Rhythm. I mean, that's just the way it is. So Order, again, should have it in the bag.
Let's go and have a look at the map vetoes for this second match of the day. And boy, if yesterday was all about Clubhouse, today might just be all about Oregon. We go back again. It is our map, guys. I swear, this is my most casted map. We can't get away from it. One thing I do want to point out quickly, though, is there was a chance for Chalet.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to see much Chalet in Oceanic Nationals, to be completely honest. It's probably a map we'll see more in Apex South, and again, keeping in mind Order in there. So it's not really wise for them to reveal a map like that here in OCN. So Oregon, that'll be the playground. Order, I mean, famously, a while ago said they were the best team in the region on this map. So, look, they should have no problems against Rhythm then, hey?
Well, you bring up a good point there. I mean, I'm almost staggered that Rhythm would take Order to Oregon, but maybe they have a point to prove. Maybe they sense that Order's arrogance might make them weak here. Rhythm, they are the David going up against the Goliath. Can they find an edge here on Oregon and crack the armor of Order, or is this just going to be a clean sweep?
Well, let's jump into the ban phase. We did see a target ban in the last match. It was Capitao taken off the board by the Knights, and maybe we'll see a target ban here. If anything, it'll probably be the Ying taken off the board by Rhythm, but they'll go more a traditional route, and they'll take off the Maverick instead. I probably wouldn't have minded to see maybe a target ban here from Rhythm onto that Ying, but either way, doesn't come out, and Order will probably just ban Thatcher out, and they do. Who would have thought?
The last 2 times that Rhythm have played Oregon, 7-5 and a 7-4 loss, both to ROFLCOPTERGG. So it doesn't really bode well for them, especially going up against a team like Order. Like, even the bans are pretty much straightforward right now. And if this does play out in a very structured and straightforward manner, without sort of like the aggressive predictability that we saw from ROFLCOPTERGG, I think that makes it harder for Rhythm. In a way, they almost have to throw out the strap book and just say, let's go aggressive here and play similar to style to something like ROFLCOPTERGG.
Yeah, I would agree. I think both teams will probably adopt a pretty aggressive mindset in this, and I feel like, honestly, we've just been harping on aggression for the last 2 nights a lot, but it is a pretty important thing to talk about. The teams in Oceania, more traditionally, have actually been quite passive teams, but that's really been changing with some of these newer teams pushing through in recent times. The likes of Roffle, as you mentioned, even Rhythm, for an example, can get quite aggressive at times. Order as well, been aggressive for quite a while now as well. So when these sort of playstyles do clash head on head or head to head, it can come down to things like winning your ones, which is a trope that many people just don't like talking about because they don't think it's very technical, but yeah, that's just a fact. And Order, they have some sharp shots, so keep an eye on that.
Draw your attention to the Snap Fitness community vote. 85% of you guys suggesting Order will be taking this map to 15% for Rhythm. That's probably about right. I mean, there's never really a 100-0 or even like a 90-10. You do have to give a little bit of a leeway for the upset to occur, and I guess that's the 15% there for Rhythm.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
Moving on from that though. Upstairs is the first site. One thing we're seeing here, which is actually a little bit unusual, is from Supremacist playing Maestro. You don't see much play from the Italian operator these days, but keen to see it nonetheless. Not sure where those cams have been placed. Maybe we'll be able to quickly catch the second one. Placed near the double window maybe for the jump in. So yeah, I don't mind that. Something a little bit different. Outside of that though, the operator picks are pretty straightforward from both teams.
Yeah.
Oh, Drax.
And Nate. Just taking a little bit of a collision there, both of them. I'm definitely keen to see how Nate slots in here as the sub for Order. On an individual perspective, might feel a little bit of pressure slotting in on such a strong team. Wants to get off to a good start and does. Did know where Drax was though from the earlier collision. It's a good start for Nate, and just to finish that point off, but you know, the team might be sort of fragging and flying and everyone's up and about, but for Nate's perspective, this is his chance to come in and you know, prove a point.
Yeah, I agree. Great start as well. Playing Ash entry, he was able to indirectly trade the pick onto Ippy style as well. So that's what you want from your Ash. Meanwhile, Joker's opened up Big Tower and he'll pressure the likes of Ghoul playing inside of Pit. So this is very standard Oregon so far. I mean, there's really not much to comment on from a unique strategic perspective. Maybe we could see a double window push late round though. We see Jack Daddy with the diffuser in hand, crouched, droning at the moment outside that window, and Nate as well can establish vert from below. So that could be the play. We saw Roffle pull it up early, it off earlier, just straight up, just jumping in the window again.
This is identical, right? They've got the pressure and vert from kitchen, and then they got 2 sitting over a double window going for that plant. If they can find whoever's sitting in dorms, you get that pick. That's the go time. Then you can get in through double window, get that plant down. Minute left on the clock. Obviously, they did lose Drex, but Ippy was traded as well. So it's 4-4, even advantage for both teams. Nova's the one that's playing in dorms at the moment. Swings out, actually. Good old Nevaix. I don't know if he's actually changed his name to Nova. I have no idea these days. Because...
Oh, Smokes head out. Jack Daddy vaults into the window, but it's a 2-on-4. The Banshee should give the sound cue to the defenders that they're inside of the objective. And Jack Dad also has been spotted by the Evil Eye. It's a great flick, though, to shut that down. But surely they can get shot from below or even see forward. Great work from Leb. And Joker now needs to clutch up. But really, there's not much he can do. And it's a solid start for Rhythm.
Yeah. Thought they played that actually quite well, to be honest. It was a nice swing from Nova down to the stairs, and that really just turned the round, because if he doesn't swing that and Order are allowed to push someone up the stairs and get that kill, it really just opens up the entire site. Like, and then they push in, no repercussions, get the diffuser down, hold from double window, slap, and round probably goes to Order, but Rhythm played that perfectly. And we go down to basement.
Indeed we do. 6 pick coming out from Leb. He'll jump on Goyo. Bring a couple of additional shields to the lineup. Interestingly enough, no smoke is being brought here by Rhythm, which suggests that maybe they'll hold elbow with the mute shotgun, or maybe just not even hold it at all. They have rotated it, so they probably will, but little bit interesting there to not be playing that with the smoke. Something a little bit different being brought out here.
Of course, in the previous matchup that we just saw play out, ROFLCOPTERGG versus Knights, we saw ROFLCOPTERGG get the first 3 rounds, but they did so on attack, not on the defense. But when it was all said and done, Gus, I didn't sense that it really came down to, say, attack, or like both teams did well on attack and defense. In fact, for that matter, statistically, they actually did better on defense than they did on the attack, because the win rate so far for OCN on Oregon has gone from 63% on attack to 56%. So it really has evened it up quite a bit. It does mean, though, for Rhythm, getting a nice early defensive round, if they can get a second down in basement, like a 2-0 start here on defense for Rhythm is probably better than ROFLCOPTERGG's 3-0 attacking start.
Let's see what happens this round, though. Ippy's style, I think he survived longer in this round than he did the previous one, taken out quite quickly, but he'll be looking to get to work here in round number 2. It's looking like Order maybe trying to do a roam clear top down. That said, I don't think Rhythm are really roaming that aggressively, at least not on the top floor. So this is just wasting the time of the attack here.
I don't think anyone's on the top floor. No.
Yeah, I mean, Order are being thorough. They do have the
Leb?
time in the bank.
That's
to
about it.
pull it off. Yeah, so that's a minute gone without much effect, but provided it's drained correctly and they have the flanks set up, it's probably worthwhile.
A lot of time, and yeah, I mean, kind of have to expect the unexpected as well from teams like Rhythm, because that's really the best chance that Rhythm's going to have as a team to beat Order. But hey, best of ones. I mean, if Rhythm just have a really good game and play structured and play their best Siege, they can beat Order. It's not exactly an impossibility. You know, Spec is out, Nate's in. Not that it would be Nate's problem, but it means that Order are not at, you know, that 100%.
Looks like maybe even Order will shape up here for a laundry take. 2 pallets on the soft hatch will be enough to clear that. As Joker maybe looks to get security open as well. Cutie, maybe trying to get a boost angle there onto the stairs. Supremacists playing that quite aggressive. They could try and pinch this bandit out, but it could be a little bit risky. There's also a player in kitchen hallway. Jack Daddy misses those shots. And misses the swing.
Diffuser.
Big from Ghoul there. And another one.
God.
Make it a double. Maybe styling Cutie now. Need to do a lot of work.
Double headshot, diffuser down, round is over. And it's a 1 versus 4. McCutie does get at least 1 there onto Supremacist and denies the flawless, but yeah, I mean, Rhythm have got diffuser. They have the kills. They have probably got the round. Man. And I was kind of going to say as well, as you were talking, as Jack Dad was pushing through meeting, I've honestly thought if Ghoul swings this, like, that could be huge. But it was the opposite. Ghoul actually got kind of spotted, made the cross, and then just swings back and headshots Jack Dad. Crazy round. And Rhythm do have that 2-0 start here on defense of Oregon, and now we go to kitchen dining.
Yeah, I guess the round played out sort of as I was half expecting or set up. Order took quite a long time to take that top floor, but it didn't seem like it was necessarily going to be to their detriment. But what was in the end is the fact that they just didn't have that same efficiency clearing out meeting, and those players were honestly in pretty bad positions on the defense, and they just weren't punished. The swings were strong, proved too powerful, and Order left a little bit embarrassed in that round, but hey, they have an opportunity to salvage this, try and catch Rhythm on what should be their weakest site. And it is a slide actually that we haven't seen tonight, right?
No,
I don't
we
think
haven't.
we saw either team play Dining Kitchen, so a nice little change up.
I don't know if it was played last night or not, but tonight it was.
It was last night, yeah.
Meeting was played tonight, not Dining. So, well, a good opportunity for Rhythm maybe to replicate ROFLCOPTERGG, taking a 3-0 start. I mean, it definitely boded well for ROFLCOPTERGG and their victory over Knights. Could it happen here for Rhythm? Could you imagine, guys? Surely I don't go 0-6.
Jeez, big calls here, Xenox. Bloody hell. I don't think anyone in chat's listening to you, mate.
No,
They said
no,
predictions
no.
earlier
I
in
mean,
the
look,
show. They don't
everyone's
even
got
know
it
yet.
muted anyway, so it's fine. You have to listen to me, though.
Yeah. Well, do I though? Maybe I'm just talking when your mouth closes. Maybe I can see you right now. I wish I could do that. That would be like the ultimate casting fantasy. Not listening to you, but knowing when to talk.
Ooh, this is kind of quick from Order.
Quicker than last round.
Ooh. Okay. Sharp.
Has to try and hit a second though here, and he's not in the best position, so I don't mind Drex falling back to white stairs there. Hippie style with the AR 2x. So strong. Wait, what?
What? Oh, we must have missed something.
What? Did you even see Joker on his screen there? That was insane. That was actually, there's something not right there. That didn't feel good at all.
Well, the round is falling apart for Rhythm, down to just Supremacist and Ghoul. Iffy Style literally just runs at Supremacist and gets punished. And now they're both playing. Oh, well, yeah, for a second, I'm not going to lie, for a second, I completely forgot that it's not Kid Storms. Nate, though, nice spray, finding a double for the round. He's off to a pretty good start here, filling in for Specker. And that will make it very difficult for Supremacist, although he's got 4-1 at the moment in the first 3 rounds, unfortunately pinched from behind. And Order are on the board here for Oregon.
Oh, that looked a little bit better, didn't it, Xenox? I'd have to say. Just a little bit.
Good weird shots in that round.
Yeah, there were some weird shots. I still do not know how Drex died then. That was just absolutely insane. But here we go. Thank you, production, for the replay. So that was a nice shot by Drex, that first one, right? And then we saw him just post up top white. I was like, hey, that's probably the play. And then that angle.
Oh,
what is that?
That is incredible. Is that like a pixel?
Yeah, it's a very, very tight angle. That was insane.
Man. Shot that with confidence as well. Well, dining kitchen unsuccessful. Back up to kids' dorms.
Protect your bombs from being used by attackers.
I think Rhythm would be more than happy with a 3-3 half if it comes to that. Especially against a team like Order.
Yeah. Gotta say, I'm a little bit curious as to what Supremacist is going to do this round. Remembering back, he was playing the Maestro on this site, but now he's actually on Vigil. A little bit of an off-meta character to playing comp outside of some aggressive roams. So I guess maybe we'll see Supremacist roam. There's a fair opportunity actually that he might just end up playing below, try and deny any of that vert from being established from the likes of Style and Nate, who have that soft destruction. So keen to see a bit of chaos over towards Kitchen.
Well, I think the biggest takeaway for me is the fact that, and not just in this series, but the previous one, is that for kids' dorms, there's been a lot of pressure from the attacking teams on Kitchen, that vert. And if you put Supremacists on the Vigil, you can try and just deny that a little bit, put pressure on that first floor, make Kitchen a little bit more difficult to try and establish as a foothold, and deny that. And maybe then try and force Order to play a bit more of a default push onto dorms, say like Attic and Games, instead of Kitchen and Double Window.
We're already seeing this aggression downstairs, and it's
Yeah,
in
this
fact
is
a gunfight take
crazy.
place outside. Supremacist putting pressure on Ippy Style, who's playing outside on the school bus.
What's the call out for this?
Bus.
Yellow bus?
Well, yeah, I mean, Ippy Style's trying to take Supremacist back to school, but I mean, he's going on 3 at the moment, so.
Jeez, I didn't realize you're a dad.
I'm your dad.
Oh, here we go. The run-out Supremacist really has been going aggressive. Joker's got both of them.
How?
What are you doing with them? I mean, I kind of rate the aggressive play here to try and get an early advantage in the round, but it just falls apart. Lep does get one back on a QD elsewhere. Still a 4-3 advantage for Order. Credit to Rhythm here. They're not playing stock standard on this 4th round.
I respect the intent there from Rhythm. Honestly, that was actually pretty well played. It's just nuts mechanics from Joker, and the fact he did it with the Type 89, the gun with almost the least amount of bullets in the clip of any other weapon, testament to his skill.
He did take a beating for that though. He's not dead and out, but he is quite low. Ippy Style pushing up through corridor, gets the kill onto Leb. Just sense Order really just with the numbers are overwhelming Rhythm now, because it's all down to just Drax and Ghoul over on site. This is a matter of time now before this round falls the way of Order, and what kind of feels like almost at the hands of Rhythm's own fault in a way with their over-aggressiveness. But, you know, it's that risk versus reward, guys. You make those plays, maybe you get the kill onto Joker, and then you fall back and you've got the advantage. Didn't play out that way. Joker got a quick double, and the round goes to Order.
End of this round, a little bit messy from Order, unable to find good as of yet, but really shouldn't be the most difficult of tasks. What are you doing in pit?
No.
Nate, hello?
Bomb located.
Lucky not to get taken out there, but I mean, the round should be over now, and Nate, the worm on the floor, will finally get his pick. It would have been very embarrassing had he have died there inside a pit.
Oh,
but,
man.
Gets the kill.
I hope replay don't put that in the replay. Just leave that one to be forgotten about for cool.
I don't want to see that again.
Yeah, I
if you
never
bring
want
that up again, I'm just going to walk away. That was just something not right going on.
Oh, I know they're going to do it, aren't they? They're going to do it. Well, this is absolutely worthy of a replay.
This
Though.
was the
Joker gets
highlight.
one. Navax tries to vault through the window and get the trade, but didn't happen and ended up giving his life away. Oh, this is... Okay, we didn't sec. Thank you, Prod. Well done. Don't put that man through that again. 2-2 tied up. Order. Well, I mean, to Order's credit here. I mean, Rhythm got off to a really good start on the defense here on Oregon, but they've bit back a little bit here. We're all tied up. And Order just really in the groove. Nate's playing so well as well. 4-1 and 2 as the sub coming in. Joker with that double now 5-1-2 as well. And for Order, just feel like might be able to just breathe a little bit here, play a little bit more comfortable, and maybe just finish this whole map off from here.
Yeah, maybe.
Long way to go.
I think it's good they highlighted Nate there. Definitely not easy jumping into an official, no matter if we might think the opponent's a little bit easier than the rest of the competition. Still a huge step up, and takes a lot of your, I guess, mental capacity to really get in the zone for an official outside of, you know, scrims or whatever Nate has been participating in. Again, if he has been subbed, we really don't even know how much he's actually been playing for the team in scrims and whatnot. I would assume if they've known Specker wouldn't have been able to play in this match, that he's probably been scrimming for a while, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. But yeah, nonetheless, not easy. And Nate, on that fragging role, is getting picks, which is good to see.
Okay. They're continuing with the aggressive roams here up on second floor. In fact, the last time we were on this basement site for Rhythm's defense, Scuzz, they left the second floor completely alone. Order spent quite a lot of time trying to, you know, really roam clear that second floor. They go down to the first floor. We saw Jack Dad die out in meeting. So a change up from here from Rhythm, which is really good to see that, you know, they've got multiple strats here and multiple ways of sort of playing these sites.
Nate to find yet another pick, which is great for him. Joker's already progressed down the main stairs here. This is very aggressive early on here from Order. A lot of time to work with. If they want to send it deep and find picks, they can, especially if Joker can find the first, but he narrowly misses. It's just a bit of an awkward standoff, really, at the moment, as Drex continues to quick peek left and right of this brick pillar. Everyone's sort of just waiting for the other team to make the first move, and being on the attack for Order, they know that they are the ones that ultimately do need to make that move.
No more nades for Order here either. Out of frag grenades, 5 drones left, minute and a half, but yeah.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
4-4. I think for Rhythm here, just being able to fall back to site is the play. And just try and win your peaks and win your ones. Just like that from Navax.
Nice.
Joker, though, does get traded back 2 versus 3, still in favor of Rhythm. Keeping in mind, though, that Navax is low, Supremacist is low, does cop a shot from Cutie. 3 now for Navax.
Very unfortunate there for Nate, caught in a very awkward engagement. Still winnable though for Cutie. Novak's very low on HP. Gets taken down, needs to swing for the second. That's just what the doctor order there from Cutie. Big round there on the board for the attack.
Clean from Cutie. And Order take the lead as well. Final round of the half. Well, I said 3-3 for Rhythm would be a dream start here to Oregon. It might shape up as a 4-2 for Order, which I think that they will happily take. Okay, basement again. You have to pose the question here for Rhythm. We've seen them sort of roam second floor. We've seen them roam first floor. Which one is it going to be? for this final round of the half. Maybe a mix of both, maybe a turtle on site. I don't think that will be the play, but feels like every single round Rhythm have come out with something different each time.
Can I get a score out of 10 for the just what the doctor order pun? What do you think? Because I know that you love a good pun, and my pun game has honestly been a bit lacking. So I'm keen to hear your analysis, because that's probably the only thing you'll be able to analyze on this broadcast. I'll take that as a 10 out of 10. Are you even there? Oh, I thought you just walked off.
I mean, I probably should after that, to be honest. Yeah. Right.
Really? Oh, you didn't like it? Or...
Look, I'll give you a 6.
Sick. Look, okay, there's always room for improvement.
Yeah. You got
oh, wait,
next game.
All right, I'll cook something up for next game. Who's actually playing next? It is Bliss and Elevate.
Ooh.
And I am renowned for saying Elevate way too often when Elevate's playing.
Yeah, oh God, please no Elevate puns. Final round of this first half. It's pretty imperative for Rhythm that they find a round back. 3 in a row now to order. After Rhythm got off really to the flying start, winning the first 2 quite convincingly too. I mean, they weren't even really average wins. They looked quite compelling.
Quick entries here from Order. I love this angle from Cutie. That can watch, of course, the backstage stairs. Cut off any rotations from the defenders below. That said, both Drex and Novakes are setting up to maybe rotate. They've actually reinforced the wall, so thank you very much to the Observer for pointing that out. So you can't actually even get the angle. So I don't know what I'm rambling about. And that does facilitate a bit more aggression from the defense. Just fun to see. No Thank Watch picked here by Order. That might be the play.
Well, a bit more time there for Novakes, and maybe he could have got it, but he pushes early, gets punished. It's kind of the opposite of the last round where Rhythm found that opening pick, and this time it's Order. Everyone else, though, on this basement site now for Rhythm, no more roamers above, which gives, obviously, Order all of the time in the world here in meeting. They've got both hatches open now. So many avenues now to attack this basement site for Order. With a minute left, they look in control. It's just seriously going to come down to whether or not, like, Supremacist finds a killing Freezer or Drex over at Pillar. They need to start getting some picks here without getting traded.
Not many drones here for Order to work with either, so it's going to come down to really playing off one another. Playing this execute well and hitting their trades. Keeping in mind, I believe the kit also above, but let's not worry about that. Let's worry about those nades. Good work there from Cutie to flush out Freezer. And now Supremacist is really under the pump if he wants to hold that side of the objective.
30 seconds left of the round, and Order have basically surrounded Rhythm. It's going to take a miracle from here for Rhythm to close out this half and make it 3-3, especially with Cutie finding another kill with the nade onto Supremacist. A flawless round might be beckoning, and it is beckoning. Flawless from Order in the end. 4-2 to close out this first half. They have looked switched on ever since the first 2 rounds. Order have been cooking up a storm. Short little intermission there, short little breather, something that maybe Rhythm actually need themselves, because they have lost 4 rounds in a row now to Order. Rhythm won the first 2 rounds. Order have then bit back in style. Question now be here, Guz, whether or not this train can be slowed down, or is something into a 7-2 brewing.
Ooh, big calls there, Xenox.
Oh, well.
From the man who doesn't know how to predict, that is a very bold assumption, but honestly, I kind of have to back you a little bit. I honestly would not be surprised if from here Order just 7-2 this. That said, that the statistics would suggest the map does lean a little bit more into the attack, so provided Rhythm actually have what it takes, then hey, maybe we'll see Rhythm get a few more on the board. But definitely a tough mountain for them to climb. I don't really see them winning it from here, but Oceania does very strange things. And honestly, Rhythm are probably playing better than I would have anticipated. So hey, we'll just see what can be done.
Even in the rounds that they're losing, I mean, minus the last round there before the half, the flawless round, every other round, the other 3 rounds, Rhythm have been kind of in those games, and they've been finding kills, and it hasn't really been the most clean attacks. Nate almost getting one there. He gets traded to by Supremacist, who comes rushing in and does catch Nate, who was trying to be a little bit cheeky.
Yeah, gotta respect the hustle there from Nate, but good work from Rhythm to shut that silly little play down. Puts a bit more pressure now on the rest of the order, and the roamers like Joker, who have taken damage as well, trying to find refuge back towards site. That rotation not cut off though. Cutie in support as well. So I don't mind the intent here from the defense. They've lost 1 man, but they were trying maybe to find a pick back before eventually thinking, hey, we'll just go back towards site, try and hold on for the late round.
Especially when they lose one early. I mean, if it's vice versa, if they're up 5-4 in the round, you definitely want to keep that roam game going. But Leb's just going to clear everything out with the Gemini. Seeing a bit more Yana over the last couple of months.
Don't mind that. Help to gather a bit more intel for the team and can really add to the total nade count for the lineup. Or even add nades to the lineup. I mean, in this example, there's only 2 nades on the board here. Leb the only one to bring those, or can bring those. Able to drone ahead here for Drex. Cam spots him out though, and the player on the stairs will fall back. A wise decision there from Cutie. He'll be looking to pressure that side of the map, but also doesn't want to die for the cause. Otherwise, that will of course leave order in the 3-on-5.
Security hatch open. AX and Leb looking to drop on down. Joker's low here. Jack Dad though helping out in freezer, so they got 2 eyes really on this location. Drex just pushing down backstairs. Needs to clear out pillar. Obviously needed to get rid of that barbed wire as well first. Cutie just gonna hold. There is that 3v5 now. They've lost Jack Dad. Not ideal considering Joker's the one who's low health. He would have been probably the preferred one to be eliminated. Drex struggling though to really clear everything out and make a push through backstairs here. 20 seconds left into the round. And still not much of a footing outside of freezer.
15 seconds. Continues to tick down. They need to hit some trades. Joker does a bit of damage, but swings and finds the down. That, of course, as you mentioned, is the kit. Now Joker can continue to spray the 2 members inside of freezer. Manages to find 1, but they still have the man advantage. Where's the trade, though, from Rhythm? They're just letting these picks
The round was over. The round was over as soon as the kit
again.
goes down.
Yeah, but they still could have collected. They could have traded that out in freezer. The guy behind box in freezer should not be able to just sit there for the entire round with a pistol out and find picks. That's just not good enough from Rhythm.
You tell him, Guz. You go off. Go off, King.
Oh, I got a bit fired up there, not gonna lie. This is OCN. This is meant to be the happy broadcast.
Exactly. Look, I mean, what was it 15 seconds left, and then the diffuser goes down. Everyone's in freezer. They really had no sort of footing on site. Credit to Order. I mean, they held their positions. Pillar took way too long to clear out. And Order just, in the end, that was kind of easy. In the last 15 seconds, they didn't really have to do too much. Rhythm were just like target dummies.
Another big round from Cutie as well. Of course, he won the MVP last night off the back of some really great players on the defense. That 3K with the C4, the follow-up 2K in the next round. So far, here against Rhythm, going 10-4. He had another nice clutch earlier on the Order attack. He also clutched up in the previous round on the defense. And
10 seconds remaining.
he is establishing himself to, I would say, almost
5 seconds
be the
left.
top dog of Order now. And Cutie has been around this roster for a long, long time. He has been a fantastic player. But I don't think he would ever think of the Order roster, when they were previously known under other banners, as the best player. But so far in 2021, the man is popping off.
Definitely can't disagree with you there. Joker's been really good as well. Nate's had a good performance as a sub in this particular match so far, which I think from an individual standpoint, he should be pretty happy with. Order are most certainly now in control of this best of one match. 2 more rounds away from dispatching Rhythm as they were kind of expected to do. Ippy Style's been droned out over in dining. You just fall back over to kitchen for the time being.
Oh, geez, Nate, I'm happy you didn't commit to that. Oh, Nova's going for a plant.
Attackers activating diffuser.
Well, that happened. And it will continue to pile on the pain. I don't know how the hell Rhythm got into that site. I was just left speechless. I don't even know how to explain that. And now Ippy Styles left to try and retake site. We'll go up Armory stairs, met with a player inside of Trophy. And again, it's a worm on the floor. And Rhythm, they'll take the round.
I'm utterly confused. How does he not kill him there? Oh, okay, he just... Yeah, okay, yep.
I just want to know how they got into the site. That should not be happening.
Did he just push in through window or something? Like double window?
I honestly...
So did he just like bolt in and was just like, oh, there's no one there?
Went in through, I feel like maybe he went in through Trophy. I didn't actually see where the kit went down. Because I was really
I don't even think we ever saw it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, well, that round happened.
I can't even talk about that round because I literally have no idea what just happened. So, roast us in chat for being bad casters because, yeah. Well played in the end, I guess, by Rhythm. They just capitalized on the opportunity that they saw presented.
If they call order off guard, I think they're allowed to catch us off guard.
Yeah,
as well, right?
yeah,
like, it's kind of like potato, right? Like, I didn't even think order realized what happened before it actually even happened. Well, 5-3. Rhythm finally do stop this momentum and stop this train of order. Order had previously won 5 rounds in a row. Now Rhythm do get one back here on their attack. It's a good sign, at least, for their attack. We do go back immediately to Dorms, so we can maybe replay this entire round all over again.
Well, yeah, I don't think Order will really want that. I guess the issue really stemmed from them playing really aggressive off-site, and then just no one was really on-site paying attention to what was going on, and the player went down. So expect Order to maybe tame that roam a little bit here. I'd expect them still to play a little bit aggressive. Don't get me wrong, they're not going to go full turtle mode, but
yeah,
for sure, they'll be a little bit more vigilant, and they will not let that happen.
Well, you don't want to overcompensate. Just because something happened in the last round doesn't mean you're like, go full swing, and you're like, all right, everyone's on site. And then you give up that full roam, and then Rhythm can do whatever they want at that point. I think for Rhythm's sake, yeah, like even then, maybe they were surprised themselves to find it as open as it was. Drex has just been run out by Cutie. So that's Order just trying to fight back a little bit with some unexpectedness themselves, and it works out well.
Yeah, cheeky little round out there from Cutie. Not too uncommon to peek from the bottom of small tower like that, but definitely caught his opponent off guard, and now Order position themselves nicely to take the round and secure at least 1 point in this matchup because they'll earn themselves match point, and at the very least overtime. Leb though, down below inside of dining, trying to dislodge this roam. Unfortunately for him, he narrowly misses the shoulder peak. In fact, that player, I believe it was Cutie, can run away with full HP, and with that call out, that summons the likes of Ippy Style now to maybe just prod this area a little bit, try and put the pressure back onto the attack.
Ippy's going to miss out there with that Nitro Cell. I think 2 we actually used looking to find Nevaix, both coming up short. Minute and a half remaining in the round. Joker on site in Kids. He's just going to swing. Not a full swing, didn't quite commit, just has a bit of a pot shot. Unsuccessful in the end. Order definitely playing a lot more on site this round than they did in the previous one, and Rhythm finding it a bit more difficult to actually flush them out. Is Joker going to go for that full swing now? Yes, he is. The proximity alarm just going off. Didn't actually find the kill. Supremacist just walked in, swung onto Jack Dad, and didn't even get punished for it. And it's just fallen apart for Order in the blink of an eye. They've just lost 3 players. Nate and Ippy still alive. Supremacist was downed, but, I mean, wasn't actually finished off.
I ain't being stuck. Ippy Style at the bottom of White Stairs needs to win this fight, but he doesn't.
Okay.
Ghoul with the Vault finds the final pick. some really nice aggression from Rhythm will be rewarded.
Just kind of feel like Order could have played that a little bit better on defense. There was, like,
You think? They probably could have won the round as well.
all right, guys. Jeez. I don't want to dig them too hard for that. I mean, it was just certain. They just had sightlines that they didn't have that they probably should have had, and I think that's just the difference there in that round for the Order there. And they,
I mean, you're not wrong. It was Joke that missed that swing,
Yeah.
wasn't it? So he was holding that kid's door, and he was in a good position, right? He could deny the plant, take pot shots as he was, and they also had a proxy to know when that player walked in. You could
Yeah.
hear it go off. Joker immediately should have swung that, or at least been in a position to quickly swing alongside the player in pit a little bit later, but he did neither. Sure, he did get the down in the end, but that player dying in pit opened up the breach, which eventually then saw him punished, and yeah, it really just steamrolled from there. So it's amazing how only a small mistake like that can really dislodge an entire defense. But in that case, it did happen, and Rhythm, they, keep chugging along here and getting rounds on the board.
I guess you could say they found a bit of a rhythm here.
Seconds remaining.
Anyway, heading into round number 10.
5 seconds to insertion.
Gonna go back downstairs. Sorry.
Attackers are moving.
I can't not laugh at that. That was
Yeah, I got you.
quality banter. I'll try and be serious for a second though. We'll try and work out exactly what's going on here.
About time.
Order bringing Rooney to the table. Actually, wow, Jack Dad's going 0-7. I actually have not been looking at his stats. That's super unfortunate for him.
I've actually noticed it the whole night, but I haven't really brought it up because I didn't want to do Jack Dad like that. But I see you've gone and done it, guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, there's nothing wrong with Jack Dad. He's a lad. He's a good-looking lad. And a nice bloke, but... yeah, look, his stats aren't looking that great, let's be honest. So hopefully... You know what, he'll probably find some form in the back end of this map, and he could be the key to Order winning this.
Well, Rhythm have found some form in the back end so far, winning the last 2 rounds. They were down 5-2. I started to make sort of the thought that maybe they would actually lose this one out 7-2, the way Order were going, but Rhythm have just found second wind here. Ghoul with a nice swing on Nate, him down on the Jaeger. They've just hit a bit of a form patch here. Even Joker just barely making it down.
Lucky
The
to get
skin
away
of his
with that.
teeth.
Yeah, very lucky to get away with that. It was being watched by Leb, and I guess he just didn't quite hit the shots in time. Would have been a very narrow window in which he could have hit that. Nonetheless, though, he did inflict a little bit of damage, which could prove costly late round. Order now. All 4 members have retreated back to site. They'll turtle down, they'll hunker in and try and hold on for a minute 20. Meanwhile, Rhythm, they've opened security hatch, they've opened meeting hatch, they've also opened laundry hatch. So they have a bit to work with here.
Yeah.
A lot of entries and a lot of angles that can now be generated. The question really lies in which part of the map are they going to push from. The kit's over towards Freezer, so maybe there alongside laundry. But Leb's also on the meeting hatch, so it's a bit all over the shot at the moment, and we'll just have to wait and see what Rhythm actually commit to.
Bakes with the diffuser sitting over in security at the moment. I mean, they've got a bit of time here to try and find a pick for making the execute. Obviously, for Order's sake, I mean, it's a waiting game for them. They do have to, if they're going to want to push through laundry, they are going to have to clear that laser array from the Aruni. So maybe laundry push is not going to be the play. Obviously, going through Freezer has been very common tonight. Probably the most common route. 20 seconds left on the clock, though, Guz. It's surely can Rhythm find a 3rd round win in a row.
Order being pushed quite deep here. Supremacist is forced to go through the smoke, and Joker shuts that down. Leb does find a trade, though, and no bakes. He can try and stick the plant. They're all falling here. Joker now left to try and clutch up, try and deny the plant, but Rhythm say, no thank you, and will claim the round with a very, very nice execute.
Feel the rhythm, baby. They're back in this one. From 5-2 down, we're tied 5-5. What is going on tonight?
Oceanic Esports, let's go. Welcome to OCN.
Oh, man.
This is what we like to see. Oh, attack time out though, so we can take a little bit of a breather.
He is,
Honestly,
I think.
it's getting to the point now. Did anyone actually predict Rhythm for this game on the panel?
No.
I don't think anyone did. Yeah,
No,
I don't care.
we
I
all
don't care
predicted
that
the
Rhythm,
same.
Rhythm can win this. It'll be a fun storyline. I could not care less for my prediction. And you get to stay on 0, so that's also a good thing.
I kind of want to get off 0 at some point. I don't really like Owen. He's a bit of a bad guy. But yeah, Order have actually called this timeout, guys. No surprise. They've lost the last 3 rounds in a row. It's getting to that crunch time. If you've lost 3 in a row and you lose this next one, it's match point Rhythm.
Yeah.
And what this does, this is not just like from a single game perspective, right? This kind of just blows open the season once again. If you're Knights sitting there, and if Rhythm win this, Knights can all of a sudden now get that top spot again. Because as we were talking before in the post game, after Knights lost to ROFLCOPTERGG, we're sitting there like, well, I know I was, and they can't get first place anymore, right? Like, this is now an opportunity that if a team like Order drop a game like this, that it might open it up for other teams like Knights to get back in the fray. Long way to go, of course, still. It's 5-5, but Rhythm are just, they're kind of doing Order dirty right now. And you love to see it.
Yeah. This is why we love Siege. I mean, I think it's probably safe to say long gone are the days where matches are like these are super predictable. And look, maybe this is just the first week thing. It's hard to tell because
I can't predict anything, so...
Yeah, exactly. But that's to be expected. We could have predicted that. Yeah, maybe this trend will actually continue for the season, and matches will just be near impossible to predict. And I guess there's a few factors that maybe play into that. Again, you got to remember a couple of these teams are also playing Apex South, which could impact their prep for OCN. Again, bad excuse, but hey, some teams will say that. We've also got to remember that it's 2 best-of-1s a week, so the workload for these teams is also quite high. Again, remembering stage 1 is a little bit more compact because we have to fit everything in before May for the 6th Invitational. So we won't have this issue in later stages, hopefully. It'll be a little bit more spaced out. But
Excuses, whatever it does. All I'm saying is...
I'm just trying to explain to the fans why Order might be, find this a little bit tricky.
They're not listening to you.
Sure. Who are they listening to then? Because they're definitely not listening to you. Maybe they've just... I don't know if packs are enabled. I don't think they are.
You just mute us, put on some North Lane, and you're good to go.
Yeah, true. I mean, I wasn't listening to the VOD.
Oh, here we go. Oh, the run. Supremacist. Imagine he hits those.
Oh,
he
actually hit Nate
damage
as well,
onto Nate. Yeah, he did.
That Joker's taking more damage.
Oh, Yellow Bus is the play right now here in Oregon. We've seen it twice now. This game is wide open. Order are on the ropes, and Rhythm are kind of like the Rocky Balboa here. They're throwing their punches, and this is do or die. They're throwing everything they've got to cause an upset. Why couldn't they do this last night? Is all I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. Why couldn't you do it last night?
Good question. I don't know.
Or wait, was that as close as I thought it was? Might not be. Maybe it was. Joker finds Supremacist. Lab also going to be taken down. Nate coming up big. Nate has actually been pretty big throughout the entire 10-11 rounds that we've played so far. 6-2-7. Definitely slowed down like a lot on Order over the last 3 rounds, but they're just going to push straight onto the site now. Minute and a half, Nevaics, but they are losing place. He's the only one standing, Guz.
Yeah, I don't think this round's going to be winnable. He might be able to find a couple of picks, but they know exactly where he is. C4 heads out, and that's good night for Rhythm. A stark contrast to a lot of the previous rounds here for Rhythm. Very disappointing for them.
I love ragdoll physics. My man's just like face planted the brick wall. Well, match point now for Order. It's been fun and games here on Oregon tonight, really, in both of our matches. They have secured a point though, guys. That we can at least attest to. For Rhythm, they win this round and they also can secure a point, but most importantly, would deny all 3 points away from Order, which that in itself could have, say, repercussions later on down in the back end of the season.
Well, I can't think of a better objective for such a critical round to play out. It will be dorms, kids' dorms and dorms main hall. We love this site.
I love it.
Always seems to be the critical round in a lot of these matchups down under. So it's crunch time, as you mentioned.
Who do you favor here, though, guys? I mean, Rhythm on the attack.
Ooh.
I don't.
Um,
I think it's 50-50.
it really could go either way. But no, you know what? Fine. I'm not going to sit on the fence. I'm going to say Rhythm. Honestly, I believe that the pressure is probably a little bit more so on Order here. Rhythm's attacks, for the most part, have actually been quite good. So I don't see any reason why they couldn't take this round and force it to OT.
I definitely agree. I'm not going to make a prediction because then that would spoil the result, really. Because then it's whatever the opposite of what I say. Yeah, that's the joke.
Thank you.
But I will say Rhythm on the Rhythm on the attack here should be confident. I'm intrigued to see how Order are going to handle this. Are they going to go for that, roam clear down below, or are they going to sit on site? Because we've seen, Rhythm just walk on to the site here before and win the round that way. And that's kind of how it actually, if we go all the way back, that's how it kickstarted this Rhythm comeback, guys. Was kids' dorms.
Yeah, gone full circle. Liking that aggression there from Jack Daddy playing the top of Big Tower. Normally, you'd want to play up, posted up here. That's been doing all right in the frag department because he really needs to find some picks. But Jack Daddy, unfortunately, not having the best map. But hey, like I said, this could be the round. He has that big impact, wins the game for his team, maybe. Under quite a bit of pressure, though, but both Ghoul and Drex repelling on this north side of Big Tower, trying to clear it for the rest of the team. But as you can see, it's not the easiest of tasks.
I think the biggest thing for Rhythm here is to not try and do too much. One of the earlier rounds this evening, we saw them do throw 2 players at Joker, literally, and waste the entire round. So about finding that level of risk reward without playing too safe, too slow, too boring, or too hyper aggressive. Jack Dad's the big one. Has Jack Dad actually found a kill yet?
Yeah, he found one.
Oh, he found one. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the breadstick. Oh, Ghoul. He's just going to push straight up white stairs. He hasn't used any of his utility, but he might be able to find some picks with the Type 89. There's a drone ahead of him, but he gets spotted by the Yokai. That could have been very dangerous for Order, but they shut it down.
Yeah, and that's bad for Rhythm now. You're losing a top player. Oh, the feet, the dancing feet. Joker is trying to find the right pixel to shoot through. Minute remaining in the round. Match point Order looking to try and close this out and get all 3 points. Star's actually been downed. Still pushing up through white stairs. The Yokai drone's still in play. Jack Dad's found a double suddenly from Owen. He's now got 3. The plant's going to go down from the Vax. He pushes in from double window and he's going to get this down. Supremacist is on site as well. He is quite low, but he finds the frag on the Star. Supremacist swings out and gets Jack Dad. They got a 3-on-2 advantage. The fuse is down as well. It's down to Cutie and Nate to try and salvage this for Order to try and secure all 3. But speaking of 3, Supremacist with a triple kill. Cutie, is he the MVP that we think he is? He gets 1 down. Still a lot of time, 22 seconds remaining. Knows where at least 1 is. 1 in dorms, but he can't beat out Novaex with a nice swing. We go to OT. Our second OT of the night. And it's a point secured at the very least for Rhythm.
That's what we like to see. Damn, that was a pretty unorthodox attack there from Rhythm. They just sent it straight up white stairs, forced picks, and covered the cross to allow the plant from the double window. Pretty unorthodox. No pressure Addict, no pressure Games Wall. They said, screw that, let's just play it our own way. And it worked out in the end, so awesome to see. Honestly, Rhythm deserved to win the match just off that 1 round. I thought that was pretty impressive. Some would say that was pretty body the way they played that, but I'd say stuff that. That was fun to watch and paid dividends in the end. And hey, we might see another opportunity for a crazy attack because they are starting on the attack in overtime. And honestly, there's some great momentum behind them to try and get that first round on the board.
I'm just bewildered that we've got 2 overtimes tonight. I think at the very start of the broadcast, I came in here and I'm like, tonight's going to be a little bit simple. If yesterday was the round of upsets, today should be pretty straightforward. Knights should win, Order should win, and suddenly we've got 2 OTs, a ROFLCOPTERGG victory, and now Rhythm taking Order to OT. It's something that you love to see as a viewer, as a fan. This is why we want to sit back and watch OCN every single week. You do not want to miss it. Like this season, guys, you've laid out a lot of the good reasons as to why it's going to be a really, really good season.
5 seconds
100%. And I think it's really important to remember that, at least Rhythm, for example, they're actually fighting for a spot to qualify for APAC South. If they do well enough this year in OCN, they could find themselves in a position to fight for a spot in APAC South. Order, on the other hand, they'll be, of course, fighting in APAC South not to get relegated, but I mean, that's a whole nother conversation entirely. But yeah, I mean, we've set the stage for a really fun season in OCN, and there's a lot for these teams to play for. As I mentioned, the APAC South spots. There's also $100,000 on the line this year as well. We got the LAN final. So yeah, this is really only the beginning of what should be a lot of fun, and already has been a lot of fun.
Oh, it's been a blast, especially the games that we've had tonight. And Vex and Lab just going to drone the other 3 through the first floor. So Rhythm on the attack here to kickstart overtime. How do Order proceed with this? I mean, do they just full turtle? I don't know if there's anyone on that second floor, and obviously we only see Joker on the first floor over towards the backstairs. I mean, they're going to be quite conservative, it seems.
Yeah, they've definitely reeled it in quite a bit. No one really roaming. I guess there's some presence in Big Tower.
That's about it.
Kitty and Joker, but it's not like they're holding kitchen or security or anything too wild. That said, they could get wild now. Rotate over towards Attic. They could then fall down White Stairs late or even over towards Armory. Rhythm need to be mindful of those flanks. I think Drex is aware. He's going to have a little bit of a peekaboo above and see what he can find, but there's no one really there to trade him, so he needs to be mindful.
Yeah, but I mean, might be some presence over at Big Tower. Cutie all the way on top on that 3rd floor of Big Tower. But that's about it. Joker's even starting to maneuver more so in basement. Hatches are open. Eating laundry and security. It's almost a replica of the last time we saw Rhythm attack this site. Cutie now just starting to get a bit of presence over into Attic. Supremacist has been pretty sharp though with his shots in the last couple of rounds. They're both lit up though, basically the same amount of health. Cutie, oh no. I thought he was going to swing it, but he just stood there. Ghoul ends up winning that. Cutie's down. 35 seconds in the round. They got the hatches open. They got the man advantage. And Joker is a whisker away from dying.
Looks like Rhythm are going to set up for a laundry take. It was successful last time and they were looking to do the same again. Long angle being held from Jack Dad, but they managed to cross that peak and now they're deep in towards the side and Ghoul finds yet another Itby style lit up, but he does get a smoke out. There won't be much time for Rhythm to get this execute off.
No, 12 seconds left. You're right. They're going to get on that site, get that diffuser down. It's up to Neve. Extract's trying to just push through sheer force of will. And they just ended up just wiping them out. Elimination style. Rhythm have overtime match point against Order.
Again, another clinical execute there from Rhythm. They just sent it. They hit those trades and there was no point in that sort of time frame to play conservative, go for the plant, cover the crossfires. It was just never going to work. But they just said, hey, let's just send it. If you die, you die. As long as there's a teammate behind you to trade it, it's all good. And look, it paid off. Really well played there by Rhythm. And now, of course, they get the defense. Kids' dorms. Wowee, it's just always the site, isn't it? And,
I got a question for you guys.
Yep.
Do you feel the rhythm?
Yeah, I feel the rhythm. I mean, I felt the rhythm in the last round of regulation, and I was right. So I don't see why I'd be wrong here.
I swear to God, yesterday I was like the only one chat. Everyone else is like Bliss up and all these other teams. I'm just like in there hashtag feel the rhythm. Like go Rhythm. I was the only one that went for them against ROFLCOPTERGG.
Well, why didn't you predict them tonight?
Well, maybe I've discovered, you know, that if I actually tip the team that I want to lose, that the other team that I want to win wins. I don't know.
It's like cast a curse. Interesting.
That's one way of phrasing it. Yeah, 7-6 Rhythm overtime match point. Kids dorms. We say it time and time again. This is the site that matters the most, but they are going to be defending it, right? I kind of feel like the last time we were here, we were sitting here singing Rhythm's praises, right? To send it to OT, we said they're coming into the site, they're attacking it, they should be favored slightly. I think you can say the same for Order as well, unless Rhythm throw a curveball.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and
What could that curveball be? It's a decent question to pose. I think one thing really that's quite peculiar here is just order to spawn. Spawning construction for an upstairs attack is a little bit peculiar, so maybe we'll just see a double window stack, maybe even a white stairs take. Again, we saw that from Rhythm. It looked a bit unorthodox, but potential here for Order to replicate that. Supremacist getting aggressive over towards Bus once again. I mean, this has been a hot spot for a lot of action tonight.
More than I've ever really, like, definitely compared to last year.
Yeah. Nate took some damage there, so the entry lit up. Drex playing top of big tower will fall off, probably realizing that no one's really pushing this side of the map. Could get some nice angles there over towards the double window balcony, but will also fall off that as well. And look at this. This is very, very dangerous.
This is going to be a double window rush in. They're just going to all go in at once. Is anyone watching this? The Vegas has got the double onto Jack that Nate. They all fall one by one. Like toy soldiers. That's going to be the map. That's going to be the round. It's down to Cutie in a 1 versus 5 Rhythm. Oh. I don't even know what else to say. Cutie might get 1 or 2. Should get 1 there against Ghoul who peeks it, but my heart is pounding right now. Rhythm, surely don't choke this one. And they can now get the biggest upset win of the season, surely.
May well be. They just need to hold on for a little bit longer. They've done the hard work. Just don't give away anything for free here. Cutie tries to make his way up wide. He can't even hit the Banshee. I mean, nothing is going right here for Order, and he should get cleaned up very, very shortly.
He's getting lit up right now over at White Stairs. He can't take them all on at once. They've got every sightline covered. They've got the map and the match covered. Feel the rhythm. They take out Order, and they get their first win of the season for Oceanic Nationals. What a night Playday 2 is shaping up to be.
Huge there from Rhythm. It's an 8-6 victory. We never thought they'd stand a chance, but they hold firm. Big, big performance from the likes of Supremacists and Order. They will not be happy with that at all. A disappointing result in the end. A disappointing final attack, it has to be said. Absolutely torn to shreds. But well done, Rhythm. I mean, that's huge. That is such a nice piece. They have struggled to win anything in this region for such a long time. So to come back and win against Order in the first round of OCN 21 is huge.
I'm lost for words, guys. Welcome back, guys. What a performance from Rhythm. Full credit to them. I mean, you always pose the question, you know, was it Rhythm or was it Order maybe not playing at 100%? And the first thing I want to say is it had nothing to do with Nate. Nate actually played pretty well. There might have been other things that they would have been missing from, say, Specker being in the lineup, but it definitely wasn't a one-for-one thing there. So we'll make sure that just gets completely mentioned there. But full credit to Rhythm. They played really well. There was a couple of rounds there over aggressiveness caught them a little bit. Like when they threw the 2 players over at Big Tower with the runouts, that was a bit crazy. But other than that, every other round, I thought they played really well. They were down 5-2, guys. Can you believe it? Down 5-2. They then brought it back, winning 3 rounds in a row. Order then get at least match point 6-5. But from that point, it was all Rhythm once again. They won 6 out of the last 7 rounds. Those are the stats, but the stats don't tell the full story.
No, they don't. I mean, the only stat that really does tell the full story is the map result, right? 8-6 in favor of Rhythm, and so many of those young guns stepping up. I mean, Ghoul and Supremacist. It's probably a lot of people watching you don't even know who they are. In fact, even I'll be completely honest, my knowledge on those players is very, very limited. I mean, their experience, at least at this level, is not that high. So to see those blokes really step up, get those kills on the board, it's awesome to see. On the flip side, though, Ippy Style, Nate, and Jack Dad all had a shocker tonight. Let's be blunt. I mean, it just wasn't their night, and the stats really do reflect that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can put it down to like personal. It comes down to team performance more than anything. You can look at individual stats and everything, but it definitely just comes down to team play. And I think that's why, you know, Rhythm come up pretty big there in the end. If you look at like the individual stats for Rhythm, there was no one that really stood out amongst the rest of them. There wasn't someone who went crazy, went like 15-6 or something like that, right? So full credit to Rhythm. Order, they got some work to do there, I think, and for Rhythm's sake, a good way to kind of kickstart their season after their loss last night. We do have an interview, though, of course, for Rhythm. I can't believe I'm saying that.
G'day, guys.
Leb, how are you
Go on.
feeling after that? I'm speechless, mate.
Yeah, like, I'm with you. I don't know. I've never been here before. Never been in this position. So, yeah.
Yeah, Leb. Nice to talk to you, man. It's been a while. I think the last time we spoke was like 6 Masters 2019 or something. And I think it's probably safe to say that that from then to today, you guys have been, you know, struggling a little bit. Let's be honest. It was a bit of a rough road for you blokes, but I think you guys are bouncing back really well. Just how the hell did you do? How'd you do this? What was the prep like? How are you guys feeling? What's the road looking forward? Just give us the whole spiel, mate.
I don't know, to be honest. Like last night against Roffle, like they played well, but we didn't play Oregon how we usually play Oregon. So tried to do it again, and yeah, like I don't know, everyone was just a bit hyped, way more tonight. Supreme definitely popped off. Like bit nervous last night on the defenses, you know. First like official game, expecting him to be a bit nervous, but no, he did well. We all did well. Yeah, like to be honest, been doing well in scrims, a lot better than last season. Yeah, like not much to say really. Like I don't know, as I said, haven't really done this often, so a bit sort of gobsmacked, but especially against Order. Like, yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to ask a non-serious question. What's the beard routine? Because it's looking as good as it did a couple of years ago. Give us the rundown,
Beard
because
routine?
obviously my beard is pretty crap, to be honest. It's definitely the best beard in OCE.
Where's the hair around
I don't know.
Need a bit more hair
Yeah,
on the chin.
look, it needs a bit of improvement.
Try
but,
message me. I'll give you the beard oil. It's fine.
All right, I'll hit your DMs later. Yeah, Xenox, all yours.
I do want to ask a question that maybe relates to yesterday more than anything, right?
Yeah.
Like you guys come in, you beat Order. I was the only one who tipped you guys to beat ROFLCOPTERGG yesterday. And because obviously we don't do the loser interviews anymore, we didn't really get any questions or answers from that. But for you guys, like you looked so much more switched on tonight. Were you guys a little switched off yesterday? Just coming in with like some nerves or just didn't go to plan?
Yeah, I don't think we were necessarily switched off. I think, in all honesty, like we, like, you know, fortunately enough, we got the spot into OCN. Unfortunate, Melon Cat had to disband for us to get there. But prep-wise, we weren't expecting to get up in here, so we were just very underprepared. But going into it, we tried to reset every round. We were doing well at first, and I think as the round started to, like, you know, run away on us, we sort of just got a bit nervous and got a bit, you know, just, I don't know, me personally, I was just not hitting any shots possible. Like, I was just, you know, being an old man, missing everything. But, like, we knew we were definitely, like, can be a lot better on that map than what we showed. So, you know, I'm glad I backed the boys. Originally, I was a bit nervous to go to Oregon, but I'm glad we did. So, yeah.
Yeah. I obviously not going to worry about yesterday. It's all about today. Congratulations, man. Go celebrate with the boys and have a few days off.
Cheers, guys. Thank you. You guys take it easy.
Awesome. Yeah.
I love lovely Blake. And again, I think just important to remember, these guys had it so rough. There are so many teams and so many individuals. If they were put in the same situation as Rhythm were for the last 12 months, they would have given up. They would have caved in. But these guys have pushed through. They have a revitalized roster. And sure, it's only one win. But for these guys, that is just so massive. That's a huge confidence booster for them, a huge boost on the standings. And it's just lovely to see.
And it's not even just a Rhythm thing. From what we saw with ROFLCOPTERGG, very much this season of Oceanic Nationals, anyone can beat anyone. It's definitely, now that we've seen those last two games, been proven. We are going to go to a break. We are going to just sort of refresh a little bit. When we do come back, though, we've still got some massive games to play out. We've got Bliss versus Elevate after the break.
How many are there? 6?
I think I should ace this. I should, yeah. Five's reasonable, I think.
I think I'll do okay. I'd be happy with getting at least half.
2.
My name is Digital,
Hello, my name's Dino.
I am Vincia.
and this is the 6 Sounds Audio Challenge. Yeah, okay. Sounds like a Rooney's Gate, I think.
What the hell?
Okay, so it's reloading. That's an Aruni gate going up, I think.
I think it's 0. 0's gadget. The one he shoots into the wall.
Yeah, that's definitely her placing it on the door frame, and then that's it activating for sure.
Yes, get in. Get in. I was rightfully confident.
That has a sound? I wasn't gonna get that. This is one of 3 sounds. It's either operator pick, you just lost the round, or you just won the round.
That is the sound of the map starting just before band phase.
The intro noise? Yeah. Wait. Oh, wait, no, that's a...
You're loading into just a map. You're loading into the map.
Which map?
Just a map. I don't know a map. I don't know.
I feel like it's definitely a map I've played a lot. I think Clubhouse. I'm gonna say Clubhouse. I don't think it's right, but I'm gonna say Clubhouse.
Consulate. Consulate, I'm just gonna guess it. Locking in Consulate.
Hereford base.
I should have got that.
Did you say correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So there's different sounds to different maps. Interesting. I normally alt tab out when we're loading into it.
The gun shooting. I think the gun sounds sound different on different sound profiles.
Okay, so it's a gun. Duh. And
Oh, yeah. Wait, like, maybe the reload sound will give it off.
I think it's Dutch's AR. I think it's called AR-13 or AR-33 or something.
It's a new attack. I feel like it's a new attacker.
That's like a lever pulling back, so maybe Buck. Gonna have to say Buck, but I don't think that's right.
I'm gonna go Gridlock's gun. AR-33, play that again. No, you have done some editing to that.
Did someone get that right? It was Ditch, wasn't it?
When sounds actually mean something to me, like when it's actually useful, then yeah, I know what it is. Loading into a map, that's not gonna help me in comp. I'm not gonna remember that.
That is ridiculous, man.
That's just changing the gun firing mode.
Wait. One.
That's easy. That's when you're changing a gun from single burst in order, changing fire mode.
It's like 3 modes. You like hear it. I'm gonna go lock in bullet rate of fire mode. Oh, I reckon 4 from 6 here is credible.
2 out of 6. Woo! You're punching something. Oh, you're punching Castle's barricade.
Castle's barricade, don't know the name of them, but the castle barricade being, yeah, destroyed by meleeing.
Punching a castle barricade till it opens, I think.
So it starts off hard and it's going easier, I think. Alright.
Alright, last one, come on.
Okay, what's this? It's not in game. Oh, it's an alpha pack.
Opening an alpha pack.
Opening an alpha pack, that's, yeah. Come on, mates, come on. That's alpha pack.
Did I beat Digital? That's all I care.
Not happy, but then also happy because I sort of came back there. So
You win.
What do I get though?
Pride?
Yeah, that's alright. I'll take that.
I'm happy that I got 4 out of 6, but because he got 4 out of 6, no.
I guess I'm just playing more than you guys, and I mean it shows. I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'll just have to beat him in game, which should be easy.
woo.
This could be huge. Manages to find them.
It's the night of upsets here for the Oceanic Nationals. 8-6 ROFLCOPTERGG Knights, 8-6 Rhythm over Order. Can you believe it? I certainly can't. Guys, we are back. It's been two amazing matches that I don't think we can match. I really don't think, surely, right?
I mean, maybe. I mean, we still got 2 more, and there's 2 matches that are pretty clear one way or the others, you would think. So, great potential for another upset, and hey, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I feel like right now, as we head into the Bliss Elevate matchup, should Elevate be slightly worried? This is the night of upsets, or are they too good for that?
I don't know. I mean, again, it's another match where you go, hey, this is an Elevate dub, but maybe it's time to jump on the Bliss train. What is it? Hashtag Bliss up?
Hashtag Bliss up, yeah.
Great opportunity for a big match for them.
I think that, you know, what's intriguing, right, is yesterday I felt when we were looking at these Playdays, I felt that this match actually was going to be match of the day. I figured this was maybe going to be one of the closer matches, and how wrong I was. It could still very well, though, end up being match of the day. But man, has it got some competition now. Bliss versus Elevate coming up very shortly here. And don't know what to make of it, because I feel like, as we've sort of alluded to, anything can happen in the Oceanic Nationals.
Anything can happen, and if Senox thinks it'll be player of the day, there's a fair chance that it will not be.
Okay, well, fair enough. Let's go and look at the Bliss lineup, of course. For those who used to watch Oceanic Nationals in 2020, these guys were, of course, Ferox. They've added in Repix. I think there's some good potential here, guys.
Yeah, very good potential. I think that, give it some time, Bliss could grow into a relatively strong roster. Again, keeping in mind there's a couple of fresh faces on the team in terms of actually playing competitive. I mean, yes, they played last season, but still quite new to the scene. And of course, it takes time to gain that experience, so only expect them to improve over time. If I had to pick maybe one player to keep an eye on for this matchup, I'd say Oda. You know, he talked a little bit of smack to me on Twitter this afternoon. He sent me a picture of a zinger box on a plate, which is honestly a borderline war crime. So he better win tonight. Otherwise, I will definitely be digging into him for sure.
Let's go and have a look at their opponents for tonight. Elevate, who, well, I'm just going to say it. After tonight's results, they themselves have a bit of an opportunity here to maybe build a bit of a gap in terms of the standings, right? Of course, they beat Knights yesterday, 7-5, and, well, Knights lost again. Order, of course, lost as well. Really, if Elevate don't win this, it might actually end up being ROFLCOPTERGG by themselves at the top of the leaderboard. So, a huge opportunity for Elevate to really get off to an amazing start to the season.
Yeah, it'd be a very, very good kickstart, and I mean, that's a bit of a double-edged sword, maybe is the best way to describe it, because maybe they know that, and that could place a little bit of pressure on them. And if they've looked at the first 2 matches tonight and they've gone, oh, maybe we feel a little bit uncomfortable now, maybe this won't be as, you know, a secure win as we would have thought. But they're just going to back themselves. They should win this matchup. I mean, you've got so much experience on this lineup. You have veterans alongside fresh faces like Fish, for example, who is still a veteran, but not necessarily on this roster. Who's also been stepping up already as well. So on paper, they look incredibly strong, and they just got to convert. I mean, they've just got to show up on the day.
I mean, I feel like that's the sort of sentiment that we put across to Order and Knights, right? On paper, too strong, should be convincing, should be comfortable, all of these things, and yet none of it came to fruition. Still got to go into the map, still got to frag out and do your thing. Otherwise, and as we said, any team can beat any team. Let's go look at the map. Vetoes, though, as I mentioned, going into the map, we will see exactly where we're heading for this third match of the day. You're kidding, right?
Woo! I don't know, maybe. I hope production did get the graphic wrong, but it is looking like we're going back to Oregon.
Really?
you reckon we'll go 4 from 4? I feel like there's a real
surely
chance.
not. It's also the second time, guys, I'll point out that Chalet was in the mix.
Yeah, true, but... And actually, that's an interesting point, right? Because you would have thought that of all the teams that wouldn't want to play Chalet and OCN, it would actually be the teams that are in APAC South. So you would have thought that Elevate would actually not leave that window of opportunity, because for Bliss, there's no other higher competition for them to hide strats for. I mean, they could just have banned Oregon and sent it on Chalet, and that would have forced the hand of Elevate a little bit. So, yeah, a little bit disappointed they didn't head there. It would have been fun, I guess, just even to get a bit of a mix-up on the maps. But
what's this done for your expectations, though, I guess, for this matchup? I mean, we've seen a lot of Oregon tonight, obviously. We even saw it played once yesterday, too. Does this continue the trend? It almost feels like deja vu times 2.
Maybe. I mean, I don't think it's really that map that's facilitating these sorts of upsets. To be honest, it hasn't felt like there's really been... It hasn't felt like the teams that are losing, the favorites on this map, are playing bad on Oregon. It's just been fundamentals of Siege that have been falling short in terms of, you know, lacking trades and just looking a little bit lost here and there and not playing at full confidence. So I wouldn't say it's going to continue just because we're on Oregon, but that isn't to say that Bliss could really actually show up here on this map, because again, we haven't seen these exact rosters lined up against one another here on Oregon, or in fact at all.
Yeah. Before we run into this map, though, you guys at home could actually be running one of our sponsors, of course, for Oceanic Nationals 2021. So happy to have these guys on board. They've got a latest offer that you don't forget to take advantage of. $4 per week for your first 4 weeks at any Snap Fitness gym in Australia. I mean, that's pretty cheap, so you definitely want to take advantage of that one. For more information, you can type !Snap in Twitch chat, and a big shout out to Snap Fitness for supporting Oceanic Nationals and supporting esports across Australia. So it's a really, really good organization, and always good to be nice, fit and healthy like you guys. Show us your guns. No? Oh man, you really just give me
can't
nothing.
Show something that doesn't
nothing.
exist, mate. I'm not a magician, so
Jesus.
we'll let that one slide. I mean, maybe I need to go to a Snap Fitness gym and work on the legs, because
we can do it together. We can do a co-stream. Me and you. Either way,
Okay.
let's head into the match. It's ready to go. Oregon for the 3rd time today. Maybe though, 3rd time is the charm for the team that is expected to win on this map. Elevate versus Bliss. Get your Bliss ups in chat. If you're an Elevate fan as well, make some noise. Well, I don't know if you can actually make some noise. Make some words in chat. Elevate are the expected winners, but Bliss, will they follow the storyline today?
A lot to be unraveled in this matchup, and of course, it all begins in the ban phase. I would love to see a team not ban Thatcher, but at this point, I think that's a little bit of a desperation call. Probably never going to happen, at least not early on, as teams still seem very entrenched in their ways. But Habata is a little bit of a peculiar ban. That'll be one hard breach taken down, and will make hatches a little bit more difficult to be opened up, or at least less efficient. And a mute. I believe Bliss took down mute on Clubhouse last night as well, right? So, yeah, I like that. Very interesting.
Pretty normal bans so far. We're going to get anything crazy from Elevate here to close that out.
Maybe Ying. That would be the only out of left field.
I don't know. I didn't actually think when we saw Boyd playing the Ying before.
It's defense.
Well,
so
yeah, there's that
please
too.
ignore me.
You're just off tonight, guys, aren't you? What's going on?
Yeah. Look, it is what it is. Gotta bring myself down to the same level as Manic and Dev. So.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say me for a second.
Or you, yeah. It's about the same.
So we go to Oregon for the 3rd time tonight. Of course, for those who missed Playday #1, it was actually the opposite. It was 3 clubhouses in a row. So far, the only maps we've seen is Clubhouse and Oregon for 2 Playdays.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Very, very fun fact. Very fun. I like casting the same map.
I like Oregon.
Yeah, but it does get a bit old. I mean, you know, every map has its honeymoon period. I feel like we're EU League. They had a stint last year, which was just crazy amounts of Oregon, but nothing we can do about it. Maybe we just gotta call what we see on screen. And it's not like Oregon's a bad map, honestly, to watch. Actually, it can be pretty interesting. And in fact, we've seen teams changed things up quite a bit over the course of the night, and actually throughout the course of a single map, we've seen the likes of Knights, despite losing, be really adaptive. We saw in the last match, teams like Order, again, unsuccessful, but be quite aggressive. And yeah, it's really fun to watch. So not sure exactly what we can expect here from Bliss and Elevate. I would assume Bliss is going to lean more into the aggressive 1v1 mentality, whereas Elevate will be more structured and methodical, but we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out in the server, because that's just a theory.
I'm just going to have to cut you off here. I've been sitting here for the last 30 seconds ready to read out the Snap Fitness community vote, and you will just not stop talking.
Sorry.
I know it's your job. I know you get paid for it, but I got to call this out. 71% to Elevate, 28% to Bliss, which actually makes up 99%. So 1% of you are saying that the match will explode and combust.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility if the servers go down, but fingers crossed that doesn't happen.
I love you guys.
Thank you. All right, what's happening here? Repix, he's pushing rear stage, looking to maybe get something going, find a couple of picks potentially, or push those players back, and he does successfully push them back, and that opens up the likes of Oda now to take control. And this is one thing I actually quite like to see, some flank watch. Hold that thought.
Didge
shuts down Didge. That's a bit over aggressive, but back to the original point on Oda playing Nomad. We actually, I can't remember seeing Nomad at all, or Gridlock for that matter, at all tonight. We just haven't seen flank watch, and a lot of these teams on the defense are leaning heavily into roaming and flanking. So to me, it does make pretty logical sense to bring a flank watcher.
In saying that though, there hasn't really exactly been a ridiculous amount of flank kills from behind. A lot of them have actually been quite head to head. We've seen a couple every now and then, but it's not really been a massive concern. Fisher guy's just been spotted elsewhere on the map. Nice frag for Nazgul, and this is giving a nice little advantage here for Bliss.
What?
Okay.
Not sure what Shade was just doing, chilling in the corner of sight, but either way, Worthy's now left in the 1-on-4, and he's been spotted out, so he's going to be in a lot of strife very soon.
So this is going to go the way of Bliss to kickstart us off for Oregon. Okay. I should mention that whoever's won the first round of Oregon all tonight has gone on to win the series. So for you Bliss fans, that's a good little sign.
Oh, so what you're saying is Bliss has literally just won the map in one round.
Oh god, I didn't
That
see
is some really
so
good
cringe.
forehead analysis, Xenox. I see why they pay the big bucks, mate. I see why they pay the big bucks.
Head over to Kid Storms for the second round. Good start for Bliss. Nice little attacking round early on. Didn't wait too long. Found some good picks.
Ooh, 6 pick there from Vast. Off the pulse onto Kaid, some wall denial being brought to the table, and it's probably a decent idea. You want to be able to deny Games Wall and Attic. That said, we have seen a couple of teams, and one that immediately comes to mind is Rhythm, that have just completely ignored the fundamentals of attacking this site and doing things like jumping through the main window, pushing white stairs. So that's also something Elevate will need to be mindful of, but operators like Fisho on the smoke or Worthy with the Banshees on the Lucy, even the Aruni gates can help prevent some of those pushes as well.
Well, what do you think of Aruni's laser array on double window? I don't think we saw it so far tonight.
I mean, I'm going to expand on that question and answer it pretty briefly. Like, is Aruni actually even that good? Honestly, I don't think so. Like, sure, you can make rotates, which frees up a shotgun operator, but on this occasion, Fisho is still sticking with the shotgun. The gates do a decent job, I guess, in combination with the Jaeger and soaking some of that utility, but we're not in a utility meta anymore, so it hasn't really felt that effective. And in terms of damage, like, it does like 30 HP damage. Most of the time, attackers, if they really wanted to, could just tank it. So, look, I'm not all aboard the Aruni train just yet, but maybe there's some room for it to be innovated to be a bit more effective. I'm not sure.
Pretty stock standard right now from Elevate on the defense. Besides the fact that Bliss have to deal with these laser arrays, everything else is very much stock standard. So they got the Maverick and they got the Ace to open up this game's wall once they can deal with the Electric Law, which they do. So now Selmas go out, although actually unsuccessfully.
Todd needs to be mindful Playing inside a bedroom can be quite precarious, a lot of angles as well as the vert from below, but thankfully Nazgul's holding that, and Oda, the flank watcher as well, will protect that position, and now he can begin to work the game's wall. As you can see, that one summer pops off and the second should follow, as there's no impact trick, as Worthy will find a pick below, and he could even take this position down below, so this is going to test that flank watch.
There's like no presence at all from Bliss over towards Kitchen. Worthy getting that kill as well gives Elevate that first floor vert control. Bliss, though, have got a player over in Annie. Fisher guy's got some pressure at least to deal with here. Repix does need a bit more help, though, elsewhere, but Worthy's found a second one, this time onto Todd.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Rough situation to find themselves in now, and Didge, it's a really nice swing there. Stark contrast to the first round here for Bliss. They're struggling. They can't even get in towards the objective. They can't really flush out of these positions effectively. And Elevate, they just need to sit back and wait, establish these crossfires, and the round should be theirs.
Credit to Worthy, really opening up this entire round. Round's not over yet, though. Still could be a chance of a comeback. We're seeing some crazy things tonight. Swing's going to come from Oda, as expected. Actually has a decent position. He can also get the revive onto Repix, so he's back up. If he had found a frag there, I definitely think it's game on. But Elevate, don't peek that. 20 seconds left. And that's going to be the round, surely. Diffuser down. Repix now in a 1 versus 2. Needs to frag out with 14 seconds left. Not going to happen. Worthy started it. Worthy's going to end it.
Yep. Solid response there in this round from Elevate. Not letting it slip away too early. And they'll even up that scoreline 1 apiece. I really liked that setup from Fisher inside of Kids. It was a pretty simple shield, but it made it so difficult for Bliss to push through inside of that pit position at the end of Attic. Not a whole lot they could really do. They were left stranded. As you mentioned, Worthy had a really nice couple of frags there at the start, which only fortified that defense even further. And from there, not much you could really do on the attack.
1-1, all tied up.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Good round for Elevate. We head down to the basement for round number 3. After they successfully defended Kid Storms, which is, I guess, a good sign for this series for Elevate being able to win the crucial site. It's ideal. But even in that particular round, even with Elevate winning it, Bliss still looked good. Bliss was still able to get some frags. Kind of bring it back towards the end, make it a 2 versus 3, even after losing a couple of players early. And even as you said, Fisher guy's position in Kids making it super difficult for them. If Bliss are going to be sharp and their aim game is on tonight, they are going to be difficult to beat.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Downstairs defense here from Elevate. A construction spawned from Bliss, so it looks like they'll probably go for a blue tag tower. Nothing too wild. We saw Repix in the last occasion actually take control of tower quite quickly and really pressure the players in that position, as God Legion actually does get down in time. It's going to contest the angle, but neither player will land their shots. Probably best for God Legion to fall back here. No point throwing away your life this early into the round, but maybe if he backs himself, he'd go for the swing. Air jab, though, will probably hold that.
But if there's 2 players there, if he gets 1, he probably gets traded anyway. Repic's going to just fall away. I don't think really Elevate need to have swung there anyway. God Legion's fine just holding that position. Right now, Blizz aren't doing anything too crazy, too out of the norm.
God Legion in the power position here, over towards the Tarp's door. Trying to hold out this blue push and support the player inside of Elbow as the utility begins to fly out. Smoke grenades and frag grenades enter the fray, and the shield actually is taken down. So I don't know exactly how Bliss burnt any ADS devices there, but either way, Bisho now in a pretty compromised position and needs to be careful. If Bliss just force this really hard, like we're seeing a lot of these newer teams attempt, they'll be able to trade this out.
Yeah, Bliss look pretty keen on this. Gemini's going to go out. Fisher guy's just going to give it up and Rio up. So that means Bliss know that they can start to push in through bunker. Oda's pretty crucial here, and as I literally say that, he dies. Rapix, who was pushing in through bunker as well, fell pretty quickly. Elevate have done well to win a lot of these fights. There's even a team kill. They're doing so well at the moment, Bliss there, that they end up taking out a teammate with some of their shots. Shade gets it at least a double. Nazgul playing over at Pillar. 45 seconds left. It's all a little bit rushy in the last 15 seconds, but there's still a bit of time.
Winnable. Still very winnable if Bliss are able to trade this out effectively. Nazgul has control of the long hallway, but he does have the kit, and Shade needs to try and support. That could be a huge nades that it flies out, but it only does a little bit of damage to Fisho, who can now retreat back into safety. And Nazgul, he's been timed. Oh, but he still hits the shot. Fast. Needs to go big. He does find one, but Shade's still up.
Shade's on bloody laundry. He's like on the other side of basement here. I mean, it's going to come down to time, obviously, for Bliss. Shade needs to get the diffuser and start sticking it. But obviously going to be giving away his position. You think Vast just comes in and stops this from happening pretty comfortably. So that's going to be...
And this is the impact. I mean, he was trying to do that for style points, but... Look, he did what really mattered. He got the kill, which was nice. And it was actually a pretty nice play from him in the 2v2 to secure that 1v1 and stay alive. It's often easy in that position that he found himself in to panic a little bit, over-aggress a little bit, but he sat exactly where he needed to. He had faith in his teammates who had the intel and were giving the calls, and it paid dividends.
Right now, it's hard to look past Elevate. They look switched on, making the right plays. I can't help but feel, man, like Bliss are hitting their shots. So much so they got a team kill in that last round.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that team kill lined up. I feel... I'm guessing a little bit here, but I think it might have been to hit Vast, who was sort of just running around site a bit mindlessly. Like, Vast should have been killed there, and maybe he got body blocked by the teammate. Could be completely wrong there because it was pretty tricky to tell, but... Yeah, I mean, that just happens. I mean, even the best teams hit a team kill every now and again, so... Not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But obviously not helpful.
No. So, not when the round was there to be won as well for Bliss.
Yeah,
like,
for
they
sure.
could have easily gone on and won that round. Right down to the 1v1. So, really, you take that team kill out. What is that, 2v1? I mean, I know things obviously play out differently, but... Chance gone begging. And Elevate's developed as a team in the last couple of months, especially the last, like, 3 months, Gus, that they will punish that. You know, they don't necessarily play down to their opponents as much as they used to. They've got a good lineup now. Fisher guys come in, and with the results playing out the way that they have today and yesterday, there's a real opportunity for Elevate to stamp their authority, win this game, and go on and have a really big season that they could easily accomplish top 2 now. Like, that's a thing that can happen quite comfortably.
Yeah, and that's probably something we really would not have said with much confidence heading into this season. It was always the Wildcard and Knights show, but Elevate is seizing the opportunity, or at least attempting to seize the opportunity in front of them, which is that top 2 position. Maybe there's a world in which they finish first. Who knows? So many of these top teams are struggling at the moment in Oceanic Nationals. And maybe some of these mid-tier teams will be able to capitalize.
I don't even know if there is mid-tier teams, good teams, bad teams anymore. I think there's just 8 teams. All 8 teams are just playing in Oceanic Nationals, and it's a roulette. Each night, each game, to see who comes out on top. But if this starts to get away from Bliss, if Elevate start to win the next couple of rounds, especially on the defense here, they're going to have to start to switch it up. Maybe go a little bit more aggressive than they already are. Which is not as much as what we've seen tonight from other teams like Rhythm and ROFLCOPTERGG, and even their opponents. Fast, this is round-changing stuff.
Could have swung there, and it probably would have ended him a kill, but either way, it's probably the best play to make and the safest play to make, so can't fault that too much. Elevator probing below, but Bliss aren't really playing into that. Sure, Oda is here over towards Classroom though, but he is holding split, doesn't trade fast off either, who does find the pick onto Shade. A little bit worrying.
Getting even more worrying now for Bliss here as they lose Oda as well to Worthy, who's just quietly is having a very, very good game so far. But like we've seen in the other rounds, Bliss do get 1 or 2 back, usually after going down 5-3. Now made it 3-4. 53 or 50 seconds left in the round. Repix does catch out Vast. It's probably the best that Bliss have looked to be able to win a round for the last 3 rounds.
Oh, Worthy could set himself up for a big flank here as Todd with the kit is getting lit up. I don't think that Bliss know there's a player at the top of these stairs.
Well, they're not positioning like they know. They definitely do not know if Repix is going to put his back there. Somehow Todd does win that over Worthy. He got absolutely beaten up though, and does still have the diffuser in hand with 20 seconds left, pushing into meeting now. I mean, he knows though the pressure is mounting. Digital was not going to allow him to get that plant down. Elevate, 3 round wins in a row, and they're looking quite good.
We've seen quite a bit of meeting played here by the teams down under, and look, not gonna lie, I'm personally not a huge fan of this site, but these teams are making it work. And look, Bliss probably made that a little bit harder on themselves than it really should have been. Oda, I don't know where he's placing those air jabs, but there really should be one at the top of those stairs, or at least at the bottom of them, so you get alerted to a player's presence down there. So unfortunate there for Bliss, but hey, I mean, mistakes like that can cost you rounds, and that was the case.
Vast and Worthy though, they've been the standouts for me on Elevate so far. I mean, I know we're only 4 rounds in, but they have been the ones making things happen. As we head over to kids' dorms for round number 5, we edge closer towards halftime already. This one seemingly getting away from Bliss, but hey, when did I say that? Because only a good 30 minutes ago, 30, 40 minutes ago, when it was 5-2 in favor of Order. So we're seeing bigger comebacks tonight. The only thing I will say is that typically tonight teams have been performing well on the attack, more so than the defense. So for Elevate, I mean, a 4-2 half, or if they can somehow keep this going and get a 5-1 half, it's going to make it very difficult for Bliss.
10 seconds remaining.
One thing to keep an eye on heading into this round is the 6th pick for Bliss, Shade, jumping onto Amaru. Now, there's a couple of opportunities here to maybe rush site. You could Amaru into Armory maybe and try and get a few picks. You could even Amaru into Games window or Kids window. Those are the 2 more likely options. But yeah, this is going to be really exciting to track exactly where Shade tries to go. I feel like maybe it'd be wise for him to just rush in late during an execute and catch Elevate off guard, who probably will not be expecting it. I mean, they won't be.
Like Kids window or something, like last
yeah, I mean, potentially. Honestly, we don't really see Amaru played a whole lot on this site, so I'm just completely guessing here. But yeah, it could be something pretty creative.
I'll have to see how it plays out. Gives them an option late round, though. I like that. You know, if plan A kind of falls apart, you got Amaru who can just send it in. Maybe catch someone from Elevate out of position. They may not be expecting it as well.
Seems like he's just posting up on the roof, so it does feel like he is waiting for the perfect opportunity of rush somewhere. Where that's exactly going to be, I am still not too sure. Ooh. But I am sure that Nazgul has been deleted. Great pick there for Fisher. It's the first of him, or the first pick he will find rather on this map. That said, he has been pretty impactful, but you know, supports, they don't exactly get the numbers on the board. That's just the way it is.
It's all about the team rather than the individuality. Minute and a half left in the round. I think for Shay, just trying to get a bit of information, a bit of intel. Don't want to be just grappling straight into Kids blind. I mean, like, Fisher Guy's position will just punish Shade so heavily.
I think he might go for it, though. Honestly, if they get good control of Pit and disrupt the player inside of Kids, maybe flash him out or maybe him out, who knows?
Well, that's the thing, right? If they can disrupt Fisher Guy's position and he does fall back from Kids, then the Amaru can go in, but there's still other sightlines that they need to clear. I think this is going to be very difficult to pull off. And right now, they're just losing players. Like they have done so in almost every single round. Elevate are just always at an advantage. Shade's still just trying to get rid of Fisher Guy.
I mean, if there's any time to go, it has to be now. It has to be now.
Yeah. Flashes and stuns and then just randomly sprays, but Fisher Guy had already moved away from that back position of Kids. Flawless from Elevate. you could sense that Bliss were definitely trying to do something, Guz, but Elevate just holds strong.
I like the intent there from Bliss, something a little bit different, something pretty creative, to be honest, but they never found themselves in a really good position actually to pull it off. I feel like for that to work, it needs to be a 5-on-5, 40-second execute sort of style. Whereas in that case, it was like a 3-on-5, and the round was basically over. And it was just desperation play in the end. So unfortunately, we don't get to see it played properly, and we're probably not going to see it for the rest of the map because it was a pocket strat. So that one will go begging, and yeah, Elevate really extending that lead.
It's a must-win round though for Bliss. 5-1 at half is always just mentally draining to think that you've got to come back that far, that you can't slip up at all. Elevate are going to be going on the attack, which has statistically been favored so far this season on Oregon as well. So all signs pointing to an Elevate win if they can keep this up. Bliss need to be able to get this basement site. It's imperative.
Yeah, I would agree. Question then is, how will Bliss try to win this round? Nothing that the operator selections is standing out as being too unorthodox. I would like to see, again, I feel like I'm ragging on Oda a little bit here, and this is not intentional. I know he called me out on Twitter a little bit, but I want to see this roam be really snappy, and I want to see those flanks established really quickly, because Elevate have been probing here and there, like Worthy, for example, who's roaming at the moment, have had impactful rounds on that roam. So I want to see those air jabs placed effectively and Bliss actually playing off them, whereas previously maybe they weren't as well as they could.
Definitely feels like we saw more roam play in the other matches tonight on Oregon compared to Bliss's attempts. Elevate themselves, like, haven't been overly aggressive on the defensive roam either. Like, they've had some players down below, but and usually it's been Worthy running around. Vast has also had a couple of moments too, but even they themselves have been quite defensive. It's played well though. Maybe even playing into the hands of Bliss. Like, feels like a round or two ago it was time for Bliss to shake things up. Maybe they tried to do that with the Amaru. It didn't quite work out. Elevate just firmly in control, and everything that Bliss has tried has been shut down.
Blue set up here from Bliss. Repix heading the charge. One of the fresher players to the competitive scene. Repix known as a bit of a ranked demon, but of course competitive is a whole nother kettle of fish. Not a bad map from him so far. I mean, going 34 on entry is respectable, but by no means amazing. And he'll be looking to step that up here in the last round of the half and try and post some numbers on the board. And I mean, he's going to be pretty critical here. I feel like he will be the one to try and enter and get these picks, maybe alongside the likes of Nazgul, who can run that G36 with the 2x and the angled, although I think he's running vert, so either way, he'll do some damage.
Got to deal with the Banshee. Nazgul does just that. And again, it's Worthy with the opening kill. How many of those has he been able to find in this series?
That's nice.
Nazgul at least swings out, catches Vast. It's a good play to take down, and then they catch God Legion as well. And the trades are just flying everywhere here at the minute mark of round number 6. Worthy 10-2 and 3 has been popping off in a 3v3 to close out this first half.
Well, the thing is, he's also hit another flank, and now he's in a great position to watch the stairs. You can see Repix and Nazgul are aware, but they're waiting for him to peek. Worthy, he doesn't need to. He can sit here, chill, relax, and provided his teammates on site hold firm, there's no reason for him to push this. So Bliss are in a really bad position.
Yep. 30 seconds left. Oh. Repix with the diffuser. Worthy. At some point, he is going to swing it, and they know that as well. And that's exactly what is in the back of their minds as a play over in Freezer as well. Worthy does swing out eventually, and he does catch Nazgul, so he took one, but unfortunately the rest of Worthy's teammates have fallen by the wayside, and it has allowed Bliss to get onto site, get the plant down. Todd watching the corridor, and Bliss will finally get another round win. It took them the first round of the first half, and now the last round of the first half.
Yeah, just to quickly wrap up. Welcome back, folks. It's time for the second half between Bliss and Elevate. And as I was about to say, and I was rudely interrupted. No, not rudely. We love living, but I was going to just say that Bliss played that round really, really well in the end. Sure, they had Worthy be a bit of a pain in the butt, quite literally, but they just sent it on site and found the picks they needed to, and then could just turn their attention back to him. So I like that intent, and I hope that we see that aggression from Bliss here in the second half on the defense.
Well, I'm happy for Bliss, though, that they were able to at least close out that second half. The way they started it, too, definitely one of their better rounds. 2-4 scoreline, though, is bang on. Elevate have deserved a 4-2 scoreline. They've been definitely the better team. They now go over to the attacker side, which statistically is a 60% win rate, guys, so far throughout Oceanic Nationals. So it would suggest, based on the stats, that Elevate are in the driver's seat for the remainder of the second half.
Aruni will see an appearance once again here. Bliss using it to shut down some of the angles, or entries rather, from Blue. Another interesting pick from Vast here. It's playing over towards Small Tower on the Lion. Could be used by Elevate for the execute. Try and freeze those Bliss players in position and trade them out. And I don't mind that. I really like the Lion pick here and there. Try and catch your opponent off guard. And if aggression really is the hottest word in town, or the hottest meta in town at the moment, hey, why not bring that line?
Yeah, and I think this is what Bliss have to do, right? On the defense, is try and disrupt Elevate as much as possible. Have those roamers. Kind of bank Elevate, though, to win those ones at the times that they do take place. So Bliss have got to be very careful if they are going to deploy that strategy in the second half at any point. A lot more downstairs than upstairs, though, at the moment. Not too much of a surprise. In fact, all 5 of them are downstairs. So very much going for that turtle strat, which we haven't really seen tonight at all.
Yeah, very roam heavy at the moment from a lot of these players on defense, and I guess part of that's due to the meta shift away from utility clearance, and it is quite easy for players to be flushed out. And thank you, Vast, for talking about utility clearance, or at least assisting me in explaining it. Whips out the God 6 and can take down Shade's Banshee at the bottom of the stairs. Rebix knows there's a drone there, but can't find it, or at least shoot it.
I thought he got it.
He's in a very scary position. We've seen this naded out multiple times already tonight.
How did he not get that? Oh, it was like just slightly below. Yeah, okay, I see now.
Yeah.
Nade just trying to clear out Rapix. Doesn't quite catch him. This freezer push has been the most popular strat tonight for trying to push it into basement. God Legion will open up the fray with the early frag onto Oda, the lovable fan favorite. Didge pushing in through Laundry. So they got Laundry and Freezer push coming in from Elevate, but right now it's Nazgul who's found a quick triple. In fact, he shuts down that entire Freezer push. And it's basically Laundry only at the moment. Digital's going to actually have to rotate back across site. 30 seconds left to just try and at least provide a different option here.
Yeah, Digital's walking through meeting there to not make any noise. If you sprint, those footsteps can be heard, so he'll dampen that, and now he'll try and pinch alongside Worthy, but with those Syria gates still up, a player inside a freezer as well.
He's got 2 nades.
This will be tough. This will be very, very tough.
Does have 2 nades available, and in fact, he's just going to run straight through the laser array, but Bliss were waiting on the other side, and in the end, the turtle strat comes out, and it is quite successful to kickstart the second half. The other part, I think you mentioned it before, tanking the laser, like, yes, the damage doesn't do that much, but you're also giving away the position. It's almost like a proximity alarm as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you burn it, you're going to make sound. If you walk through it, you're going to make sound. I mean, it really doesn't matter either way, but I don't know if Digital, I feel like he threw something into it that round and then still walked through it because it takes a second or 2 to go away. I could be wrong. It just looked like that when we switched to him. But yeah.
He did have 2 nades, so you might be right. He might have thrown a nade
I think
in.
he tried to burn it and he just ran through too quickly, which I'm sure all of us have done before. It's very easy to make that mistake. You sort of have to throw it, wait a second, and then run through, but Digital was, pressed against the clock there. So no fault of his. And yeah, solid round there from Bliss. I liked what I saw.
Have you seen some of the chants that are going on in chat tonight, guys? I got to pose the question to you. What do you think of chat's current chant, which is "These wins in the mast, let's go Vast"? So there's wind in the mast. Let's go past.
I'd probably give that like a 7 out of 10. My favorite Vast copy pasta is the one about his strats being found on like old tablets, or whatever they're called. You know, like on rocks. How a long time ago they used to write things. What are they called? There's some copy pasta about it, and basically the story is that Vast's age on Wikipedia is like 38 or something. So yeah, he's not doing bad for an old man. How many picks is he
so
on at
old
the
he
moment?
might be bold.
Ooh, yeah, not bad. He's got
Yeah.
7-4, so not bad. But he has been put on Lion, and that's basically what you put the washed player on, because you only have to click one button. So I don't know. Maybe he's been baiting his teammates a bit.
Well, what do we think of this mini comeback from Bliss? I mean, it's only 2 rounds in a row, guys, but at 4-1, it was looking pretty bad. Like we saw in some previous matches, although I might hold this, because whenever there's an E1D going out, it means there could be some pushes, some rushes. Digital does get eliminated. So that gets kind of shut down, and that's one E1D used already. And the Lion coming out, I think it's definitely the first time I think I've seen Lion this season of Oceanic Nationals on Oregon.
Yeah. I mean, we don't really see a whole lot of Lion at all these days, and if we do, it's normally on maps like Coastline or maybe even Chalet, I guess, these days. Super aggressive.
Casual.
Well, yeah, you know all about the casual meta. I can't say I know too much about it, but yeah, you don't really see much Lion at all. It's just really not that great in most scenarios. But if you do want to go for aggressive executes, which I'm sure Elevate will want to,
I think you see Lion a fair amount on Coastline. You'll probably see him on Chalet as well.
I just said that. Do you? Yeah.
I don't listen to you. What are you on about?
Ah, God.
It's a love-hate relationship, guys.
Take away the first word, and yeah.
Minute and a half as things have just kind of dried up a bit in this 8th round. After Dig was eliminated very early on in the round, mind you. There's a second one. Shade's got 2 now. He's just hard to deal with over in Kitchen. Just completely denying this vert control as well from Elevate, and Bliss are looking very strong here on this Kidstorm site.
Oda could be an engagement in double window here in a second, I believe. There's a player posted out there.
Hang on. Is Vast going to deal with him?
Maybe. That shade that... I think Ringa Rosie here inside of Dining and the Showers corridor. Fisho does find one. Oh, no. Oh, Vast, hit your shots. Oh, no.
Oh.
That's unfortunate. And Shade, that's his 3rd in the round.
He is very low, though. But it's down to just Fisher Guy and Worthy. I don't see how they can come back from here. 30 seconds left into the round. Both essentially going to have to push the attic, right? I mean, I don't think Worthy's got enough time to do anything else but push in. Fisher Guy trying to scout out any information, try and see if he can find someone at the back of Kids, and he does. It's Fisher Guy, headshot. Almost got a second flick onto the player behind that shield. Didn't quite attach the bullet to the head. Usually how you're going to do things, and Worthy, well, he's obviously running out of time and space. He doesn't even know where he's getting shot from. He just looks behind him and he's like, wait, there's no one there.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, not bad there from Bliss. Pretty solid defense. Elevate throwing away a few picks early in the round. It really didn't set themselves up nicely for the end. I feel like we cursed Vast a little bit there, talking him up, you know, hyping him up. Probably a couple of people in chat, you know, getting around him. And then he got 180'd on.
So what you're saying is Vast's mast got demastered?
I personally wouldn't.
Is that how? Like, I don't look. I don't know my ship anatomy. Okay, like don't. You know, I'm not a pirate. But is it demast?
I don't know.
The things we can do on Oceanic Nationals, but probably can't do anywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what to say to that, to be completely honest.
Well, we're going to kitchen dining, guys. This is the second time, only the second time tonight. Usually it's kitchen meeting. Don't know who this favors, to be honest, but the fact that Bliss have elected to defend here would give me the inkling, not the inkle, as Dev says, that they are probably more inclined to be happy to play this one.
10 seconds left.
Yeah. Not a big fan of that Dev Marta bloke, but yeah, as you're saying, this will be a pretty interesting objective to see played out. I don't mind this extension above into kids. They've opened the hatch and they've also created angles on the top of that connecting wall. And from there, you can get a really nice long angle into the other bomb site. Thank you, Repel, for showing that. You can see basically from the couch forwards, so pretty powerful. And that will, in many cases, force the attack to actually go above and clear that out. I got my attention caught by Vast there, who was taking damage, and I was like, Vast, please just don't die again, alright? I don't want to keep hyping you up and you're falling short, because then it's a caster curse.
We're tied up 4-4, 3 rounds in a row for Bliss. What a comeback. It's been the night of comebacks, though, the night of upsets. It's the storyline that has played out here for Playday 2 of the Oceanic Nationals, and it's been bloody thrilled to be watching it firsthand. Will it continue, or can Elevate find the strength to just sort of fight back here? God Legion, he himself was also just slowed down a little bit from the earlier rounds.
Nazgul getting a little bit hungry here, peeking small tower stairs as Fisho works the wall with the Maverick torch, and there we go.
Greedy.
He is punished. A little bit greedy, yes, for sure, and Worthy gets another kill on his tally. Oda now is the next line of defense. If they forfeit control of Showers, they're going to find themselves in a whole world of hurt.
Could definitely understand sort of just wanting to get a pick there, but I feel like Nazgul can just hold corridor without having to peek that. Now Elevate with an advantage. Second EE1D goes out. Nade's not going to be really doing too much damage as Oda's shield just gets destroyed along with himself.
Yeah, we really need to see someone there try and support Oda. Maybe the likes of Todd come across a little bit earlier and try and at least offer some support. But now, look, the round's basically over. They've got control. That angle that I mentioned above on the hatch is not going to have any impact on this round. Now, Shade and Repix need to pull off a minor miracle, really, to try and bring this back. Sure, Repix is in a great position, but hey, the bus comes into play. He'll be taken down, and now Shade's in the 1-on-5.
I mean, say what you want, but the Lion did have at least a minor impact in that round at times, and it just allows Elevate to push freely. Especially if they've got prior information to the E1D, and they played that round flawlessly. It's on your screen for a reason, and finally Elevate can kind of stop Bliss in their tracks for a bit.
Round 10 now. Elevate with the lead. Laundry and Supply is where Bliss are going to head. They're trying to, of course, prevent Elevate from winning the round and heading themselves to match point. Again, if you are just joining us over time, if you make it that far, we'll secure you at least 1 point. If you lose it out, that's obviously the goal for these teams, maximize the amount of points they can earn. I love the fact that Elevate is still sticking with this line. I mean, I don't know. I'm still a little bit skeptical. I would agree with you somewhat that it had an impact in the last round, but I don't know. I want to see.
I mean, a minor.
I want to see like
I
want to see like a super obvious play where the line directly prevents a defender from moving out of like certain depth or something like that.
I am actually going to say though, I feel like on basement, I think it's actually even going to be like less powerful, right, compared to the other sites.
Depends how turtly Bliss play, right? Because we've seen teams roam quite a bit on this site, but they're not really roaming above, and I feel like the line would be more effective in that sort of situation.
Yeah,
so, yeah, I probably agree with you.
If they're like roaming around like meeting and like outside of just like holding like back stairs or something, sure.
5 seconds left.
But as we've seen sort of so far tonight, the objective is get those 3 hatches open and call it a day from there. Push freezer, and it's kind of rinse and repeat. I don't know if the Lion's really going to do much outside of maybe like the initial push onto site to try and just stop some players, changing position at the last second.
Map sweep here from Elevate. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, so like, my point is, and you can disagree with me if you want, but I think
Yeah,
it's
I
more for the
disagree.
site than the roamers.
Yep, I disagree.
Okay.
Just for the sake of it. But as I was
Just
going
'cause
to
I said
say, yeah, map sweep here from Elevate. Again, no roamers, so that should be pretty easy. Fisho already 45 seconds into the round, torching security hatch. He'll be able to pop that open and then head over to meeting and work that as well. And that's, of course, a great direct counter to Oda playing the Kaid. He has electrified those hatches with those electro claws, meaning that Fisho needs to get it with the torch. That said, we actually did see last night Twitch used, I believe, by...
Really?
Oh, who was it? I think it was Rhythm, maybe. I think it was Leb playing Twitch. I could be completely wrong. So someone correct me in
Clubhouse?
chat, but no, it was on Oregon, so maybe.
Oh, that's right. It was the one Oregon game. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, someone used Twitch to actually clear the hatches, which I thought was pretty cool. But yeah, using Mav, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just pretty stock standard.
Completely forgot that actually Oregon was played last night as we had 3 clubhouses. How the turns have tabled.
Was I meant to laugh then?
Well, a little chuckle would have been nice. Now I just look like an idiot. That's all right.
Ah, well.
It's called a joke, guys. You wouldn't know what that is.
No.
Oh, look at this push. They're just going straight in.
They forgot about Todd though. He's hiding in the corner of blue. Eventually Fisho shuts him down with the pistol, but Shade trades another pick off screen onto Didge. Bliss now are the team on top as they reinforce off elbow and fall back towards site.
Still one EE1D left for Elevate, but yeah, I mean, Bliss are definitely on top now with man advantage as well. Summer charges go out. Worthy is still just popping off. 14, 2, and 6, leading the way for Elevate. The fact that he's still up means that there's still a big chance Elevate could pinch this round. Nazgul's low as well. This is by no means is this over. Especially at 25 seconds left, the EE1D is still available. There's still one last push coming in from Elevate. Well, I don't know if they really get much from that. All that does is allow Worthy to just get onto site, get that diffuser down. Fisho guy covering will catch out Shade. Vast knows exactly that there's one in freezer, so he's pinched in there as well, and he catches out Nazgul. I think Bliss are going to lose this one unless Vast dies at Pillow, and he does. Oda in a 1 versus 2 against Fisher guy and Worthy. He's got 30 seconds left of time. Vast is down, and he's not going to be successful. Elevate do, in fact, win the round.
I really like that from Elevate. It was a pretty optimistic plan to try and get that down. I didn't really feel like they were in a position to commit to something like that, but the likes of Fisho inside of blue, who made that angle, shut down such an important cross, and then the other player was holding the long angle, and there really wasn't a whole lot of movement that could have been made there by the defense. So I really liked what I saw there, and that's a great execute to find yourself now on match point. I really thoroughly enjoyed that from Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, Bliss kind of looked like that they had the numbers, but I think Elevate still had a game plan to flush out there, and they did it really, really well. I mean, the Lion, as much as you want to discredit the Lion guys, it did have, again, a minor impact. It allowed during that that mass engagement, which we didn't actually get to see too much of, but 2 EE1Ds went out basically back to back during that sort of engagement in the middle section of the round, basically at around this point here. So you got those popping off right as this exchange is going on. Then they used the third one right at the end so that they can actually push and get the plant down. So it did have a bit of an impact. Full credit to Elevate, though. They played that really well.
Yeah, I mean, now really the task is, can they finish off the job? It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a team falter at that final hurdle. Of course, now the pressure starts to mount a little bit. Elevate want full points in this matchup. It's really important for them as they want to continue to, I was going to say Elevate, they want to continue to grow their lead on the standings, which is ever important. So, look, they've still got to knuckle down. Sure, the last round was great, but no one cares about the last round anymore. It's eyes forward into the future.
Exactly right. On to the future, on to Kids Dorms now for match point Elevate. Is there a final twist in this tale, or is this going to be the sort of Cinderella stories that we've seen tonight come to an end here? Elevate, the expected team to win. Bliss, though, to their credit, have actually played pretty good. I don't think they've actually played that bad. I know that yourself, guys, you were doing your co-stream yesterday. You weren't a big fan of Bliss.
Oh,
You said some pretty hurtful things, just so everyone knows. For all the Bliss Up fans in there,
I don't think I was that harsh. I mean, do I think that Bliss are a top 4 team? No. Do I think they're terrible? No. Yeah, it's difficult to make assessments this early in the season. What I will say is that they're not blowing me away by any stretch. I think they have a couple of things that they can probably try and work on. So as long as they're improving as the season goes, that's cool. Not everyone's going to be at their full potential at the start of a season. I mean, all the top teams in quotation marks have been struggling a little bit outside of Elevate. So yeah, it can take a little bit to hit your marks.
Man, look at Word's stats though, guys. 16, 3, and 6. Like, if he just clutches up this game, like this particular round, gets like a 3 or a 4K, is that enough to secure MVP for the week?
Ooh, maybe. It's a pretty close contest between him and Cutie at the moment, I would say. So he's gonna have to do something pretty big here. Hasn't been a bad performance by any stretch, but I don't think he's quite eclipsed Cutie. He could be the MVP for tonight, though. I'd say he's a good shot.
Cutie had a pretty good night tonight as well.
True.
Didn't win though.
Yeah.
Depends on how much you put emphasis on winning, because I kind of do. I think, yeah. Play is a big factor. And it's something that Elevate are looking to do here to win this series, this best of 1 against Bliss, who have been brave. Brave doesn't get you points. They need 2 rounds to send it to OT and at least secure 1. They are on the defense on Oregon, though, and it means it's less likely to happen.
Bit of a peculiar shield here placed inside of Trophy by Bliss. It will force the attack to vault unless they want to use utility to clear it. And it looks like so far Gold Legion doesn't want to waste any of his utility clearing it. That said though, they will eventually take it down. It was a Goyo shield in fact, and that means that they can't push through the flames as of yet. But to be honest, I don't think they're really in a position to push this just yet. They still need to try and clear Attic, maybe get some control inside of Pit. Then they can play off the games breach that they made, or maybe just try and send it deep in towards the site.
There's something about throwing a drone into the fire that just, I don't know, doesn't sit well with me from a physics standpoint. That thing should have just melted on the spot.
They're fireproof. They're advanced technology.
Ah, right. Yeah. Coated in some special gel. That means that they can't. Yeah. Okay. 35 seconds left. Elevate. I thought they were actually going to be pushing in quite quickly on this site, but have elected not to. They've really slowed it down. That's the second EE1D that has been utilized now by Vast. Has got 1 remaining. Worthy and Vast now pushing through Attic. Could go for a Kids plant because Nazgul's the only one that's in Kids at the moment, but he's also drawing his attention away from Kids. In fact, so much so he gets the headshot onto Worth. The round's over.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that was... I don't know. What went wrong there for Elevate? They just... I guess they never dislodged any of the players in Bliss and applied enough pressure. They kind of just held their ground and won the ones as they filtered through. It was nothing fancy really from Bliss. Sure, there was, I guess, a nice angle there under the double window. Maybe that peculiar shield here and there. But yeah, that was just super weird, to be honest.
Well, I mean, that was really good though from Bliss. Like, I think they just timed their swings right. Like, I think that they just swung at the right time, peaked at the right time. And it's just one of those cases where, like, literally 5 players for Elevate, all 5 of them just die at once. I swear, like, the kill feed had, like, all 5 of them in the space of, like, 5 seconds.
Yeah. It's basically the first player fell, and by the time we switched to the next, everyone was dead. So,
yeah.
Unfortunately, a little bit difficult to read into that round, but oh well, we'll reset. Just like I'm sure Elevate will, who are still on a match point. They can head back downstairs. This is their last opportunity to get maximum points here against Team Bliss. It's matches like these that the top teams need to be winning, be in contention for top spot at the end of the stage. And Elevate, they know that. They'll be looking to convert.
Was there a team that was down 4-6 tonight? Was it ROFLCOPTERGG or Rhythm? I can't quite remember, but I'm almost convinced one of them was down 4-6.
Well, be whichever game went into overtime, which I think was only the Ruffle game, right?
They both went overtime.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
He's got the memory of a goldfish.
Yeah.
Look, I won't ask you anything anymore. That's okay. I'll just say any sort of stat questions, I'll just message and PM Dev.
He's probably, He knows what
Get
he's
back to me
doing.
with an answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
5-6 though. Bliss looking to send it to OT for what would be our third OT of the night. And Guz joked about it yesterday, and somehow it has come to fruition. Well, maybe not just yet. If Elevate can close this round out, they're on the attack. We're down in basement. Little roam clear at the moment from Digital on the Yana, which is we're seeing is becoming a lot more prevalent.
Ooh, I like that little drone spot too, placing that in Addict. I guess if any defenders want to rotate late using impacts to that position, then they can have eyes on it, which is really cool to see. I like that. Don't think anyone will really be flanking though, as we can see all 5 members from Bliss on site. And this is probably going to play out quite similarly to Elevate's last attack. Fisher guy will now come in, open the hatches. Actually, yeah, he will open the hatches. I paused for a second because Bliss aren't being carried this round, but they're obviously not going to use Salmons on the hatches. That wouldn't be effective. So Fisher will still have to do that task, and the rest of the team will set up the flank watch, set up the intel, and then they can start thinking about exactly how they want to clear sight and get that diffuser down.
What was the phrase that you used earlier? Turtley?
Totally, yeah.
Turtley. Bliss, I think right now they're being quite turtley.
Yeah, I think that would be a fair assessment, fair analysis.
Well, except for one. No, never mind. Repix is... Well, I mean, like, honestly, it's an aggressive position. He's just been droned out, so he'll just fall back through Freezer. But, like, even just that Freezer stairs position is something that Bliss didn't even do last time. Yeah, bunker down for the Freezer push, though.
Which is interesting, right? Because Todd actually did play the castle, so I don't know where he's exactly placed. It looks like one at Type Store, not sure where the others are, but let's not worry about that. Todd's now forced out of blue as the grenade, in fact, will push him back. He'll reinforce off Elbow as Nazgul finds a pick. And it starts to get a little bit dicey now for Elevate. One of their top fraggers, and the Zofia nonetheless taken off the board. How they try and shape up for this plant? They'll probably try and get control of Long, maybe even open up that cross inside of Elbow. And Bliss, they need to try and deny it. Last time they struggled, and I think this time it will still be a challenge.
Well, trades back though. Nazgul immediately gets Digital, who ran out and got Todd. Fisher guy, does he catch one here? It really changes the round back for Elevate, because right now they're down a player, 20 seconds left. They're at a disadvantage. Somehow just catches the head of Repix and Freezer. He's gonna get a second one. No. Oh man, like peeking, that's risky. Shade did find a C4 kill onto Worthy as well at the same time. 10 seconds left. Vast just pushing in past the Banshee. But Vast has got to get the diffuser down, and he knows that there's players around him. He doesn't even have time. Bliss have won the round. We go to OT for the 3rd time tonight, Guz.
Well, if you're a fan of Oregon, you'll be having fun tonight. That's all I'll say. My word, I don't think I've casted this many rounds of Oregon in a row ever. But yeah, but really well played there by Bliss. Honestly, really, really well played. The only salvageable thing there for Elevate really was that Fisher guy popped off again once inside of Elbow, was, you know, giving his team a lifeline, but it just wasn't enough. I think those castles from Todd slowed them down quite a bit, and then when they got into that sort of plant phase, it was just very awkward for them, and the aggression from Bliss paid off.
Oh, I'm just pumped to see another game go to overtime, Guz. I think it's also good for the Bliss fans as well. New organization, new fans coming to watch Siege. And right now, witnessing a bit of a classic here as well, because Elevate is a top-tier roster. They've been in some hot form. Top 2 level form, really, in the region over the last month or so. And Bliss have taken it right up to them here on Oregon and have an opportunity to continue the trend tonight, which is the underdogs prevailing. They go defense first on Kid Storms. I tell you what, if they win this round, I put the money on them to go 8-6. That's what we've seen tonight. 8-6s across the board.
Well, you know what we can see now? ROFLCOPTERGG are going to be the top team in Oceanic Nationals, regardless of how this plays out. Because actually, no, they won't, because they won in overtime. I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting that key detail. I thought I was making like a huge storyline here that somehow Roffle would be top of the league, but I mean they could still be equal first, depending on whether or not Elevate win here.
They will be, because they don't have the map difference that Elevate. Elevate's not going to have the map difference.
Yeah, look, I don't know. It's a bit technical. We'll just say they're equal first for now. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, again, another friendly reminder that this is not like old times. both of these teams will get at least 1 point here. If you lose in overtime, 1 point. If you win, 2. And I think Elevate will probably be happier to be on the attack here. Probably the more favored side. And need to see if they can actually kickstart OT with a win on, or a round win on the board. Some of these executes from them have been a little bit sketchy, to be honest.
Kind of just feel like Elevate needs someone other than Worthy to step up. It's been the Worthy show, and outside of him fragging out, no one else is able to find kills or be consistent enough over a couple of rounds. Whereas Bliss have had a bit more of an even spread across the board, a more 5-man solidified team putting in work. Air jabs out from Vast. Really worried about the flanks and the roam, but it's something that we haven't really been seeing from Bliss.
Well, actually, we're seeing Todd. If we can switch to him on the Jaeger, he's at the bottom of the rear stage stairs. It could flank up to these players over towards Attic. Whether or not that'll come into fruition, we'll have to wait and see, as action's going down over towards the games wall. I swear, Todd is still playing over there, right? Yeah, we can see him over near towards Vast. So this could be a very awkward engagement if the flank watch isn't there. And Todd's going for it right now. Oh, this is very sneaky.
I mean, this could actually be map changing. Vast has an inkling here. Don't know if he has full info. It looks like he kind of does. By the way, he's playing, places down another air jab. Todd could fall off this, rotate to the other side of the map. He doesn't need to commit to this. I mean, he's already kind of done enough putting a bit of pressure, but then if he does rotate out of this position, they do lose full control of Attic.
Ooh.
Digital does find the opening frag onto Oda, playing at double window. Nazgul and Kids, there's still a player at least in both Kids and Dorms for Bliss in this overtime defense. Vast is pretty safe over here as well in Pit. He knows that no one's going to be pushing through that Attic unless they deploy those air jabs. 20 seconds left. This is Elevate's time to shine.
Todd now is going to commit to the flank. Keeping in mind there was an air jab placed on the roof. He doesn't see it though, and he gets knocked to the ground. Vast, though, still wins the gunfight. Todd doesn't catch him off guard as he pops back up. And now Nazgul is left in the 1-on-5. Make it a 1-on-4, but surely he cannot win this. He's under a lot of pressure from a lot of angles, and Elevate should be able to just close this out.
There's too many angles here that Elevate don't even need to peek from, but Dig gets a little hungry and he finds himself a snack onto Nazgul. Overtime match point now in the hands of Elevate, and if tonight's trend is anything, the team that does win the first round in overtime does go on to win the map. So there's a few trends out there, guys. I feel like they all just counteract each other, but I should point that out. 8-6, 8-6 tonight were our two score lines earlier. 7-6 at the moment to Elevate. But it is going to be Bliss on their attack. So it is likely that they can pull this one back.
Of course, it will be Kids Dorm. 6-bit coming out from Vast. So he's going to hop off Kaid potentially here. Maybe play another form of wall denial. In fact, no, he's going to jump on Maestro. So he'll probably bring impacts in the pocket, and that will directly counter Todd playing ace with the Selmers. So expect him maybe to get aggressive over towards games. I know in the last round, Oda ended up playing over towards double window on the Maestro. They're not quite the same playstyle as what I am expecting to see here. But I would like to see that wall get denied a bit more aggressively here from Elevate. Let's try and slow down the progression from Bliss. Try and choke them out for that late round.
Oh, jeez.
not literally choke them out. You know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I like your phrasing. No, I rate it. I do.
Oh my.
10 seconds left.
Oh, to be a Bliss fan in this situation though, down overtime match point to Elevate. Pretty big game. Obviously for Team Bliss, they beat LFO last night. An opportunity here to get another 2 points. They've got at least one secured. I think that's going to be at least the main takeaway from any overtime win or loss, is that if you lose in overtime, it's not as bad. And you've also forced your opponent to also lose a point. So it's even double the effect. It's not even like they get 3 and you get 1.
Repix quickly takes Armory. And Trophy. My god, that swing was
aggressive.
1,000 miles an hour there from the defender. Was that
I think
Fisher
he
that
was
swung?
expecting that swing. Yeah, it was Fisher guy who just took a big chunk of damage.
I couldn't even tell. It just looked like a flash of red neon across my screen, or orange.
If he had got that kill plus the position he's got now as well, what a start that could have been to the round for Repix and Bliss. Still a good position to hold
Bomb located by attacker.
currently.
Oh, did they? Oh no! Elevate fast! That is a huge brain evil eye there. He's placed it inside of the closet
Oh my
and denied
God.
the initial Salmers. Oh my word!
How did they not see that?
I've seen Silex do that in ranked of all people. That's how big brain that play is, and it works out for Elevate. Burns up a little bit more of that utility on the side of the attack, and oh, that's really got to hurt the back pocket of Bliss in terms of that utility.
To the laser array as well on that double window, and it kind of just gives a peace of mind to whoever's in dorms, right? That they don't have to keep such an eye on it in case someone somehow sneaks in. Of course, we've got the barbed wire there as well. We saw an overtime order try and do a rush through there, and they got absolutely slaughtered. Minute left in the round. Repix is low, but in turn, Vast and Fisher Guy both extremely low as well.
50 seconds left now, and I don't think they'll be able to get that wall open fully, so this is going to be very, very rough here for Blitz. Yep, Todd, that's confirmation. No sun was left, and I don't think they can even enter pit either, so this is very, very scary. Worthy's below probing. Big C4 comes out, and it hits the mark. That's Todd taking down, and I think we can probably say that's the round. They do actually have an entry in towards pit, though, so maybe with that cross being held by Nazgul, they can get something
He sees
going.
the gun. Yeah, he's seen that gun. He's just expecting someone to take the peek, but Nazgul gets pushed away. Oda finds one back as they're going to get the defuse down. Oda planting on site, 20 seconds left. Shade watching from double window. What a peek! And a swing from Vast. Elevate looking to close this out and send Bliss packing. Oda's not giving up on it yet, though. The plant is down 38 seconds. Pushing up wide stairs. Nazgul just catches Vast, though. Sleeping. Shoots him in the back. And though taste of his own medicine, there's Worthy also pushing white stairs. Oda in a 1 versus 2. He's got 25 seconds left to hold on. Pushing through, he's got 3. He needs the quad to win the round and send us one more round further. God Legion in a 1 versus 1. Oda's got no health at all. He should win this. He literally just hip, well, he doesn't hip fire spray, but he sprays across his hip. And Oda just goes down. And Elevate will take Oregon 8-6 over Bliss. GG, what a match.
A good fight put up there by Bliss, but Elevate proved too good in the end. A clutch there from God Legion. He only had a couple of seconds left in the end, but he pulls it off. 2 points in the bank for them. Not the best result. They would have liked all 3, but hey, you take what you can get here in OCN.
Especially the way that the night is going, Elevate would be just happy to get out of that one alive. Massive performance from Worthy, 18-4-9, really leading the way from an individual standpoint. Of course, across the board, Elevate played really, really well as a team, but Worthy the standout. Bliss, though, gave them everything they had. They had a really solid punch, and Oda, right down to the very end, Guz, still a huge opportunity to try and send it to 7-7, but too much for him to do individually. And it is Elevate who ends up closing out our 3rd map of Oregon tonight.
Yeah, all I'll say is if you didn't eat your Zinger box off a plate, mate, you would have clutched that. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that one. Yeah, anyone but Oda probably would have clutched that.
Yeah, okay, whatever. You two have your own little beef, your own little rivalry. I thought it was a really, really solid effort from Oda. Picked up 3 kills in that round, got the plant down. It was a really, really good effort to try and send that to 7-7. The good news for Bliss, though, guys, is they do walk away with at least 1 point. They won yesterday as well, so that's like 4 points now for them after 2 games played, and one of those being against Elevate. I think they're all right. They're pretty happy with that.
I mean, yeah, if Elevate now are equal first in the league, to take a point off them is actually a pretty solid result, right? It probably positions Bliss maybe now as just edging on the top 4, maybe that 4th team. And again, we weren't expecting that heading into this season, or at least I wasn't. I thought Blitz and probably bottom 2, but hey, they put up a good result tonight. They played some decent Siege, and yeah, I'm sure they'll be not over the moon, but you know, they've got something out of this match at least.
Literally, 1 point, and a team that has gotten 2 points out of this match is Elevate, which we've got an interview. Man, I can't speak after the night we've had so far. There he is, Digital. Welcome, congratulations. You avoided defeat, which is something a couple of other teams couldn't quite do tonight. Bliss really giving you guys a good shake up there in Oregon. Just from your own perspective here, have you been watching tonight and how it's played out and thought maybe for a second it's about to happen to you guys as well?
Yeah, I've paid attention to the other games a little bit, and we had seen that there have been a couple of upsets, but didn't really. We tried to sort of break, like, going into the game saying, we're going to break the trend, because we definitely think like this was our game to lose, and yeah, thankfully we ended up scraping the overtime win.
Yeah, I guess with those points on the board now, if my math checks out, you guys will be equal first with Roffle, which isn't a bad place to find yourselves in. Knights, unfortunately, lost 2 games straight, so I'd say there's a real opportunity for you guys to finish first, maybe second in the league. Is that what you're eyeing off at the moment? Sort of what are your thoughts, I guess, on just the whole situation with the Knights and maybe some of the other teams that are finding it a bit hard?
I think you put it like perfectly earlier. Like, obviously, like, I think no matter what league you play in, you just gotta like you gotta win. Like, because this league's still imperative, so you need to like be winning your games here. It's the ticket to South APAC, so you need to ensure you're doing well in everything, and I think that's just a good sort of ethos to have, I guess. Just win everything and you should be right. But after tonight's performance and the fact that we're equal first, I feel like we should be first. I feel like the fact that we only got 2 points, that's Bliss's win there. Like, I feel like this season, we consider ourselves easily top 2 team, and with the progress of Fisher, I feel like we're only getting better. Yeah, I feel like today was definitely shaky. Not our best performance by far, but I know it is what it is, and I can't be droopy about only 2 points. We just got to focus up on the next game.
Well, the next game is actually ROFLCOPTERGG, so it's 1v2 there, right? So you actually get that opportunity immediately. If you win that, you are out and out first. No one's tied. There's no tiebreaker or anything. You control your own destiny, I guess, essentially for the rest of the season. That's a really good thing to have for you guys. So because of that, whatever expectations you may have had internally coming into the season, would they now shift to top 2 pretty much? Like, got to get top 2 here?
Yeah, I feel like, 100%. I mean, at the end of the season, there'll be a LAN. We expect, obviously, to play our best and to win that as well. So, I mean, our expectations are definitely of the highest. Haven't really changed, I guess. Yeah, that's just. It's not like all of a sudden we've like won a couple of games and like, okay, we can actually do this. Like I feel like we felt this way at the start of the season, and it'll stay that way for sure.
Anything else, guys?
No. All the best. All the best next week. I think you guys versus Ruff will be a pretty crazy game. So have fun.
Yeah, should be good. Love those boys. So yeah, GG's guys. Cheers for the cast. Love you, lads.
Awesome. Thank you, mate. Have a good couple of days off, and we'll see you next week. All right. Well.
Wait. Can we just wait. Can we just? Oh no, the ticker went away. Did you read the ticker through that interview? It was like.
No, I was doing the interview.
Don't mess with Guz's guns. They're huge or something. And then he's like, don't tell Xenox. Something like that. It'll come up in a second. Make your point, and then we can.
I don't believe that. All I see is the mountain of Elevate was too tall for Team Bliss, which is said, I think, perfectly here. Let's go and have a look at some of the statistics. 8-6 for Elevate over Team Bliss, which was led by Nazgul, having a pretty good performance. 13-9 overall. Definitely a good, solid team performance from Team Bliss, but Elevate too good in the end. I think Worthy had more than 17 kills. I could be wrong. I thought he had like 18. But Elevate, they're looking like a top 2 team.
Yeah, I guess this acquisition of Fisho and Veloska behind the scenes is really paying dividends for Elevate, and I really liked what Digital said in the way that this team's only going to grow more. Fisho literally has been on this team for a couple of weeks. You can't expect anything amazing in that sort of time frame. So the more experience these guys get as a team in Oceanic Nationals, in the APAC South League, expect them to get better. And look, maybe by the end of the year, they could be like that Wildcard 2.0, just completely wiping the floor. Of course, that's a long way away, but yeah, I think they're on a really good trajectory at the moment.
Look, I think that both teams take something out of this, and I think that's the beauty of the new format with Oceanic Nationals 2021, right? Like, if it was last season, Bliss get nothing. other than just like, oh, hard fought, loss, good, looking good signs, all that, thumbs up. But now they actually walk over the point, so they can actually get something against a good solid team as well. Like, not every team is going to be able to get a point against Elevate, for instance, especially with the way that they have been playing. It's good signs. They've been doing good. And then for Elevate's sake, yes, they don't get all 3, but 2 still pretty bloody good. And they're happy with that. Of course, they go to 5 points out of the 6 that they could have gained. And they've got a top of the table clash next week. Isn't that going to be great? We are going to head to a break, guys, but we still have one more game to play out. Can you believe it? I'm sure it's going to be a 4th overtime to come. It's Wildcard versus LFO.
My name is Vincent Danielle. I play entry for Wildcard Gaming. But what you don't know about me is I've played drums for most of my life. So drumming's been a pretty big part of my life. I've kind of always been exposed to music my whole life, and growing up my father was a drummer, so I was kind of exposed to that, and I really looked up to him, and that's how I got into it, and I've played ever since. My kit at the moment is pretty basic. It's just my snare drum, 2 rack toms and a floor tom, and then my 2 cymbals and a hi-hat, and it's pretty basic, but it gets the job done. To say I'm a drummer is a stretch. It's more of just something I do. I put more time into Siege, more years into drumming, more time into Siege. Bending sticks is just part of the job. It's just something that you do mid-song, end song, whenever, and then just throw them at the wall when you're done. To show the rage, all the energy from the song, you gotta let it all out at the end. Drumming has a sort of precision and accuracy to it that you kind of get, and it takes a lot of time to perfect that craft, and I think I kind of brought that into Siege more as a mindset than just, as a direct relation. So I guess hand-eye coordination maybe, but other than that, it's more about a mindset, yeah. Doki would have to have the best rhythm. I'm pretty sure she danced in her elite, and that's pretty rhythmic, I guess. Growing up, I listened to a lot of Green Day. So Trey Cool was their drummer, and he was an awesome drummer. I actually went to one of their shows in Adelaide when I was younger, and I got 2 of his sticks. The singer, Billie Joe Armstrong's wife, was standing there, and she saw us, and I would have been 7 or 8 years old, and that got me going, for sure. The passion definitely sparked there. My dad was kind of like, am I not enough for you? I've been doing this for such a long time, but yeah.
I'm Savasiris, and I'm the in-game leader and captain of LFO. But what you don't know about me is I beat Kevin Rudd in a game of handball. This happened when I was 8, 2007. So he was doing his political campaigning, and he, was trying to get popular amongst the young ones. And to get his name out, he was just playing handball with the boys at lunchtime, and I wasn't having it. I was the king of the court, and I wasn't going to let Kevin Rudd take my title. I didn't really know who he was or what his role was. I just knew that I kept hearing Kevin 07 on the radio, so just had to, not let him take my thunder. Can't remember it exactly clearly. I mean, it's been, 13, 14 years now, but I just remember hitting him with, I think, one low power shot, and he was out, had no chance. I think he laughed it off, but I remember he went red. He was very red in the face, yeah. A bit embarrassed, perhaps. His biggest weakness, definitely his flexibility. I'd say, game of handball, you got to be flexible, mobile, and, he was just lacking it, so his flexibility. I don't care how old he was, it's court rules. Was I popular amongst the kids? Well, it was definitely a very quick game. It's not really a 1v1, but, everyone definitely got a good laugh out of the power shot I hit, but I'd say life just went on as normal, really. I think Mozzie would make the greatest Australian Prime Minister out of all the operators, just because he's resourceful, he's a larrikin, and he's just all around a good guy, so yeah. Big ups, Mozzie. Kevin Rudd, I'm still waiting for my signed handball. Messaged you, I think it was 2018. You were signing them, handing them out, still waiting, haven't received it in the mail, so if we can make that happen, that'd be much appreciated. True story.
This could be huge. Manages to find them.
It's the night of overtimes. We are certainly not running out of time here at the Oceanic Nationals. We've got plenty of time for more Siege. 8-6, 8-6, 8-6. That's been the 3 matches that we had tonight. One more to go, Guz. Why not make it another one?
I just hope it's not Oregon, and I will leave it at that.
Fair enough. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally all I had to say about that. I mean, look, Bliss Elevate was a fun game. Bliss, got some points out of that one, and Elevate secured themselves equal first. They didn't fall to the underdog as much as some of the other teams did earlier tonight.
Now, before we move forward, there's a very special sponsor shout out that I do want to give. It's to Livin, which is obviously such an amazing organization, a strong message. You can see it on Guz's shirt there. And Ubisoft Australia is so proud to once again be partnering with Livin for Oceanic Nationals, as they did with us last year as well. They're of course a mental health organization dedicated to breaking the stigma around mental health. It ain't weak to speak, Guz. And that's what it's all about. You can support Livin by following them on social media, wearing their merch, just like Guz is. And Oceanic viewers can also take advantage of a pretty good offer. OCN15 promo code. Use that at the checkout for 15% off. And you can get a nice shirt like the one that Guz is wearing. I know Manic was wearing one last night as well, which looked pretty poppin'. I got one that I'm going to chuck on for our next broadcast. Simply type !Livin in Twitch chat to visit their online store.
Yeah, get around it, support the league, support Living. Honestly, their shirts are actually really good.
They're actually
awesome
pretty good
quality. I mean, when you're standing in a hot environment like this, good shirt like this is always nice. So can't complain. And of course, the message is really positive as well. So yeah, make sure you type !Livin in the chat and use the code.
I won't spell it out. I think everyone can know how to spell Livin.
I mean, it's behind you, so.
Manic, yesterday I was watching the stream and it's like, it's Livin, just in case people aren't sure. Look, good on him. I've seen Guz's guns. He's actually huge. Do not miss this one, Xenox. Or don't mess with what?
Don't mess with me. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, okay, whatever.
Wrong way. I always do it the wrong way.
Let's just sort of move on tonight, though. Of course, we've got one more matchup to come. It is going to be Wildcard versus LFO. But Guz, for maybe some fans who haven't watched yesterday, or haven't been keeping up, this is not the same Wildcard from last year.
Well, 4 of the players are the same. There's only one that's been traded out, Diesel for Silix, as I'm sure we'll look at the rosters in a sec, but they have changed completely. I honestly found it a little bit hard to watch them last night. I don't know what it is, but they are just not playing at their best by any stretch. There is a very, very real chance that they do not win tonight. It's a little bit scary, to be completely honest. Wildcard they're falling apart. and I would love to see them bounce back. I mean, I'm not trying to write them off here, but things have definitely been very rough in their camp.
It's a little saddening as well. I mean, without sounding like a homer or anything like that, it's when you see a top team and how good Wildcard at their peak were, you know, challenging, like, to be quite frank, what would have been challenging the best teams in APAC, drop off to where they're at now, even though it's only one player that's been lost. It's staggering. It's saddening. It's almost unbelievable that it's happened. You know, you look at the players still in the lineup, Geo, Imma, and Vinny's, like Pat. I mean, and Silex is not a bad player either, right? So you're just sort of wondering what is going on with these guys that maybe we don't actually know. Maybe something outside of the Diesel situation. So look, all I can say is I hope we see Wildcard of old tonight. That would not be good news for LFO, but I've just got to say, I think Wildcard, they've got enough there. There's still enough tools in the shed that they can get back to at least close to their best and still be a top 4 team in the region. We'll look at their opponents for tonight, though. LFO, they let me down last night. I voted them against Team Bliss. I really thought that they would be able to win that one, but unfortunately, Guz, they were unable. And, well, we've got 2 teams that are looking for the first win of the season.
Ah, that's what I was going to say. I was just about to put that out there, but you're 100% right. Both of these teams are looking for their first dub, and LFO honestly have a really good opportunity against Wildcard. If you had looked at this fixture 3 or 4 weeks ago, you probably wouldn't have said that, but now the gates have been opened, and I'm sure LFO, after seeing Wildcard lose last night and in APAC South, know that they are a great opportunity here to try and get their first points on the board.
Yeah, this is a really weird one to sort of try and predict, right? I think there was a rather even split in the caster predictions at the start of the night. It might have been like a 3-4 split. Actually, don't even know how many people are on the panel of the so-called experts, but you know, it was the only matchup, Guz, that was actually a split. Everyone else on the panel for the first 3 matches all voted the same, and that's quite indicative of more so where Wildcard are at rather than LFO. This is not like, oh, LFO has suddenly become this monster team. It's the opposite. It's Wildcard have come down to LFO's level.
Yeah, I think you've put it perfectly. If I had the opportunity to change my prediction heading into tonight, I'm not sure if the other boys did. Maybe they've paid someone off on the side to get their prediction changed, because I would have to back LFO here. I don't think LFO are going to smash Wildcard, but they're a very good chance to win. And if LFO play their best, I mean, yeah, potentially. I think the one thing that I know I discussed with you, and I've discussed with Devon stuff, I believe, is this match, I believe, is going to be dictated by the first 3 or 4 rounds. If Wildcard actually come out of the gates decently strong and get rounds on the board, that's fine. They'll probably win the map. If LFO come out strong and win the first couple of rounds, I can't help but feel that Wildcard's mental is just going to go completely down the drain, and the map's just going to be lost from there.
Let's go have a look at the maps and see where we are going to be heading for the final map of the day. I can tell you it's not Oregon, as that got banned out pretty early on by LFO. We're heading to Cafe, which is, of course, still a staple of the region. I mean, really, what feels like the big 3 maps of this region, guys. Clubhouse, Cafe, Oregon are the only 3 maps out of the first week of Oceanic Nationals that have actually been played. 3 maps, can you believe it? It could have been 2 had we got Clubhouse tonight, but Consulate actually almost got down towards the end. Wildcard choosing to ban that one out. I'm literally not expecting to see Consulate at all this season.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because Wildcard, I would have said previously, were literally the best team on Consulate. Like, the only time you would ever see them play Consulate would be in a best of 3 when it slipped through. So the fact that LFO actually let that stand is pretty crazy. I don't know, maybe LFO have been prepping Consulate. I don't know why you would, because that map surely isn't going to be around for much longer. But yeah, interesting that Wildcard decided not to play there, and it looks like Cafe will be the playground for the final match tonight.
Final match of the night, indeed it is. We head to the old ever lovable Cafe. Wildcard looking to find their first win of the season. So is LFO, though, along with still looking to find an organization. It's a tough one to tip, guys, I'll tell you that much. All I know is I would be expecting overtime.
Ooh. I don't know how long my legs will hold up for. They're already getting a little bit sore, but we'll push through. We do have some recent form to talk about for Wildcard. In fact, they played this map in APAC South just the other day, Thursday last week, against Q Confirm, and yeah, it didn't really go the way they would have liked. It was a 2-7 loss, and Q Confirm dominated that match. So maybe LFO have reviewed that match, seen a couple of things they like, and they'll try and exploit that here, keeping in mind that Wildcard actually did have the option to head us to Consulate. So maybe they're looking at this as an opportunity to try and improve what was a little bit of a disastrous last outing.
Thatcher's still banned. Mirror's still the most banned defender as well. Valkyrie not that far off either. Actually going to be the first time we see Ace banned out for Oceanic Nationals this season. But other than that, nothing too crazy though.
Yeah, Ace is obviously a powerful hard breach, so not too unexpected. Outside of that, the other bans are pretty typical. Valkyrie is very powerful on this map. A lot of those black eye cameras can be thrown off fairway outside, gather intel, and obviously hidden in and around the map as well. And that does mean that the teams won't really need to be running IQ, which frees up that flex for another position.
LFO on the defense, bar cocktail, first sight. What to expect from Wildcard? I kind of have this weird, like, spider sense, right? That Wildcard are going to just be like Wildcard of old in this matchup. Like, they're just going to find that form that they've been missing over the last week or so and just come back from the brink of death. Whether it be someone like Geo just popping off, or even Vinny. Silex himself could probably find a kill or two here or there, but I don't know. I've got this inkling. 56% are voting Wildcard, though, on the Snap Fitness community vote. 44% to LFO. And I would honestly say that's about right. You said, Guz, you would switch to LFO, but I think a 55-45 split is probably about right.
Yeah. I'd love to know how far back you would need to go to see a poll result that close for a Wildcard match. I honestly think you'd have to go back to like Pro League season 11, where they had a couple of issues off the back of SI20.
Wildcard Nights, like in a final or something, maybe?
Even then, I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah. Yeah, they'd be probably like a 65-35 maybe. Yeah, it's a really good point to bring up. And it's, look, a lot of it is also just how many chances can you keep giving Wildcard? Like, for me, this is their last chance. Like, well, from my own perspective of tipping them, you know? Like, I tipped Wildcard against Order because I thought maybe, just maybe, they got 4 out of 5 of the same players. Surely that they've still got something there in the valley. And they just looked limp. Like, that really should have been like a 7-2 or a 7-1 from watching that series. So they really were poor. They need to be the aggressors here, though, and they need to really just choke out LFO.
Well, a minute into this round, and Wildcard doing the typical attack of trying to clear out Lounge and burn that utility. Quite efficient there, the shield taken down. And Vinny's hologram will confirm that that position is now cleared. Now the task will be to try and open the washroom's wall. As you can see, there's ex-Kairos on the wall, but they are muted out. Another piece of utility that Wildcard will need to try and deal with.
It's kind of just a one round at a time here. Both teams. I think even if you're LFO, you're still wary. You see the names in the lobby there, what Wildcard can accomplish at their absolute best. And you've got to be wary of that. So you still give Wildcard the respect that they deserve from previous tournaments. But you also don't want to respect them too much. You got to sense that they're vulnerable. Let's be the aggressors here. Let's see what we can find. Pat. That is a beautiful angle.
Be a scary angle though. That player inside a freezer is quick peeking it. Stogs pretty sharp on the sticks when required and continues to just expose that shoulder and make Pat's life a little bit frustrating. And I mean, look at that timer, Xenox. 50 seconds left. What have Wildcard actually really established here? Or they established that. That's a really nice pick there. Stogs gets over aggressive. He's punished. It's a 4-on-2 now. Jigsaw and Sushi now need to hold on. And so far, this is some really solid aggression and some solid 1v1 action.
They do lose Silex, but outside of that, others are finding kills. LFO down to just Jigsaw and Sushi. Oh my god. I couldn't even get the word out. I think Wildcard did enough early on in this round to at least get a couple of nice frags without just trying to be too aggressive, trying to make too much happen. Sushi's not really going to be able to achieve much from here unless he can throw that perfectly onto the back of Vinny. Pat's there though and immediately picks up the diffuser. Sushi's just going to have to get a different position here. Oh my God, had he been able to just keep going and stop that plant, he would have won the round. He may still do so in a 1 versus 1 though. Against Imarin, he knows where he is as well. The ping is out, so he knows exactly where Imarin is. 30 seconds left and he's going to sit on it. He's going to try and bait Imarin to make the push. He gets out, goes in towards Freezer, but Imarin swings onto the diffuser, wins the round. That wildcard almost threw away.
That was so sketchy for
Wildcard. He did
Wildcard.
fake his movement.
Oh my God. I really did think there was a fair chance that Wildcard could have won that. There was almost a scenario where Sushi actually denied the plant from going down. If that had happened, it almost would have been round over. And Emo rightfully did drop the hatch. He kind of was forced into playing that hand, but you always want to try and have a player on that skylight in the post plant. And obviously they just didn't, which put it on his shoulders really to win that awkward 1v1. Fortunately for Wildcard, he did, but that could have been a little bit more convincing, to be honest.
There was that moment, that brief moment when going into backstore that he just kind of paused rather than making the push onto Pat where he could have then denied it. But it's inches, right? And it's in hindsight, obviously, and from our position, it's very easy to say that. Still made a really good play towards the end of that round. But Imarin kind of faked his movement going into backstore, and we saw that with Sushi. He got off of the diffuser, swung into backstore, sees nothing, and then he's like, uh-oh. Like at that point, he knows he's dead, as Imarin just then swings around from bar. So really well played from really both players, Imarin and Sushi there towards the end of that round.
10 seconds left.
Sets us up for an exciting half. Wildcard rotating, or pardon me, LFO rotating downstairs kitchen. Bringing the Aruni again, we're seeing that in play. Bandit as well, a little bit of an obscure selection. I like what I see though. Sogs hasn't placed that bulletproof camera yet though, so not sure where that will be located. Maybe he'll just keep it in the pocket. I do not know.
It's interesting that you mentioned the Aruni. I feel like we're seeing it more than I thought we would. Not as if I'm suggesting I didn't think we'd see her at all.
Yeah,
but definitely has seen a lot more playtime than I expected. And it's pretty obvious at times it's sort of in place of the castle. I guess it also comes down to preference and just trying new things. But, you know, typically in this first floor site, you can see the castle employed.
There's a player inside a cocktail. Oh, Jigsaw gets lit up. It's Geo to try and win this 1v1. He pre-fires the angle, but Jigsaw narrowly escapes Steph. I don't think he has a rotate out of laundry though. Now he needs to try and make this cross. Sogs comes alongside to support, but Jigsaw so low on HP. A single bullet to the ankle will be enough to take him down.
Why the ankle?
Well, that's the only angle you can get from the stairs if he runs away.
Right, okay. I just thought you really just don't like ankles or something, but anyway. And a drone just almost jumping into the face of Sogs. Geo now going to drop down into train. Oh, he loses that! I don't know how Geo does, but Sushi comes up big. Advantage LFO for the round so far.
Sushi had a little bit of a rough night last night in the frag department, but already going 3-1. Promising signs off the back of the last round and a really nice pick there for his team. Does eventually get traded, but the damage has already been done. And that wildcard with control above have a minute to work with. Geo, though, who was the player to go down, he was the sledge. So a lot of verticality now taken away from wildcard. And maybe the likes of Hills with C4s from below can compound that pain a little bit more.
When did they got like a 2? 1 in hand, 1 in the back pocket. 40 seconds left. I mean, having 2 left actually with 40 seconds is pretty good, especially if wildcard coming quite late. We saw the impact of how powerful the C4 can be as well to deny planting. We saw that in the last round. Hat just waiting for any flanking opportunities. Doesn't quite find it. Now pushing closer to try and help open this up. Okay. Second time's the charm though. 15 seconds. Laser array. As you said, about 30 damage if you take it, but they can go through the other window in freezer. Jigsaw's just going to wait and sit here. He's got no health. Hills just gets Swatted.
they don't know he's there. They don't know about Jigsaw.
Oh, Silex gets
Jigsaw.
denied the plant though. Jigsaw stops it. LFO win the round.
Operators, you are out of time.
They didn't clear it. Wildcard did not clear Coffee. Jigsaw, we saw him get lit up early in the round, and I thought his impact would be limited, but in fact, he was almost the most critical player in that encounter. He just laid and waited, and no one from Wildcard droned or checked that position. Fair enough. It's pretty off meta. It's pretty unusual, but you need to just dot your I's in that sort of scenario. If I was the coach of Wildcard, I would not be happy with that at all. I'd probably be using some language that is not broadcast friendly. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, big round win for LFO. I mean, Wildcard didn't look totally out of place there. If they actually just check that and get the kill on the Jigsaw, they probably like straight up win the round.
100%. You win that gunfight every day of the week. If you know the player's there, it's the easiest swing of your life. He was one shot. You win the round. But you didn't check it, and it literally costs all... And it negates all that hard work you did earlier in the round, right?
Yeah.
Which makes it hurt.
I don't know. I'm ready to call it already and say this is going OT. Why not? I mean, at this point, like, the way the night has played out, I don't think you can actually blame me.
Yeah, true. It's about the only thing you can predict, right? Is whether or not a match will go to OT.
You know, there's actually people that think we like hate each other secretly.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they don't think, they know.
Yeah, they know.
It's no secret, really.
They're the ones who actually caught on. They're like, these guys actually hate each other.
Yeah, I mean, if I wasn't being paid, I definitely would pass with you.
It's not like anyone else
Can
is
we get
lining up to
Raven
cast
back?
with you.
Is it too late? Is it too late to
Oh,
ask to have Raven
jeez,
back?
no, not Raven.
I don't know, man. We were a bit of a dynamic duo back in the day. That's all I'll say.
That's all fun and games here at the Oceanic Nationals. Doesn't need to be serious every second of the day. Jigsaw holding out over at Pixel, which is not what it used to be.
Wildcard prepping to clear that util. Flashes head out. Concussion alongside with Pat, and Jigsaw gets out of there as it lights up like a Christmas tree, and that's probably the best decision to make, and in fact he's long gone. So good efficient clear there from Wildcard. They hit that 2-minute mark and they're getting some work done. Washroom's angle exposed as well, so maybe that's a little bit of a fault. They don't know necessarily that that is clear, despite Jigsaw running away quite quickly. But that'll be confirmed pretty soon. I was going to say with that hologram, but caught in the Surya gate, and they probably need to drone ahead here, Wildcard, and just confirm that everything is clear for them to push up.
Okay. Jigsaw just catching Pat on the east side here. I'm imagining Pat was just like repelling or something.
Yeah, potentially. Not 100% sure, but I do know that Hills is under the pump here a little bit. Top of White stairs. Powerful angle to be held as Vinny gets lit up by a C4 from below. Wildcard just getting stalled out here a little bit. I mean, in the first minute, they did so much work, and now in the second minute of the round, they've almost done nothing, it feels like.
They've got no
This
control
Cocktail
over
will be
Cocktail
tough.
at all, and there's 55 seconds left in the round. There's a trade, so from 4-5 to 3-4. Also got to deal with the Sawyer gate as well. And Nasty's still in there as well with the Goyo shield. So, I mean, like, this is looking really rough for Wildcard. Like, they haven't even gotten control of Cocktail.
Salix trying to find this pick, but there's really no reason for Nasty to peek. Jigsaw catches him off guard.
What is going on?
To repel. It's taken off the board, and yeah, that's just really not great by Wildcard. Unfortunate that it played out in that way for them. But I mean, I don't want to be too negative here. Full props to LFO, right? They set up really nicely inside the Cocktail. The Surya gate, the Goyo shield, the 2 ADS devices made that really tricky.
But
Wildcard,
I don't know. I can't help but feel like you're expecting to see a setup like that, though, right? Some teams don't commit as hard to it, but you're still expecting it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It wasn't cleared well. I mean, to be blunt, it really was not cleared well. But hey, LFO can only do what they can do, and great work by them. Really not contested too hard in that position. And
No, they played well. They played it really well.
they just played solid. They didn't do anything unnecessary. They didn't overpeak. And
Jigsaw at White Stairs and just that whole White Corridor area also played that really, really well. 4 kills on the Malusi. Doing good. Doing good things at the moment. LFO 2-1 up in this final match of the night. In fairness to Wildcard, I will say this. It is one of the trickier sites to win on Cafe when you're attacking, because despite seeing that setup every single time, guys, it doesn't mean it's easy to take it down. There's a reason why defense plays that way. So, I don't know. Don't want to be too critical, but at the same time, don't want to give them a free pass. It's a really tricky territory.
Upstairs defense again here for LFO. Keeping in mind that the last time this objective was played, it was quite a close round. Came down to the 1v1 there between Emorin and Sushi in the post plant. A round that really could have gone either way if you flipped a coin. It was a little bit messy from Wildcard in the end, so they'll be looking to tighten up that execute. Outside of that, though, let's be honest, it was actually quite efficient, right? They cleared Pixel pretty cleanly. They set up for the plant pretty cleanly. It was really just the last little part that was a little bit questionable, but again, tight.
Oh no, man! It's Jigsaw is on right now. He's got 5. Geo is on the complete opposite, 1 and 4. And you know I'm a big Geo fanboy as well, guys.
And understandably so. He was the top-rated player in this region last season. The best of the best. The top-rated, most kills, best KD for the most part. And yeah, really struggling here tonight on Cafe. So it's now up to someone else from Wildcard to step up. Salix as well struggling in the frag department. But again, we're not expecting huge things from the sub. So really, that leaves the likes of Vinny, Emo, and Pat to do a lot of heavy lifting here, and that's a lot to ask.
Minute and a half remaining. Not much of a foothold. I mean, Vinny's in top red. That's it. Everyone else is still outside. They've still got to also clear Sushi and Train. There's a lot to do, guys, and there's only a minute and 20 seconds left.
Sushi down below. C4 in pocket, could be big late round. Wildcard need to be mindful of those flanks. I'm sure Emorin, who has used all 3 of his air jabs, has established flank watch, but of course they still need to be a little bit vigilant of that. Progression, again, a little bit slow here in the latter phase of the round. A minute to go. Really don't know what Wildcard are going to try and do here. Salix, I assume, will be opening up backstore and maybe try and generate some angles. He actually already has. So I feel like Wildcard now can maybe start seriously thinking about the plant, but it looks like they're just waiting back and hoping that LFO give them another free pick to get it to that 4-on-4.
This is just trying to repeat what happened last time. Catch the player and freeze it, but it's going to be the opposite this time. Vinny does get Sogs, but Sogs had already got Pat first. Diffuses down next to Bar. There's a player in Cocktail as well. Did obviously take out Sogs in Freezer. Diffuser was actually... Sorry, Diffuser. The C4 actually on the Diffuser there. Sushi down below. 14 seconds left. They're just going to have to try and push in, clear out. They do get at least Nasty. Vinny's trying to do as much as he can, but Jigsaw is just popping off right now. He's got 3 for the round. And speaking of the round, it's going to go surely the way of LFO. 3-1.
Really solid work there from LFO. Wildcard sitting back hoping they would get free picks, but they really just did not come in the end. LFO traded it out very, very nicely. Capped off the round with the final kill. 3-1 the lead. It's really, honestly, just not looking good for Wildcard here at all, is it? Yeah, it's so hard to try and hype them up at the moment. I feel like we're almost beating a man half dead.
No, but like, that's the thing.
It's just the reality.
I've been casting for 5 years now, guys. I've never seen anything like this. Like, I've never been in this position before. It's really difficult to be in this position and speaking about a team of this caliber. With the players on this roster, 4 out of 5 are still there. I mean, I understand that there's the mental side of things outside of just mechanical skills, and it's very evident to me that there's something wrong. There's just obviously something wrong. What that is and the specifics of it, we don't know. We're not privy to that information, but Wildcard, it just sort of hurts to see what was once a absolutely amazing team from top to bottom end up in this sort of situation where I think if they lose this, they already are bottom. So they lose this, they're definitely going to be by themselves on 0 points after 2 days.
Yeah, and when I heard the news about Diesel unfortunately leaving indefinitely, I thought, oh, it's wildcard. Like, they'll be okay. First stage will be sort of survival. They'll probably linger around the top 4. They'll be all right. They'll bounce back. During the next transfer period, they can get a gunner in. They'll be fine. But so far, it has just been so much worse than that. I want to see them do well. I mean, everyone wants to see Wildcard do well. They're literally going to be representing the team, or the region rather, at the 6th Invitational in May if they end up going. But the way they're playing now, that's just really not going to be pretty to watch. So I really want to see them bounce back here, just in general. They have the players to do that. I think, again, will probably come down to more of that mental side and trying to get everyone on the same page and trying to bring themselves back up from what has been a really difficult loss.
Well, to try and turn the frown upside down, I do want to celebrate Jigsaw, who has just been immense in this matchup so far in the first 4 rounds, 7 kills, clutch moments as well. And if we also go back for Sushi, he had an opportunity to clutch the initial opening round. There's a very big opportunity that this could have been 0-4 had Sushi closed that out. There's obviously ifs and buts and all of that, but it just shows that even the one round that Wildcard did win was ever so close. As speaking of the devil, Sushi finding another seat. That's like the 3rd one, I think, like, for LFO finding a kill at Wildcard in this match. That's like the 3rd Nitrocell kill.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been 2 in a row where it's been the opening pick as well. Normally C4 is a more critical late round, so yeah, really just compiling the hurt for Wildcard at the moment. But Gio does get another pick in this map. Traded out eventually by Sushi, who's also popping off as well so far. Not traded on that occasion, as Vinny was a little bit too far behind. Wildcard in the 3-on-4, but doesn't feel like, again, a whole lot has been done to the site. And that time has really ticked down. I mean, even me, it's caught me off guard just how long is left in this round. I'm sure Wildcard will realize shortly that they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. In fact, they're already in a lot of trouble as it is. Fortunately, Silex does trade that pick eventually. You need to now go big alongside Vinny to try and win this round.
45 seconds left. Vinny's going to have to go up huge. Silex as well, just talk about being thrown into the deep end. I mean, he's more than capable, of course, ex-pro player and all, but and knowledge to boot. LFO primed to close out this 5th round. Gemini is going to be used by Vinny. This is going to be the last time he's going to be able to get any information with it. Now he's got to go. He's got 20 seconds. Silex as well is going to start to follow in. He's got to, essentially, I don't think Silex can just stop running here. Like, he has to just get onto site and try and stick this diffuser. Vinny's just going to try and clear the way for him as much as he possibly can. But if they're both just funneling in from the same direction, that's exactly what's going to happen. LFO close out the round as expected. It's 4-1.
Good little crossfire there from LFO, and I really want to highlight Sushi in that round. The man's popping off around the map. Like I briefly mentioned earlier last night, it was a bit of a struggle streak for him. I can't exactly remember what his stats were, but they weren't amazing. And it can be sometimes difficult to find form if you don't start off the season very well. So to bounce back against Wildcard, great opportunity for him to build upon that and look good for the rest of the season. Wildcard really just struggling to shut him down, and the trading just not quite there. And I mean, again, full credit to LFO. They're really capitalizing upon that.
You can only play the opponent that's in front of you. You can only play Wildcard if they're not at their best. It is what it is. You got to take the win when you can get it. You still got to also play well enough to get said win. Jigsaw, Sushi putting on a clinic right now, the two of them. Not that Hills, Nasty, Sogs are playing bad or anything. I mean, they're supporting nicely. On the flip side for Wildcard, though, I mean, Vinny and Emo kind of doing good things. It's really hard to, like, just even speak about Wildcard individually here. When they're down 4-1, it's pretty clear there's not really anyone that's stepping up to the plate to try and carry the workload. It's got to be a team effort. This is the thing. At best, if you've got, like, 1 or 2 guys that are, like, carrying the workload, that might get you a few rounds, guys, but to win, you need a team effort.
Yeah, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and I think that's really important in a game like Siege. I think it might have been, was it you or Manica? Someone said the other day that in some other esports titles you can get away with maybe a sub here or there, but Siege is just so imperative that every single player is on the same page and really executing their role to the best of their ability. Otherwise, it starts to crumble really, really quickly. And we can see from Wildcard that sure, Salix is putting in a great effort, but again, it's just difficult to see the team playing as cohesively as they once were. Really, really tough situation for them. But look, they're no doubt trying their best. Jigsaw is again holding Pixel. I think it's already been cleared. In fact, it has, and he'll just fall off. So, deja vu of that previous round we saw where Jigsaw hung around for 45 seconds, and the second that first flash came in, runs away, and we'll just continue to try and bleed time.
Looks like pretty much a identical setup here in Cocktail as well, which, for reference, last time Wildcard could not get a single foot into Cocktail. They're all dead by the time anyone got even remotely close. In sort of months gone past, the idea is with maybe a minute left, you get control of Cocktail, and then you can. There, Pat does catch Jigsaw though, and that is a huge pickup over at White Stairs, where I believe it was the opposite last time. Pat got picked up when he was repelling.
Jigsaw has been really annoying in the early rounds, so
that's a nutty angle.
But nasty with the setup at Cocktail, manages to find Geo, who again is finding tonight really, really tough. More gunfights rain out, as Vinny will eventually clear that position. And now Wildcard finally have cleared Cocktail and can work above.
They got a minute. A little scrappy, but they get there in the end. They did at least get more kills than LFO. So 50 seconds left, man advantage. It's a must-win round from this position as well for Wildcard. It's still not easy from here. I mean, once you get Cocktail, doesn't necessarily mean you win. I feel like that Sawyer gate, though, is going to make it really difficult to get that default plant. Not impossible, although that does make it difficult for Sogs to watch that door position. 20 seconds left.
Does look like Wildcard will set up for a drop over towards pillars and maybe push the reading door. So pretty default here from Wildcard, and LFO will need to try and deny it, but it will be tricky with that vert that was established. But Sogs could go for a flank. It's all going down in towards the site. Salix is sticking that plant. Sogs making noise over towards the drop. Narrowly misses those shots, but stays alive and is left in 1v3 in the post plant. But Wildcard, clinical from them in the end to claim the round.
Well, a much needed way to close out the half for Wildcard. They were looking quite dead and buried. We're down 4-1. But at least just getting that one back keeps them in it. But if they are going to win this here on Cafe, guys, I'm still sensing it's got to be done through OT. It's either going to be OT or LFO may just win it in regular time.
Can we put a ban on Xenox saying OT for overtime? Is that possible?
If it keeps happening tonight, I can't do anything about it.
It's gonna be a new crutch word. Alright. This setup from Wildcard. First time we're seeing them defend this site tonight. Long angles created from backstall into lounge. They've also got the now pretty default rotate from Pixel towards washrooms and white hallway, and I'm sure they'll probably combine that with some Surya gates maybe to fortify those positions. It's a little bit hard to see the red lasers on the red carpet, but we do see one there over towards the shop door. And I believe there's also one on the window. So they're probably trying to slow down the pixel take as much as possible. And I'd say there's a real possibility that Emo Rin, for example, might actually play there as long as possible. because of course those discs do regenerate and he can continue to place them and fortify his position.
Going over to the defense might just be the tonic for Wildcard as well. Try and allow LFO to maybe play into their hands. A good start. Jigsaw's just got a little bit quiet since we pumped him up. I think he was like 7-1 and now 7-5. Has just come to a bit of a halt. And with that, LFO have also suffered a little bit as well in that previous round. Do need to be careful that they don't lose too many players too early, too often. Attacking with a man down is going to be oh so difficult. And I think that it's weird, but you got to remember Wildcard is still nutty. Like deep down in there is some really good players.
100%. I still think if they play their best, they're easily a top 2 team, even with Salix on the roster. Just got to see that team shine through. As I mentioned, Sykes, he does get lit up playing the aggressive position behind the shield in backstore. Vinny, he finds the second for his team in this round. That was Sushi down below. Maybe repelling? He might have jumped out bus window. In fact, I believe that is exactly what has happened, or at least he got shot through the window. So Wildcard now positioned quite nicely, and LFO will need to pull off something special to win this round back.
You got Vinny roaming around near pillar as well, so it's ever so troubling for LFO this round. 3-4 certainly beckoning, it feels that way, and Wildcard looking to bring this match back. As we've seen pretty much in every match tonight, there's been one team that pushes out to a pretty significant lead, and then it's clawed right back. Sogs not going to be pushing much further than that. Neither is Hills either. Stopped by Geo. Nasty makes it down to at least a 1 versus 3. Needs a quad if he's going to be able to save the round, but it's not going to happen. Imarin wins it for Wildcard, and they do bring it back now to 3-4 after having a 4-1 deficit.
Good start in that round for Wildcard. They found a couple of key picks. They played off them, and it worked out for them in the end. Looking to tighten up that margin. Find themselves back into this match. LFO just need to probably be a little bit more careful in the early rounds. I know Jigsaw is someone that we highlighted as struggling a little bit in the last few, despite having a strong start to the map. So if he tightens up alongside the rest of the team and they really force some of these late executes, that's probably when they'll probably That's probably when they'll find some more success.
Mate, I feel like you're in the constellations.
Ah, jeez. How do you remember that?
What do you mean, how do I remember that? I'm going to remember the probably.
That happened hours ago. I mean, you can't remember the call-outs on Clubhouse, but you can remember that.
Maybe Wildcard is just remembering how to play a little bit here. You disagree?
I wouldn't say they've necessarily forgotten to play the last couple of days, but maybe they forgot to play at their best.
You know, turn the monitor. You know what? We'll turn the monitors on, take the blindfolds off. We've tricked everyone into believing that we're actually bad, but low key we're still nuts.
They're just sandbagging at the start of the season,
yeah,
so
exactly.
teams wouldn't prepare for
Yeah,
it. That would be a very big brain strat.
That would be a 1000 IQ strat. I think there is, though, the real possibility that for Wildcard, it's just a matter of finding a bit of momentum at some point, whether it's in this game or not. But at some point, they're going to have like a good couple of rounds and a good couple of games and relieve whatever mental pressure or stress that there may be, and just find a bit of form. And once they find that form, they can kind of realize just how good they still are. Not that I would say that they think that they're bad. I don't know where I'm going with this, guys. All I'm saying is Wildcard, good.
I feel like it's one of those topics you really have to tip your toe around.
Oh god, it's hard.
Yeah, it really is. Honestly, it's very difficult to try and, I guess, objectively assess the situation for Wildcard. But I mean, so far I'd say they're playing this map better than the last two.
Yeah.
Or at least one in OCN, one in APAC South. LFO will need to still play very, very well here to win. Which they have for the most part. truthfully. LFO have been playing quite well. I like this from Jigsaw though, playing the LMG. Saw this last night. Bit of work was being done.
I think also just Jigsaw playing a bit more patient as well, rather than just like rushing down, draining himself forward. I think this is a bit better. And as you said before, if he plays with his team, then they can do good things.
I mean, yeah, the whole team's playing quite patiently. They're establishing the vert safely. They're setting up the flank watch with the nomads, and now they're pressuring the site and making it uncomfortable for Wildcard to sit in there and try and just relax a bit. They're constantly being forced to move around. Pat, for example, has moved at least 3 or 4 times in the last 10 seconds because that vert sort of forces him away from those safer positions.
He's not done moving either.
Got ants in his pants.
There's still a minute on the clock as well. I mean, LFO at least getting some pressure here with this vert. Not too much in way of pressure on site, but at least the vert pressure's there. Vinny just sitting out in bakery. I mean, someone may come late game through bakery, but I don't believe so. Not at this stage. Jigsaw's just going to get drawn down white stairs. Wildcard are in position though, and I think with 35 seconds left, this should play into the hands of Wildcard. This is where they're at their best. 5 alive, defensively in good positions, and just wait for LFO to sort of funnel in and find a couple of quick, easy frags, win the round.
Well, if LFO want to go for the freeze or execute, they probably need to clear Emarin. He's in a strong position behind the shield, and he's really going to be a key in denying this push down white.
He does swing it, but he's also concussed as well. Jigsaw wins that one. Pat, though, with the shotgun in kitchen will surprise Sushi. He's going to get a second one here as they all just try and funnel in through this door. They cannot get the diffuser down. No surprise, Wildcard win the round. I think we could see how that was going to play out with at least a good 40 seconds left.
It almost worked too. I think LFO were maybe just a little bit too conservative in the mid-round. I did praise them for being patient and not giving away a free pick, but at the same time, they established that vert and then it didn't really feel like they did a whole lot. Sure, they cleared Emo in, but by that stage, it was about 10 or 15 seconds left. They were forced to filter through the door, and Pat, who repositioned 15 times, found the best position, which was right at that freezer door, prone with a shotty, and made them pay as LFO just didn't have the time to react.
I think the biggest thing is, and it's good that you mentioned that, but if they had have actually gotten the frag on Pat, like as he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off down in kitchen, if you find that frag somewhere through the floorboards, he's not going to be sitting there with a shotty, is he, right? So that changes up the dynamic of that push quite significantly. Emarin was the big one, but even Emarin didn't even find the frag, right? Like we were expecting him to on the play from White Stairs. So, an opportunity gone begging for LFO, but credit to Wildcard. They persevered, played that well. They tie it up 4-4. They've now won 3 rounds in a row. So from 4-1 to 4-4, they can continue to defend here. And, well, I think they'll be pretty favored on this Reading Fireplace site as well.
10 seconds to go.
Well, we did see Wildcard have some issues on their attack clearing Cocktail. It looks like they're going to make life difficult for LFO on their attack. Lots of utility invested above. No Irene on this occasion, which we did see from LFO, instead opting to go for more traditional operators. Pat taking some damage there as the rotate, or the foothold rather, is made. A little bit sloppy there from Wildcard, but could have been a lot worse. That shot, you can definitely do a lot more damage. Nonetheless, though, LFO looking to set up for, I believe, a top-down take. As the players repel to the roof. And I mean, this is pretty typical on Cafe. Honestly, if I'm being completely candid, I'm getting a bit sick of this map because every attack just boils down to taking down top 4. But hey, it is what it is.
Oh, he complains about Oregon, then he complains about Cafe, then he's going to probably complain about Clubhouse. He just wants Shallow 24/7.
I'm not going to say that because I know that later in the year we're probably going to get heaps of Shallow, and then I'm going to hate Shallow.
LFO going to clear out that pixel position. Now Emarin falls back through White Corridor. Pat getting the elimination onto Nasty, and Wildcard just continue to have this man advantage at the beginning of rounds quite early on as well. Usually around the minute and a half, minute and 45-second mark as well. Just finding these picks that LFO have not really been able to do since the early stages of this map, guys.
I love this angle from Silex. watching underneath the skylight, could catch Hills off guard as he swings with the Ash charge in hand, but both players back off for the time being. Silex has more discs, but that one's a little bit too late. Doesn't quite catch it, and the shield is taken down. The time wasting has been pretty adequate though. Alpha only over a minute to work with now to try and establish that third and flush out these positions.
C4 on the cocktail doorway. Not going to find anyone. Still a minute left, and they will have cocktail control. There's actually, well, the fact that Emerin and Pat are so low as well. I mean, Alifo's not in a horrible position here. It's really imperative though that they finish off strongly in this round.
I think this is going to come down to a brute force. They're probably going to drop pillar and go for a reading plant. Maybe a player from LFO will stay above and watch some of those rotates. But like you said, LFO in a pretty decent position considering the HP, but
this is
Vinny
aggressive.
made it up wide. Oh, this could be huge.
There's no one in there though. There's no one playing in cocktail at the moment. So Vinny's just going to swing on through. Our player literally just drops down. Oh, Vinny gets caught. He's knifed by Sogs. 10 seconds left. Sogs can't find the double though. Well, he can actually. Somehow he got Silex. He did die for it, immediately traded. What is going on? It's a 1 versus 1. 2 seconds left. Jigsaw, though, doesn't have the diffuser. What a round.
Operators, you have run out of time.
I want to know what Jigsaw's shooting at then.
Nah, he's
Did he
just
have
frustrated.
intel?
No, he's...
No. I think he had... Surely he had a yellow pin. Why else would he shoot where Emo Rim was?
I mean,
anyway,
just
whatever.
like, I don't have the diffuser. I can't do anything. Like, I'm just frustrated.
Whatever, that's besides the point. That was unfortunate for Vinny. Let's just put it that way. He got timed on the job, and then Sogs just teleported literally out of nowhere and knifed him in the back. So that was,
I actually didn't.
I
don't know. Did you see Sogs? Like,
no, I had no idea.
I had no idea who was there.
I
as
was
well.
just as surprised.
I
as
thought
Vinny.
they'd all dropped down.
Yeah, same.
Just teleported. Was he just like what, sitting in backstore, but we just didn't see his we didn't see him? Like the way, I don't know, just like a timing thing. Regardless, Wildcard won the round. And they've now won 4 rounds in a row. Alipho have come to a complete halt. And we spoke about Sushi before, he's now 7-7. The things that were working for Alipho when they were winning their rounds are no longer working, and that's the concern. It's like, okay, plan A was good, plan A was going good, plan A no longer working. Have we got plan B? What is plan B? And I think Alipho are searching for that question and that answer.
10 seconds left.
Topstairs defense from Wildcard looking very similar to their previous attempt.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
In fact, almost identical in the way that they've reconstructed the site. They've got, again, that shield in washrooms. They've got the shield at Pixel, the shield at Backstore. That's all to make life difficult for LFO if they go for a lounge push, and judged by their spawns and initial repels, that looks like exactly what they will attempt. We have seen some teams, for example, push reading, flush out cocktail from below, but it is quite risky, a little bit more unorthodox and harder to pull off. Not to say that, again, this will be easy, but probably better trained by LFO.
I think I'm just going to be quite blunt here. I think Alipho just need to find the opening frag. They haven't done so for like the last 4 rounds. They need some sort of an advantage moving forward. Wildcard are in a bit of a groove here. They've found their rhythm. They're on song. I don't know how many other ways I could say it, but they're doing well.
They play good.
They shoot people. They do it good. But it's
How
true.
good is LFO's utility clearance? That's what I want to know. Pretty good so far. That disc from Emo, even though, will provide some additional protection to, I believe, both shields, and those ADS devices should reactivate as well. So LFO are actually finding this quite tricky, and Emo Rin assesses the situation, gets blinded, and will probably now fall back, knowing that it's a bit of a lost cause. LFO taking control of shop, and should
That
be
shield's still up.
taking control of lounge soon. Yeah, I don't know how that should survive, but that's big for Wildcard.
Can continue to really just hold this Pixel and Washroom position. Even though the Pixel shield's gone, you can still just hold your Washroom. It's been quite a bit of utility committed as well to this position. So for LFO, they're really not too happy with this because Emerin can just still hold up here. There's a minute left. I mean, Wildcard have committed utility to themselves to hold this washroom's position, but right now you're laughing if you're LFO. If you're a Wildcard, you're laughing with this.
Silex again holding aggressively inside of backstore, quick peeking left and right behind that deployable shield. Is really the first line of defense against this lounge push, and it's critical that he finds the pick on the player that's likely about to swing. In fact, there's probably going to be about 5 players swinging this position very, very shortly, and he needs to try and hold
comes
out.
back.
In though, he's repositioned. This could be big.
Oh, he's gonna. Well, I thought maybe he was gonna get caught there by the swing. Sushi's on site, by the way. He's gonna get this diffuser planted and down. Sogs finds a quick double kill for Alathoy Immer and trying to make something happen, and finally is successful with a frag on the Jigsaw. Vinny's just getting lit up right now, though, by Sogs, who's got 3 in the round. From the skylight position, has just completely obliterated Bar. Imarin now also has to be pretty careful here, along with Geo. They do need to flush out hills, and they are successful in doing so. Nasty, though, is such an important player in this position. Imarin, though, gets him 1 versus 1. I mean, Sox surely can't lose this, Guts.
Oh.
He didn't even peek. The ball's on this man.
Oh, he shakes his head. He knows. He knows. Well played there by Suggs. The most powerful position in a post play in almost any objective in the game, I would say, in competitive.
Yeah.
Provided Suggs doesn't overpeak, he wins.
The only way he loses that if he had it peaked early. But
he knew he was going to fake it. It's extremely common, and when the diffuser or the counter diffuse takes 7 seconds, you've got a pretty big window of opportunity to make it play. So very well played.
Huge round from Sogs up in Skylight and wins the round essentially single-handedly. What, he got a quad, right? So
yeah, not bad. Same worse.
Just hard to please.
Very true.
Could you imagine if there was like 0.5 seconds left on that, and by missing the initial shot?
Yeah.
There's a universe in where that happened, but it's not this one. 5-5. Overtime is beckoning, it's calling. It's got my name on it, guys. That's all I'm saying. Whoever wins this round will be on match point. Man, I feel like we've almost played every single round possible to play tonight. If only they had been all 8 7s instead of 8 6s.
Yeah, it's been a long night for sure. Almost coming up to midnight now for us and a lot of the players. Don't think there's any players in the server at the moment from New Zealand. Wouldn't want to be, because that would be quite the marathon effort. Nonetheless, heading into round 11, I was a little bit upset. I think it was Sogs jumped off the 0 via a 6-pick. I haven't seen, I don't think any 0 played in OCN, correct me if I'm wrong.
I've never seen it.
We did see a little bit of it. I think it was Meloncat in 6 Invitational Calls actually played it. And I quite like 0 when played well. Probably better suited to some of the more aggressive maps like Coastline, which I think they were quite efficient on it with. Because of course it has that double-edged sword, you can clear utility. It's actually like a triple-edged sword, because you can clear utility with the single blast. You can also establish flank watch, and of course just gain general intel. So unfortunately we didn't see that, but maybe 0 will get a bit more play later in the year. We'll have to wait and see. Ooh.
Ooh.
That would have impressed me.
Pretty good game sense though from Nasty actually there to just hold that position, fall back a little bit. Sogs aggressive through the floorboards there. Still 1 minute and 48 seconds in what is probably going to be a round that comes down to the last 20 seconds. Let's be real. The way it's kind of shaping up already. Not too much of a surprise.
I hope LFO do speed it up a bit, right? Because we saw last time they were quite slow, conservative, and then they were forced to filter through Freezer with about 15 seconds left and were shut down. Good C4 there. It'll get picked up though. And I think as I was saying, it's imperative that they're nice and quick, nice and efficient, maybe try and find a pick or two through the floor, and actually put some pressure back on Wildcard for that execute and make them feel a little bit more uncomfortable.
Well, this is the thing, right? It's just sort of what we spoke about after that round. You know, Pat's in a pretty similar position. If they can somehow get the kill onto Pat, that can open up that freezer side quite a bit better. They'll be ready for it though. Still a minute left though. Oh, see, this is what I'm saying. The man just can't be caught.
C4 they could, Nade rather, could head out, but he's already moved deep in towards Coffee. That's where we saw Jigsaw earlier. Hit a big clutch for LFO, but now it's Pat posted up in that position. Once again, shotgun and SMG combo in hand. He's going to be a key player to clear here for LFO. If they manage to trade that pick, they could well get the plant down behind the bomb chassis, but I mean, it's easy to say that, but it's a harder thing actually pulling that off.
24 seconds left in this round. Match point is on the other side of it. Sushi is going to now drop down. They do catch Pat. This is a big difference to what we saw last time around. Imran's still in VIP. Needs to this time actually win the exchange over at White Stairs. If he doesn't, I think they lose the round. He doesn't again. He's lost it twice now. Nasty winning that one. Vinny finds one at least onto Sogs. Diffuser's going to go down by Sushi. Denied! Huge deny! And Wildcard clutch up the round.
I don't know how Gio was allowed to run to that position. We saw Nasty on Brown Stairs pull off a fantastic pinch there onto Emorin, who was holding behind the shield. I don't know where he moved from there, but he clearly wasn't holding the long corridor. Clearly did not prevent Gio from making that rotate. Fantastic play from him, and he finally steps up in what has been quite a rough map for him.
And it's match point now for Wildcard. But so far tonight, as we have seen 3 times before, match point doesn't seem to be the end point. Bar Cocktail. LFO, it's all up to you guys now. Are you going to set the story? Sure. Okay. Warden 6-pick.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, that's a little bit spicy. Guess Gio maybe just feeling a little bit more comfortable on the MPX with the angled. He might be able to post up and replace Emorin's position and counter the flashes, but I guess you'd probably keep Emorin there for the discs anyway, so I guess we'll have to just wait and see where Gio ultimately decides to play. He's actually reinforcing downstairs at the moment, so that indicates that maybe he'll have to play inside of reading or pillars. I'll have to wait and see. One thing I do want to say is that we can congratulate Wildcard on earning their first point in OCN. Woo! Yeah, let's go.
Can they get 2? Can they get 3? We are about to find out.
They could still get 1.
It could just be the one.
Maybe.
Maybe. LFO. I feel like it's all on them though, right? They've got to make the plays. They've got to find the frags. It feels like they should have won the last round. Credit to Wildcard for turning it around in their favor when it matters the most, which is at the end of the round. And Wildcard have been doing this really without Gio popping off. Pat's been good, Vinny, Emorin. Stalwarts of this Wildcard roster, as they have been for a while now.
Utility from the skylight early here from Sogs. He's already sent out a grenade. It landed but didn't clear the shield. Pings it out and might have a second crack at it. In fact, I believe it's a teammate that throws the second nade. Actually, no. No one else has nades. And maybe it was... I actually don't know what that explosion was. Either way, making a bit of a fool of myself here. Either way, the important thing is that shield is still standing and Salix's position still pretty well fortified. Actually, maybe in the wall getting blown. That was that explosion. But Salix needs to be careful. There's a player entering inside of Lounge. Close towards that shop door. Emorin might be able to swing wide, but the flame's preventing him from doing so.
Ooh. Salix just catching a nade from Sogs. They can drop down into Cigar as well. Still a lot of time, but they haven't flushed out Emorin's position over at Pixel and Washrooms. Trying to just keep the pressure on. Make it difficult for LFO to sort of push onto site. Big kill from Gio in the clutch moments as well at match point to get involved now on the Warden. It's like they've just got to take out Emorin. If they can do that without losing any more players, LFO are going to be in a good position.
LFO still haven't really properly cleared out Pixel. Imran will be really under the pump now. That's a huge angle to open up inside of washrooms, and he needs to decide whether to commit or fall back. He does fall back, a little bit slow, but he still gets away with his life as Pat finds the pick there onto Sushi. He replaced Silex in this key position, and he drops the diffuser down. LFO need to try and recover it, and with 30 seconds, prepare for a plant, but Geo's going big now as well. Traded back, though, from Stogs, leaving it in the 2-on-3.
Is it the Sog Show again? No, Pat peeks that beautifully behind the shield, and Wildcard close it out. And they are on the board. All 3 points will go the way of Wildcard. No OT, they say. And that's going to shoot them up the standings as well. Wildcard are back.
It looked a little bit dicey at the start there for Wildcard, but they hit their form on the back end, and they managed to claim all 3 points, as you mentioned. Vinny will top score in that match, going 10 and 8. Pat finding 13 as well, huge from him, often not going huge in the frag department. And that's what I said, we needed Vinny, Pat, and Emo to step up when Geo fell short, and they did. Wildcard to get the dub.
Certainly did, and for the first time tonight, no OT. No Oregon, no OT, that's the trend, all squashed. Wildcard, of course, they pick up their first win in what feels like weeks, months? I don't even know anymore, cuz I've lost count.
Too long.
Too long is the correct answer. They go to 3 points. They get all 3 points. That's the other part of it. LFO get nothing from that game. They are the only team on 0 points.
Yeah, which is rough. I did expect LFO heading into this season to probably not be in the best form. I just feel like things are not quite going their way, but I think they played all right tonight, to be honest. If they had have played like this maybe against Bliss, they could have actually taken the map, which they ultimately should have anyway last night. So it's not all doom and gloom for LFO. They can pick themselves up and continue to tally some points on the board. I don't think this is going to be a devastating season for them necessarily.
There is another part of this that hasn't been spoken about with this result. I've caught up on 3 people. So, you know, in the predictions, there's 3 people. Thank you. I'll get there eventually. Well, hey, lucky you didn't change your tip though. Let's go and have a look at the statistics from this.
I was going to.
From this matchup, 7-5 to Wildcard, led by Pat in the end of all people. Imran, Vinny, all good. Geo coming up big actually when it mattered the most in those later rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the one number that's really sticking out to me actually is the consistency of the KOST there from Wildcard. Across the board, quite strong. And basically, KOST, TLDR, I mean, so many acronyms I'm using here, is basically, did they have an impact in the round, yes or no? And as you can see, a lot of their players consistently did. More so than some of the players on LFO, for example. You see both Jigsaw and Sogs, sure, they did pretty strong in the frag department, but they just weren't as consistent. And we actually highlighted that in the match, remember? Jigsaw started off super hot, but then he dropped off, and Wildcard capitalized upon that.
I think you've absolutely hit the nail on the head there. A little disappointing from Hills, just the 3-9 there, matching sort of the 3-10 from Silex, but I guess they go kind of hand in hand. And I mean, if you want to talk about the KOST, though, 92% still higher than just about everyone else besides Nasty, who had a pretty good game according to that metric. So it's kind of rough for LFO. 2 7-5s, like they get nothing from it. I kind of feel like they've been robbed of a point or two over the course of the first 2 play days, but at the end of the day, they get no one else to blame but themselves for not being able to close out any of these games and try and send them to OT. Like even the Bliss one, I think at minimum should have gone to OT, and then this one could have easily also gone to OT as well. So I think LFO really going to be kicking themselves. There's a big difference between 0 points now of these 2 games versus say 2 points they could have also had.
Yeah, and I guess just quickly wrapping up the stats there, one thing that really popped into my mind right at the very end then was actually the entry stats. We saw really strong entry numbers there for LFO, suggesting to me that their early round was quite strong. Again, something that we talked about. But Wildcard, we know that they're really strong in the lane. That's how they won a lot of their rounds, right? I mean, one round in particular that really comes to mind was that Geo clutch, right? When he hit that shot in the dying seconds of the round to win it. And that's what they need to try and tidy up if they want to try and take down some of the better teams.
Definitely. So I agree with you as always. Got our interview coming up. Of course, it is going to be the ever lovable Vinny, who, let's face it, mate, all I'm going to say is, does it feel good to get the monkey off the back?
Yeah, it feels awesome. I forgot that I hadn't made my bed. I wasn't really expecting us to do this interview, but I'm glad to be back.
I mean, I guess that leads into my first question. I guess I could start. It could be a pretty brief question. Just how rough has it been for you guys the last couple of weeks? Obviously, for those who don't know, Diesel left the team pretty unexpectedly, and you guys have had to sort of salvage something, at least for this first stage. Just how rough has it actually really been in the camp?
It's been a mix of emotions. It's been obviously a lot of support for Kyle. He's given so much to this team, and we know that you know, he really needed this, and we fully support him. At the same time, it's been rough. You know, it's a bit of a shock to the system when you're kind of riding that high, and then it kind of all collapses pretty quickly. It doesn't take much, as you can tell. And yeah, we're just kind of trying to pick up the pieces a little bit and really just salvage what we can. We need to win games like this, and we hope to take a few more this season.
Just keeping it blunt here, but are you guys, or even just yourself, depending on how you want to answer it, surprised at some of the performances? Not even just like win-loss, but also just individual, you know, performances from the guys on the team. Like, obviously losing Diesel kind of sucks, but you still got some nutty players.
I mean, Kyle was such an integral part of not just, you know, the way that we play, but also like the communications and the IGL that he brought. And when you lose that, especially in that position, and you're trying to fill that position on really short notice without practice, it's really tough. And we are really missing that key IGL at the moment, but the boys are really stepping up. As we saw tonight, there's a bit more direction with the attacks, and it's only getting better each time we play with Silex, and he's doing a really awesome job for us at the moment. You know, he didn't sign up to be a player, and he's really just had to fill in, and we're forever grateful for what he's doing for us.
Yeah, I'd say we prepared him pretty well in the caster stack. I guess my final question would be, what's the pass mark for you guys this year? The way I sort of painted it is stage 1, at least until you can transfer a new player in, is sort of survival in a sense. How do you view this stage sort of playing out? What are your goals and expectations?
I mean, yeah, the goal at the moment is a little bit of survival up until stage 1, and we can really look at replacing Kyle. Until then, it's just about trying to salvage as many points as we can in both leagues. Obviously, APAC South is going to be very tough, as teams have already shown that they're very strong in that league, and yeah, it'll just be about salvaging points. Obviously, there's a lot of time after stage 1 to really, you know, have a good crack at you know, finishing in the top 2 or 3. But you know, we're still definitely up there. We still got the talent to be number 1. It's just about finding that 5th and really getting stuck back into practice.
Yeah, definitely, at least from us sort of on this side of things, it's been very, very difficult I tell you, it's been very difficult to peg where you guys are at from an external point of view. So it's good to see you guys get the win. At least you're on the board, you're looking upwards, and I think you said it perfectly every night. It seems like you guys are moving forward a little bit more each night as it plays out. Congratulations again on the win, mate, and enjoy the couple of nights off.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, pretty rough. It's clear that that Diesel or Kyle leaving the team has had a significant impact, and I think that really highlights a broader conversation, right? About often a player will depart, maybe expectedly, unlike this situation, and people will say, "Oh, but they had these stats," or yada yada yada. But there's so much more that goes into a player being effective. As Xenox falls asleep. Diesel brought so much to this team. It can't be understated. He's been the rock for them for so long. So pulling that away is almost like taking out the foundations from like a skyscraper, almost is the analogy I can think of on the spot. And it's crumbled a little bit, but they can rebuild in stage 1. And once the transfer period opens again and they find that replacement, I'm sure they'll be all right.
Well, we've had the interview, Guz. Let's go and have a look at the schedule and recap everything. The night's done. We're winding down here. I'm already having a bit of a snooze because I'm tired. It was a long Playday number 2. We kickstarted it off. ROFLCOPTERGG upsetting Knights 8-6. Rhythm upsetting Order 8-6. Elevating Bliss going the distance 8-6. And then Wildcard and LFO. I mean, like 7-5s used to be kind of like the close scoreline, right? Not anymore, apparently. It's still a pretty close scoreline, 7-5. So Wildcard and LFO really going toe-to-toe there. Especially at one point, LFO were up 4-1
So after that, it was 6 out of 7 rounds to Wildcard.
I guess you could say really on paper that 2 out of the 4 results were unexpected. I think Knights dropping another map to ROFL is quite disappointing, and Order not following their form very well there against Rhythm. As for the last 2 games, a bit more expected, but quite tight as the scoreline would suggest.
Yeah, he's on the board.
We see those predictions. Of course, I'm still equal first. We're expecting that. I'm going to be first at the end of the season. Let's be honest.
Look at this. Look how quickly, one night, and I've already caught up to Manic, Dev, and Ducky. There's only one difference there.
Stretch. That's a little bit of a
just
stretch.
saying, those guys, I'm coming for them all. That's all I'm gonna say. Look, it's always a bit of fun. I was right though. There was 3 that actually did choose LFO, so it's a hard season to predict.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
Never in doubt.
Always winning that. I don't think I ever said that it could have been difficult during that podcast.
Anyway, it's always a good bit of fun. I mean, I said I was going to go 4-0 tonight, Guz. I mean, I don't think you could have blamed me. We had 2 pretty big upsets in the end. ROFLCOPTERGG coming away with a win and Rhythm coming away with a win. So I still feel like I should have gone 4-0, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's all good fun. Let's go and have a look at our MVP for tonight, which is going to be Worthy from Elevate. Had an absolute outstanding best of 1. Those predictions are looking pretty bad, Xenox. Oh my god, what? Either way, let's focus on Worthy and Elevate.
Yeah, big night for Worthy and for Elevate. They continued their form here in OCN 2021, and Worthy was a pivotal member of the team and really kick-starting their momentum, strong in the frag department, and had a couple of nice little plays, as we'll see the replay package pop up. He just seemed like a man that was playing with confidence. He had a couple of nice flanks as well, as you can see here, catching Bliss off guard and made them pay for their mistakes.
Yeah, definitely the standout player for me, who was really the difference maker. Like, I don't want to sit back and say that Elevate lose if Worthy doesn't play the way he did, because you don't actually know, but he certainly had a big impact on them winning, even in vital moments like that, you know, C4 kill there in overtime match point, getting them the early start, then clutching out there towards White Stairs at the end. So ultimately deserved MVP for Playday number 2. I don't actually know who would be who would be MVP for both Playdays though. Would you still go Cutie?
Yeah, you got to. I think Cutie could have done nothing for the rest of the night. The fact that he just hit that 3k C4 was huge. I don't think you could really beat that.
Let's go and have a look at the standings and see where everything shapes up here after Playday number 2. ROFLCOPTERGG, first place. Can you believe it, Guz? Elevate, tied with them. There is, of course, the map differential. It's not actually showed on these particular standings, but it is there in the background, which is separating those 2 teams at the moment. LFO down the bottom on 0, though.
Yeah, and I mean, in between, we've got the likes of Wildcard and the Knights, 2 teams that I'm sure many people a couple of weeks ago would have placed first and second in the league, but clearly not the case so far. Again, it is early days, and a lot of this can shift around, but honestly, some nice surprising results. Seeing ROFLCOPTERGG, one of the newer teams in the league, stepping up early on is really awesome to see.
Yeah, definitely. Wildcard up into 5th. I mean, that's not so bad, right? Not all doom and gloom anymore with that singular win, and this is, of course, the case with the new point scoring system, that you can be on 2 points, 1 point at this stage, or, you know, 4 points, for instance, as well. Even if you have 2 overtime wins, that's still only 4 points versus 1 regular win, which is 3. So there's a lot of different ways, and I'm really excited for the remainder of the season to see how the standings themselves actually shake up based on those sort of results.
Yeah, for sure. I really love the new point system and the fact that it's global across all the leagues. Now, I've really wanted for a long time for teams that really push stronger opponents to OT to be rewarded, and that will be the case. It also helps, again, with a lot of those awkward tiebreakers. I know we had it, I believe in 6 Masters, like some pretty crazy tiebreakers, so that should help alleviate that. And yeah, hopefully the teams that deserve those singular points here and there, you know, get them, and that could be the nice boost that they need to avoid some of those lower positions on the table, or on the flip side, you know, earning 2 points where in the past you may have had none. So
yeah, unfortunately for LFO, they are still on none. You don't get anything for 7-5, but everyone else, at least, who lost in overtime tonight, did get some chocolates in the end. But that's going to be us done for Playday number 2 already. Can you believe it? It goes so quickly. Oceanic Nationals has gotten off to a flyer this week, that's for sure. The first 2 Playdays, you didn't want to miss them, so make sure you do not miss the next 2 next week
We'll see you then.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling, so I'm running out of time.
Let me see the rainbow.